Good morning, everybody. Welcome to this live stream coverage of the latest instalment of the Metrobank One Day Cup here at Sophia Gardens in Cardiff. Today's match is between the home side Glamorgan and the visitors Essex. And glad to report it is a beautiful day here in South Wales. Sun-bathed pitch outside, less sun-bathed commentators inside. Yeah. But we're still looking forward to an interesting game. It's Aled Hopkins who's alongside me to begin today's commentary. And Aled, nice to see you again. And let's just have a quick chat then about the match situation and the two teams at the moment. So Glamorgan again, probably out of contention now for the knockout stages. I think a top three finish is not possible, but still lots of reasons to play hard today and to try and get the win. And here's the team that Glamorgan have picked. What do you particularly notice about the side?
Yeah, it's a classic mix, isn't it? We've seen throughout this competition of youth and experience. They've obviously brought Tim van der Houten back into the mix after having a few games rest. Colin Ingram stays in the side just to give that little bit of experience. We saw him back in the side at Hampshire, and then there's plenty of youth in there as well. Harry Wallace comes in for his second straight appearance, and Jack Bell's had a brilliant tournament as well. Conor O'Riordan has struggled in the games that he's played, but he's given another chance, and Franco, as kind of by proxy, I suppose, with Mason Crane being away at the 100, has been the spinner for this tournament and has done well. I think he's bowled better than perhaps his numbers suggest. I think on smaller grounds in this competition he might have got targeted a little bit, but I think he's done really well. And then of course you've got the likes of Douthwaite, Gorvin, Ul Hassan and Byram as well, which bring experience with them.
Yes, it's a really interesting mix, isn't it? We've got players, very young players, but if Harry Wallace and Colin Ingram end up back. Harry Wallace 17 years old, Colin Ingram in his 40s. Colin Ingram was a professional cricketer way before Harry Wallace was born. So a fascinating mix. And I guess even though Glamorgan have only won one of their 6, I imagine the thinking in the Glamorgan management is that actually this is still a great opportunity for the likes of Harry Wallace and Jack Bell to and Romano Franco to learn, and how better to learn and get experience than having the chance to bat alongside the likes of Colin Ingram, or maybe to have someone like Tim van der Houten standing there and sort of guiding you in your bowling. So I imagine that's probably what they're thinking, and they want to see if they can get a couple of wins here just to finish the campaign well and give an injection of positivity into these young players in their first taste of sort of professional cricket.
Yeah, absolutely, and we've spoken quite a lot about where Glamorgan are at the moment with producing youngsters. I genuinely think Glamorgan have one of the best pathways and best academies in county cricket at the moment, and some of the players that they've produced in the last couple of years have gone on and done really well and are starting to do really well. And this competition is the start of that for a lot of these players, and there's a pipeline now of players coming through. And as you said, that mix of experience, if Jack Bell or Harry Wallace can go out and bat with somebody like Colin Ingram, it's going to stand them in good stead. And as well, the opposition they're playing is a very, very experienced Essex side that they're playing with, a lot of really good county cricketers. So it's tough opposition for them as well, and they'll be tested.
Yeah, let's have a quick word then about Essex as we see. Glamorgan, let me tell you that Glamorgan have won the toss and they've elected to have a bowl, and so Essex are going to bat first here. Let's just have a quick chat about the Essex squad. It's up on your screen now. A couple of changes. They won their last match against Worcestershire quite well, but there's a couple of changes from that match. Robin Dast remains unavailable. Jamie Porter has been rested, and that means that bowlers Charlie Bennett and Zaman Akhtar both come in to the side today. What do you make of that side? Obviously, Tom Wesley and Matt Critchley both got hundreds in the last game, and they still have a chance, Essex, here. If they can win their final 3 games, well, they could still be in the shake-up for the knockout stages. So all to play for from them, and they'll be feeling a lot better after their last game.
Yeah, I think if you're an Essex fan, you might feel a little bit underwhelmed with how this side's performed so far in this competition, because it's a really, really strong side. It looks on paper, as you mentioned, some of the names there: Wesley, Critchley, Noah Thane has had an unbelievable competition as well. He leads the runs for that side, and we'll see him here opening the batting. It's a really, really strong lineup, and I think it's going to be a really tough game for Glamorgan, but a winnable game as well. We have seen some of the cracks in this Essex side, maybe the bowling a little bit weaker than the batting. Glamorgan have obviously won the toss here, so they'll be hoping for a few early wickets to really rock the Essex ship.
Well, Glamorgan are going to open up with their most experienced bowler. Tim van der Huften has been rested for a few games in this competition, but I'm sure, like all professional cricketers, desperate to get back into the action, and he's going to take the new ball here from the Cathedral Road end, bowling to Noah Thane, and straight away finds his length and a little bit of shape away.
Yeah, good start there from Tim, nice length, as you said, a little bit of shape there. Thane just backing away from it slightly, was a little bit caught in two minds whether to go forward or back, but just has a little walk down the pitch, prods his bat into the ground.
So a couple of slips in place, I think, with the ball hopefully doing a little bit early on. It's wickets that Glamorgan won in this power play. Well, he has been so good and just bowling metronomic line and length. Tim van der Huften's what he does so well, and some of the matches early in this competition was extremely economical. I think when we think back to the couple of games in Neath, which were the previous home games in this competition, yeah, there he was right on the spot and was very hard to get away, so pretty much felt like he blocked up an end.
Yeah, economy at 2.9 in the competition, only played 2 games, but yeah, as you said, at Neath he was excellent in just keeping that score down.
Noah Thane's off the mark, just deflects one down to fine leg, and Essex are up and running, so yeah, good opportunity here for these young batters. Again, a bit like Glamorgan, some real mix of experience and youth, testing the squad a little bit here, giving opportunities for younger players. Essex as well, and a good opportunity here for Noah Thane and Luke Benkenstein.
Yeah, that last delivery just a little bit too straight from Van der Huften, and it was meat and drink for Thane to get off the mark.
And thought for a while there, I think Benkenstein, about throwing the bat at it, but in the end just swayed out of the way. Probably a good idea. So they have a ball at each end in this competition, so which I think is quite interesting. Maybe the ball stays harder for a little bit longer, because only 25 overs per ball, if you see what I mean. And Glamorgan just really keen to extract everything they can while the ball's hard and doing a little bit off the pitch. Oh, again, lovely delivery, but just flies past the edge.
Yeah, I haven't really heard of that in many other competitions. There might be other competitions around the world that do that as well. I'm not sure of, but it certainly is interesting. As you said, it could probably go one of two ways, really. You get a little bit more movement, perhaps. I think Tim thought the ball was coming his way then when it was in Dan Douthwaite's hand. But as you said, it could stay harder for longer. It could suit the batters as well. But as we know, traditionally, white ball doesn't swing as much as the red ball.
And again, Benkenstein plays and misses, and that brings to an end a very good first over. Just the one single from it, and Tim van der Huften straight away finding his line and length. I think he's going to be a handful, certainly in these opening overs.
Yeah, really good start there from Van der Huften back in the side, and that's exactly what you want from him. As we said, he keeps it really tight. He's not maybe going to be the strike bowler in this team. This is that's Douthwaite's job, who's coming on now, 13 wickets in the competition so far. Interesting to see him open up. He has opened up in a few of the games, but he's usually might take the ball in the power play, and then you rely on him as a death bowler right at the end. So he usually splits his overs, doesn't he, throughout the innings, the front and back end of the innings. But
you do think of that's like Dan Douthwaite as a bowler to sort of hit the pitch in the middle overs, just sort of bowl back of a length, try and keep things tight. And so, slightly different job for him. Perhaps they just feel they've seen what the ball's doing. I'm not sure. Well, maybe this is probably a plan they've had, but still an unfamiliar role.
Douthwaite from the River Taff end then, and it's banged in, as we've come to expect from Douthwaite. Thane just looks to drive, but into the ground, and that tight ring on the offside.
Yeah, a couple of 21-year-olds here, so a good test for them. Thane and Benkenstein, both only 21. Both got very good sort of junior careers, under 19 players, but trying to make their way down the professional game.
And Douthwaite and driving again is Thane, but only to mid-off. I think it's Ingram there, mid-off. Interesting to see Harry Wallace in the slips. Young player, second game. I think he's a wicketkeeper as well, isn't he? So that is the thinking there. Gorvin, the captain, alongside him, and Horton, the wicketkeeper.
He definitely is. It looks like he's need to get. His shirt looks very big.
Yes. And driving this time is Thane, and that's a beautiful shot. That's going to be the first boundary of the day for Noah Thane, showing some of that class that he's shown throughout this tournament. 400 runs so far for Thane, and just slightly off his length there.
Just a bit of width, wasn't it?
Yeah.
A bit of width that he had, and fairly through the hands that it got a really lovely contact. It wasn't by any means a half volley.
No.
But put it that way really nicely. So he'll be feeling better, feeling bat on ball.
Yeah.
Nice early on. Having seen a couple sort of whiz past the outside edge in the first over, that'll be will settle him down nicely.
Yeah, looks a dangerous player, does Thane. Oh, and that's better from Douthwaite. Thane just holds the bat at it outside the off stump. A little bit more bounce off the surface that time from Douthwaite.
So maybe I imagine Douthwaite probably wasn't too upset to see Thane driving at a ball that wasn't a half volley, because he'll definitely feel the slips are in play if he continues to do that. So maybe bowl some good balls in the channel and look to get him to nick off. He won't mind, I think, if he drives it too many more of those.
And this time Thane is just nice and strong in defence. Goes out to Ingram, and we see that a lot with Dan Douthwaite, don't we? He will go for runs. He will concede some runs, but he will take wickets as well, as you said. And that last ball, the ball before last, Thane just wafting outside the off stump a little bit. Dan Douthwaite won't mind that, as you said. He'll know he's in the game. It's a tidy over so far, just the one boundary from it. And again off the edge. And that'll run down to O'Riordan down at third man. They'll get a single, and that's the end of the over. 5 from it. Essex 6 without loss.
Well, I think Glamorgan's opening bowlers will feel they're definitely in the game here. They have beaten the edge quite a few times, and even the shot that was put away nicely for 4 there was sort of driven on the up, and potentially quite a risky shot this early on. So the two bowlers now just having a chat and comparing notes. Tim van der Huften and Dan Douthwaite.
And doesn't appear to be a huge amount of pace in the pitch, does there? There's a decent bit, but we've not really seen the ball fly through. We've had a bit of rain in the last couple of days.
Thane trying to use his feet here. I think trying somehow to try and put Tim van der Huften off his length. Also interesting today just where the pitch has been cut. The pitch has been cut quite a long way over to the left as we're looking at it, where our view is the angle that you've got on your camera at the moment. And it's actually a very short boundary on that side, unusually short. So if you get it through the ring of fielders on the offside here, it will be up to the boundary in a flash. So again, tight stuff. Yeah, so the boundary's been brought right in quite a long way away from the fence, about maybe 20 or 30 metres away from the fence over on the right-hand side here. So probably definitely the place to sit if you're coming to watch today is in the stands in front of the pavilion. You'll be much closer to the action. You'll be a long way away if you're in the main stand here.
Yeah, obviously Sophia Gardens is a 100 ground, and you can see that strip right in the middle of the square has been used in the 100. Obviously that being the priority at the minute. You can see the stage as well to our left.
Well, another dot. The power play in the Metrobank One Day Cup feels very different to the power play in the in the Blast, when you expect to see batters taking high risk and trying to hit the ball for boundaries. Here, it seems more often than not the tactic is, can I just survive and then try and cash in later. So it looks again probably what this opening pair are trying to do here. And that one has gone through. Was there any bat on it? We'll see. It's gone all the way for 4 and it's gone for buys, so that missed everything. Looked like maybe the inducker, the one that swung in.
Yeah, just looking at it on the replay there, it just misses everything, doesn't it? Thane using his feet, tries to smash it back down the ground at Van der Houten, and luckily for him, misses everything, goes over the top, and probably would have missed leg stump as well. Maybe that movement evaded is what blocked Horton's view as well from Thane.
Yeah, maybe Horton felt a little bit disappointed he didn't get his glove on that, but it's 4 buys in the air. But not timed. It's probably just going to plug, race on to haul it in before it gets to the boundary. Eddie Byram gets there, and so a bit of a false stroke.
Interesting. A more attacking intent. The last 2 shots from Thane. We were mentioning the power play and how it kind of, you're looking to survive, and just as we said that, Thane looking to put Van der Houten under early pressure here.
Well, it's not been an easy ground to attack on, I think, in terms of the way the pitch has performed, and that's definitely been the case in the 100 and also in this competition. Ball not necessarily coming onto the bat. It's been a bit sticky, I think, in some of the games that the Welsh Fire have played here. Speaking to one or two of the players, and it's not been easy to time the ball, and so I wonder whether it'll be the same on this pitch today. Certainly was a false stroke, went straight up in the air, maybe held in the wicket a little bit, and as he swung through the ball it went straight up in the air, but luckily from an Essex perspective got away with it.
Douthwaite back then at the River Taff end, and this time it'll be Benkenstein on strike. Has watched most of the action so far from the non-striker's end, just 3 balls faced. There's a waft outside the off stump, wide delivery there from Douthwaite, and wasn't the prettiest of shots from Benkenstein.
I think you'd be disappointed as a batter if you got a nick on that. It was so wide, and I mean, in some sense, I'm sure when there's width there, the eyes light up, and the first thought is to throw the hands at it. But it feels like a risky game. There's got the balance of whether to play at those balls just at the moment.
Driving this time, well stopped in the covers. That's Jack Bell down really sharply to get a hand on it. Did really well there, saved 4.
Well, trying to build a bit of pressure here, and fielding like that really helps. Just means that the players are not rotating the strike, and Benkenstein's still not off the mark here. Likes to attack, I'm sure, and play aggressively, and will be feeling a bit frustrated still. Stuck.
Yeah, looks like he's keen to get off the mark, doesn't it? Douthwaite just flicked this time, and he will get off the mark with that one. That's going to go to that short boundary. Just flicked off the pads, nice shot. Bit straighter from Douthwaite that time, and it was easy enough. No, just behind square on that side. Nice full controlled shot, and he's off the mark.
Well, Dan Douthwaite straight away just asked if he can have a bit of cover on the leg side after that. I think he went straight, got a bit too straight, and the ball was flicked off. So Harry Wallace has moved out from second slip, has gone into mid wicket, and they've dropped a player down now onto the deep square leg boundary.
And off the back foot that time, just chopping Benkenstein. So Douthwaite at the moment just conceding a boundary, followed by surrounded by dots in his 2 overs so far. It was the single off the last ball, wasn't it, in the last over, and that boundary. But a lot of dots as well. And this time, Benkenstein just takes it on, goes over the top, and that's going to be his second boundary. Again, Douthwaite a little bit fuller, and it was a nice controlled shot. No man deep down there.
Well, he's overpitched there, I think, is the problem. Has gone at the stumps, tried to get it up there to get some swing, and turned into a genuine sort of ball in the slot, as they call it. And Benkenstein clearly going to try and play with positive intent when the ball's there, and yeah, a lovely clean strike for 4.
Last ball of the over then, and he's just nurdled it down to that deep square. And that will complete the over. 9 from it, so a little bit expensive from Douthwaite. A good over from Benkenstein and Essex. 21 without loss after the first 4 overs. And going quite nicely here are the Eagles. Benkenstein 9 off 9 balls, Thane 8 off 15. And we talked about some of the runs that this particularly this top order has got. It's a dangerous top 4 or 5, isn't it, that they've got?
Yeah, it is. There's some very good batting to come. Wesley, Critchley, particularly back 3 and 4. So Essex will really be hoping these 2 young openers can give them a proper start and build a platform so they can really attack as the inning wears on. That one's full. That one's been put away as well. Again, just a little bit too full from Van der Huften. So he goes for his first boundary, and Benkenstein shows that he's got what it takes to put those balls away.
That is a gorgeous shot. Just lent on it, as you said, slightly over pitch from Van der Huften, but Benkenstein with a textbook cover drive, head over the ball, beautiful balance, and he's rocking now.
Yeah, well, I think Glamorgan have bowled pretty tight. There've been a lot of dot balls that have beaten the bat early on, but I think there's just they are bowling a few 4 balls every now and again, and so I think Essex have been content just to wait for the ball they can put away, and they've done that pretty well actually. Benkenstein took 6 balls to get off the mark, and all of a sudden he's 14 off 11 because he's had a few boundary opportunities. So obviously Glamorgan limited in the number of fielders they can put out on the boundary at the moment, so if you can get it through, there are definitely boundaries available. There's a swish of that one though, a bit less convincing. It's kind of a Caribbean style off the back foot there from Thane.
Yeah, I think he wants to target that short boundary, doesn't he? On that side, ball outside the off stump, and when you're a batter in form as well, and you see that short boundary, the eyes may light up a little bit when it's favourable for you to hit to that side. Another.
Ooh, again, playing loosely outside, and even the way he finishes the shot by taking a hand off the bat, not balanced and clearly being tested by ball in that channel, and that does seem the place to bowl, sort of trying to hit the top of off just outside, maybe 5th, 6th stump. See from Dan Douthwaite, as soon as you kind of go a bit straight, the batter have been able to sort of clip it through the square leg region, work it on the leg side. When the ball's in that area, the corridor of uncertainty, as it's known, I think it looks like quite a difficult proposition to Van der Huften.
Got to be careful though as well. I think we've seen when it has been over pitched, it has been punished on this pitch. So it's you've got to hit your length, I think, on this pitch. You talk about that line, that outside of, or top of off line, got to hit that length as well, because these two look in the mood to punish anything that's over pitched.
So try to build some pressure if Glamorgan can. Try and bring those slips into play. See if they can force a false stroke. Oh, and there was an edge, but it was a thick one. And would have gone through 4th or 5th slip region. Down to 3rd man. It's a single.
6 off that over that time, and Douthwaite, sorry, Van der Huften, that boundary, the first ball, just didn't quite hit his length and came back with a nice few dots in the middle, outside edge for a single there. But nice rate that Essex are going at the minute, just under 5.5 and over. And we talked about the power play in this competition, how it's different from the T20 Blast. And I was gonna kind of say that, you know, does it really matter that there's a power play? You would look to take wickets early on. You'd look to put men in the slips anyway. You'd look to close that ring field on the offside in particular. But I think Essex have proven so far that even the power play in this competition can be fruitful. Douthwaite comes in again and it's flicked, and that will be another boundary down to sort of wide backward square.
Well, again, just the line not quite right, a bit too straight there, probably on sort of middle stump, midland leg, and that gave Thane a bit of licence to play a shot at it. It wasn't totally convincing, but maybe a thick inside edge possibly, but it fairly flew past, I think it was Romano Franco there at short fine leg. And another boundary.
That's a bit better from Douthwaite. Straight again, but slightly back of a length this time. Gets up a little bit more, and Thane just pads it into the leg side. But Douthwaite's just got to find his rhythm here. As we said, he's been too straight on occasions and it's been punished. We know that he does like to change it up and experiment a little bit, and that is what brings him wickets, but can be expensive, and he's been expensive so far. This one into the pitch, and it's just got a tickle on it from Thane as he tries to play the pull shot. Might have been off the glove potentially, or just the top of the bat. Gets enough on it, and it's going to be another boundary.
Well, it's the first bouncer, and I wonder whether he might put the bouncer away for a little bit now, because that again, maybe, you know, I wonder whether you feel that was the right time to do it. Well, the ball's hard, and you've got a chance of getting an edge, and the ball's moving a little bit. Maybe bang it into the middle of the pitch. Maybe thought he'd surprise the batter, but in the end, Thane got it away. That's more like it. And Thane definitely was hurried a little bit by that delivery. It just feels like maybe it is just trying to be patient here. Just put the ball in good areas consistently. Might be the best option for Glamorgan just at the moment. Yeah,
he's tried to vary his deliveries, and we saw the bouncer, and then we saw that followed it up with a much fuller delivery, a bit quicker as well. Maybe that last delivery, as you said, Thane maybe just caught on his heels slightly. And this time, another attempted drive outside the off stump. Plenty of width offered for Thane. Goes straight past the bat, and you have to think that he is setting him up here for a chance. Haven't really had a chance yet. All the edges have been pretty safe.
Well, they haven't had much luck, the Morgan's bowlers, have they? They've beaten the bat quite a lot, and you'd hope that one of those would get a little tickle, but not yet.
And this time finishes with a dot, with Thane attempting to drive again. 8 from the over, and Essex going well here. 35 without loss after the first 6. That run rate just bumped up to 5.8 or so, and these two have started the game very nicely.
Yeah, good start from Essex. I think they'll be delighted. I think 35 without loss, ticking along really, really nicely. Yeah, they're going at more than a run a ball in the last 5 overs. They're exactly their run rate, bang on a run a ball. So very good start for them. Glamorgan need wickets. I think that's and they've probably feel like they've got to try and keep attacking while the ball's hard. They don't want to sort of give up and spread the field too early and take those catching fielders out. They have beaten the bat on several occasions, just unfortunately haven't managed to induce the nick. And that probably just seems at the moment the best plan here. Bowl that channel, see if you can bring the keeper and slips into play.
Yeah, and I think these two have had the license to go out and be really positive as well. When you look at the lineup, and you look Wesley, Critchley, Rolfson, Harmer as well can come in and really ping it about at the back end of the innings. So they've got depth in this batting lineup, and if even if these two get them off to a start and don't convert their start, there's plenty of batting to come. And you think of Glamorgan's bowlers to come as well as the less experienced, the likes of Franco. These are the two most experienced, along with Gorvin, you'd say.
Well, that's a bit frustrating there. Just a quickly run single, just slightly releases the pressure, and I think Glamorgan just got to try and be patient here. Putting the ball in good areas in that channel, and just hope that eventually it will come, that the ball will do something, induce a false stroke and get some wickets. That's what they need now, Glamorgan.
I think what's been impressive as well about the way these two have started is we've seen those boundaries come in different ways. We've seen the cover drive, we've seen the shot over the top, we've seen the flick off the pads for 4 as well. They've used both the offside, the straight boundary, the leg side as well. They've opened up the leg side. We've seen Thane try and use his feet. So as a captain, it's a conundrum as well of where you place your field, because these two have shown that they've got all the shots in the book, and they've just really taken what the bowlers have given them.
That's the area. I think that is the spot. That's exactly, if he can land it there 6 times and over, I think it will still be difficult for Thane and Benkenstein. Perfect delivery, pulled him forward and got the ball to shape away. Again, unlucky. Just need a bit of luck, just need one to catch the edge. Getting closer, need to stay patient.
Yeah, a little bit of late movement there from Van der Hoogten. Just seemed to shape away as it came off the pitch. As you said, though, that's a much better area.
And again, has induced an edge. Well, he's not having any luck here, Tim Van der Hoogten. Thick edge again. Certainly not in control of that shot, was Thane. But from an Essex perspective, he's still there. And they've moved on to 40 without loss. After 7 overs, is it now? Yeah, I'm going to make way now. And Sanjay Murphy is going to join Aled for the next few overs.
Well, it's been a really good start from the Essex Eagles here. These two have settled in really nicely. That over, no boundaries from it, but they rotated the strike really nicely. 5 singles, keeping the pressure on the Glamorgan bowlers and Andy Gorvin as well. Only his 5th game as captain, as Douthwaite comes in, and that's driven by Benkenstein. Up to Wallace, who's moved into the covers now. And Sanjay, welcome along. What have you made of the start so far?
Well, it's morning, Aled. Morning, everybody. It's certainly been even, I think, is a way of describing it. Tim Van der Hoogten's been unlucky. Noah Thane, a batter in form, has played and missed a number of deliveries, and he's certainly going to keep attacking, you would think.
Yeah, they've really come out with some intent, haven't they? These Essex openers. And as you said, with the strength in depth that they've got to come in as well, maybe that is the license to do that from the start. And look down the Glamorgan lineup at the bowlers. Ul Hassan is a very capable bowler, but he's an all-rounder. You wouldn't say he's a front-line bowler. Franco as well, only young. So a lot to come from Glamorgan, and these two are probably the most experienced bowlers in the lineup, along with Gorvin himself. So if they can put these two under pressure, they'll feel really good about how they can attack the bowlers to come in the rest of the innings as well.
Yeah, that's right. I commentated when Glamorgan came down to Hampshire for the championship match, and Zainul Hassan bowled very well there, bowled very steady line and length, and I wonder he just ties up that middle order in this Glamorgan bowling lineup. But as you say, out of these two, are the wicket takers at the top of the order. Obviously, the experience of Tim van der Hoogten and Dan Douthwaite's bowled well so far in this tournament. 200s though for Noah Thane, 400 runs before the start of today's play as the leading run scorer in this tournament. And when he has connected with the ball, he showed why.
Yeah, really one to watch. It was one when I was doing my research yesterday, one I was really intrigued to see today, and he started really well. Douthwaite, as you mentioned, 13 wickets so far in this competition. He's third most in the competition, and that's driven through, and that'll go for another boundary off the back foot that time. Again, just a little bit of width offered from Douthwaite, and it was punished by Thane, who has played some really nice shots here. Just looked in control, and that's a really powerful shot, isn't it? Frees the arms through the shot and gets through the cover regions for 4.
Yeah, you don't. I mean, Noah Thane's shown this, hasn't he? He wants to drive through the covers. Some he's connected with, like that one. Some he hasn't. But I think from a bowling perspective, Douthwaite's got a bit of a problem. If he bowls too straight, they're whipping him through leg. Give Noah Thane width, he's putting you through the covers, a bit like that.
And that is going to go again. So a little bit straighter this time, but a similar shot. Thane just throws the hands at it. Really nicely controlled shot. Head moving through the ball. He's nicely balanced, isn't he? In that he's got a lot of power. Just evades the fielder there. I think that's Hope Bell in the cover region, and that's back-to-back boundaries at the end of that over. 9 from it in the end. 49 for none. Essex off the first 8 overs.
Yeah, one shy of a 50 partnership that's come up pretty quickly. And bearing in mind we've said that both, it's been pretty even so far. Certainly Tim van der Hoogten has had that ball on a piece of string, and certainly has given, well, both batters, but Noah Thane mainly, a few problems. He will continue, but Andy Gorvin's got a decision to make, I would have thought, as to when to make that change.
Certainly does.
Nice looking shot,
That's a beautiful shot again. So it's going to be 3 boundaries in a row for Essex, and that's Benkenstein this time. Just lent on it, didn't he?
Brings up the 50 partnership between these two in, 7 overs and a couple of balls? 8 overs?
What a shot that is.
8 overs and a ball. Yeah, great shot. Just lent into that, full face of the bat. Ball speeds away, given all of the weather that we've had. Dry outfield, you would think.
And this time, Van der Hoogten
Response.
nicely bowled that time. Good comeback from him, and that's the area that he's hit when he has delivered those dot balls that have just missed the bat, and hasn't given any chances yet, as you said, but he has been unlucky. Van der Hoogten. Slightly surprised, I suppose, that he was playing this game with Glamorgan, out of contention for qualification, and he's such an important bowler in the championship. But I suppose he has been rested over the last few games. Another beauty from him. But slightly from, I suppose, a Glamorgan perspective, you do want him wrapped in cotton wool, especially getting into his mid-30s now. But I have to say he's fit as a fiddle, and just delivers every time for Glamorgan.
I think there's a couple of things there. I think one is what you've said, Al, is that the championship restarts soon, so getting overs under his belt would probably be a good idea, especially given he's 35 now. And also, Glamorgan have lost 5 in a row. And with a bunch of young kids in the side, you would think that having his experience on the pitch would give them some sort of chance of breaking that streak. So I think there's 2 reasons for that, for Van der Hoogten playing today.
And Andy Gorvin, I think, potentially handcuffed slightly by injuries to the likes of Tom Norton and Ned Leonard in this competition as well. You would have thought that both of those players, had they been fit, would have played a big part in this competition so far. So I think Gorvin has been limited with options as well, so it might be through necessity that Van der Hoogten is playing as well. Might have had a different strategy had those 2 been fit, but that's nicely played down to third man, get through for a single.
Yeah, that is nicely played, because I noticed along with Andy Gorvin in the slips, they brought in sort of a, what would you say, that was a 3rd or 4th slip kind of position.
Yeah, it's
short third man, short third, because you've got an orthodox one in O'Riordan back on the boundary. It's the shot, it's to stop that. Well, it's a catching position, isn't it? Also to stop runs off an outside edge.
Well, I think those edges that have gone through have gone to that sort of region, haven't they? They haven't gone straight through to second slip. Van der Houten in again, and it's well stopped this time. Good piece of fielding. I think that's Eddie Byram down there at point. No, it's Al Hassan. Byram goes across to congratulate him. 5 from that over then.
So what are the bowling options? O'Riordan stretching. Nice. He's going to bowl at some point. Right arm medium. The Australian here is a trialist. Played with Marnus Labuschagne.
There's a change of bowling at the river end.
It's a good mentor to have. Not sure maybe with his bowling, but Marnus has had a go in the past. We've seen him take a few wickets down here when he was at Glamorgan. So Gorvin's going to come on, and I think this was a change that probably was needed. Douthwaite was struggling a little bit to find any rhythm and was going for a few runs. Yeah, you say about the options. I mean, Al Hassan is obviously another option himself. Franco, by proxy, with Mason Crane, I suppose, being at the 100, is the spinner. Jack Hope-Bell has bowled a little bit in the back half of this competition as well.
Yeah, took a couple of wickets the last match, didn't they?
Yeah, done pretty well actually. Gorvin's first ball is going to go to the boundary. Beautifully lent on by Birkenstein. Worked through the mid-wicket region. Byram was in there, but couldn't get down quick enough.
I think it was Colin Ingram, wasn't it? He's showing his age there, I think, wasn't it? So
your eyes are better than mine, potentially, trying to look at the numbers. Well, Colin Ingram is number 41, which is the same number as his age as well.
So I did look at my notes to see if I got them the wrong way around, but I think it was Colin Ingram there. Yeah, Marnus, obviously playing here at Glamorgan, might well have recommended Conor O'Riordan to come down here, and be interesting to see him bowl what he does, like field change, just a swapping of personnel, really, hiding the 41-year-old on the deep square leg boundary.
I'm sure he won't mind that. Colin Ingram just
chat with the crowd.
And we're going to see the first extra of the game, wide from, or bowler's extra, should I say. There has been some byes as well. Gorvin's first wide. Slightly down that leg side. You can hear the grunt from Gorvin as well as he runs in. Doesn't run in too far, but gives it everything. And again, straight. Just padded back down by Benkenstein.
Two fielders who stood in the power play, aren't they? This is the last over of that. Normally you see a third and a fine leg, but they've gone for a third in that deep square leg position. The fine leg is up in the boundary.
I think that deep square is probably needed with the boundary being so small on that side with the square that we're playing on. Maybe wouldn't see that if we were on the middle square. It's probably out of necessity, really. As we've seen, really anything through the infield is away on that side. Have you seen much of Essex this season at all? Have you been out and about down to Chelmsford at all this season?
No, I because I'm mainly based at Hampshire, so the Hampshire matches. Essex have played there, as have Glamorgan in Div 1 of the Championship, so I've seen them in that. And a good side. Obviously missing a few players, as are Glamorgan, due to the 100, and also then Jordan Cox and Sam Cook have been called up to the England squad, so they'll be without those two for a while. But a good unit down there.
And Essex were been going pretty well in the champ. Just a really good stop from Wallace. Got a hand on it, and he's helped out by Jack Hope-Bell. The two youngsters combining there in the covers to prevent any runs from being scored. Yeah, Essex, one of the few sides that Glamorgan haven't played yet in the county championship. That game on the 24th of September here at Sophia Gardens, and that one's just punched down, chases on, but it's going to beat O'Riordan, and that's another boundary for Essex. Again, just another one, just leaned on. Not too straight from Gorvin, but somehow Thane has turned that from a ball outside the off stump into an on drive.
Yeah, he's like I said before, he's had a few flashes, but he seems to have settled down now. Noah Thane, Andy Gorvin certainly is coming onto the bat quite nicely for these two. He's what's he gone for? He's gone for 6 so far, 10 so far I think off this over. Or is it still 6? We're about to find out if the thing catches up. But slight break.
Yeah, I think
it gloves. I think.
Well, it was 2 boundaries. I think that's going to be 11 off that over in the end from Gorvin, opening over with that wide in there as well. So not the start that he would have wanted. And Gorvin perhaps struggling a little bit with his form in this competition. Of course, he is captain for this competition, so it adds an extra pressure. Picked up 5 wickets so far, an average of 56, economy rate of just over 6 and over as well. So not too bad, but nothing really that's going to pull up any trees either. But of course, that added responsibility of being the captain as well, first time, I'm sure, plays a part.
Wonder what the plan with Van der Hoogten here, because he's going to start his 6th over on the bounce, the 35-year-old. You'd think this is possibly his last one, you'd say?
I would expect so. He usually is relied upon at the back end of innings in these in this competition as well. Just mainly for that economy rate as well. Doesn't go for too many runs usually. As we said, he could have had a few wickets as well. He's gone so far 3.8 and over, which, you know, compared to Douthwaite 4 overs for 31, 7.75 and over. It's like gold dust really, especially when you've got a lot of inexperience there, and that's just flashes off the pitch. Thane got himself in a little bit of bother there, trying to work that to the leg side.
Yeah, it's jagged back a little bit, that delivery from Van der Hoogten. Yeah, Douthwaite, as you said, 13 overs. He's up there as far as wicket takers in this competition are concerned. 3 wickets in his last couple of matches, but been expensive today. So if he needs to come back strong when he bowls his second spell.
Van der Hoogten there, as Thane is looking to drive again, doesn't time it, and 3 dots in a row here to start this over from Van der Hoogten. And he's starting to hit that length again, and maybe a little bit of late movement, maybe a little bit of assistance off the pitch as well, and that's what he does so well. He just seems to get that assistance from the pitch. Obviously a very experienced campaigner, and can just make that ball talk at times. This time there is bat on ball, but it's well stopped at mid-wicket by Jack Hope-Bell.
Well, he had to stop that because he's got absolutely no cover on that leg side apart from the fielder out to mid-on.
He's been trusted with that entire leg side, hasn't he, Jack Hope-Bell? And
hoping that Van der Hoogten doesn't stray anything out from off stump to beyond. But yeah, he did well. Hope-Bell. O'Riordan's putting in some semi-vigorous stretching at fine leg.
And again, it will mistimed to Hope-Bell, who, as we said, is a lonely figure on that leg side. Does have Douthwaite at mid-on and somebody at fine leg, but they're a long way away from him. And we see Hope-Bell go out to the deep square boundary for this last ball of the over. So that's an interesting call. Obviously looking to maybe keep Thane on strike, bring Benkenstein on strike. Not concede a boundary off the last over, and Van der Hoogten bowls a maiden first maiden of the day for Glamorgan, and a very good over from Van der Houten. Glamorgan needed that, you'd think, just to bring a little bit of pressure back onto these two. And might we see Van der Houten save for the end?
Well, he gives the captain a problem, doesn't he? He bowls so well, and when you think it's his last over of the spell, he throws him a maiden just to make things worse.
Throws the captain a curveball.
He does, but what a campaigner the 35-year-old is. This is his 86th match in this format, and what's he taken so far wickets-wise? He's taken 97, so he needs 3 more to get to 100.
Bit of a discussion here with a few of the Glamorgan players. Gorvin was in there, and Van der Houten now is on his behind, sat down.
Hopefully
that is a concern.
Hopefully it's just laces. It's just laces. Yeah, it's okay, Glamorgan fans. He's just tying up his laces.
You could tell how my fear came straight away.
Okay. I think Gorvin there was saying one more, or call it a day for now. I think Van der Houten would have said one more skip, but if I was Gorvin, I'd be saying, right, okay, now I need you for the end. But it is a skipper to continue.
Well, I thought initially that there was a discussion between the umpire, and there's still a discussion going on with the square leg umpire and Colin Ingram. And Ingram's signalling up to the balcony now, so he may be a sub-fielder. They're clarifying something with a sub-fielder role or drinks or some. I thought initially it might be the ball that they had an issue with. That's usually what the players go to the umpires about, isn't it? Pleading for a new ball.
It's a bit early, bearing in mind they've got a new ball at each end.
But I suppose when you've been going, you've made the start that Essex have. You try anything, don't you, as a bowling side to get an advantage. But bit of a hold up here, not too sure what's going on. Some sub-fielders have been sent round towards the sort of cow corner region, right in front of that stage here at Sophia Gardens for the 100. All of the branding and Welsh Fire paraphernalia on show here today, with 100 going on at the same time as this competition, as Gorvin comes in again, and this time Birkenstein is just forward to defend.
This is pretty much what Essex do. I mean, they're up at potentially just shy of a run a ball, and the last 3 matches they've played, they've got some big runs at 300 plus. So this is a solid start for Essex here, and this is a partnership certainly that Glamorgan will be very anxious to break.
Indeed, and that's a big shot. That could be the first 6 of the day, and it is. Benkenstein taking the aerial route from Gorvin and pumped it into that short side boundary. First 6 of the day.
Yeah, at that pace, Andy Gorman's got no other option but to bowl that length, and that's just picked off a full ball on or outside off stump, and he's just piled it into the short boundary at the pavilion end, pavilion side even.
And a decent comeback from Gorvin after that 6.
What does he have as far as variety is concerned?
I mean, he is your typical military medium bowler. He does have the cutters, at his disposal, but slower ball is difficult to bowl when his top pace is around 79, 80 mile an hour. It just ends up being a bit of a throwdown almost. The quick single here, Ul Hassan, was lively, but good running from these two.
Does he have a slower ball of note or not?
Not really, because as I said, it's not that much slower than his full pace ball, unfortunately, for Gorvin. But no, he's an accurate bowler. He relies on accuracy, and he does have the cutters as well. And on his day, he's a really, really handy bowler. Does tend to need some assistance from the surface to be ultra effective, but his accuracy, if he gets that assistance from the pitch, usually carries him through. But he can go for runs as well.
And Alex Horton standing up, obviously, does stop the batsman from advancing and taking advantage, I guess, of that lack of pace. So, it's important that he keeps his line and lengths and discipline.
And that ball is worked through the onside. It's not going to go for 4, but they will come back for 2. Eddie Byram that time at mid-wicket, diving, couldn't save it. And that's the end of the over, and that's going to be another 9 from it with that 6 off that second ball. So Essex now really starting to take control of this game. 74 without loss from the first 12, and Glamorgan are looking around here, really running out of ideas a little bit. The ball has stopped missing the bat as much as it did in the first 10 overs or so. And we're going to see Conor O'Riordan, who perhaps was a bit of a surprise inclusion today. He has struggled so far in this competition. Of course, only young.
The Cathedral Road end.
Yeah, played a couple of matches, hasn't he? Yet to take a wicket so far. But
it's gone at over 12 as well.
Yeah.
It's not been the ideal start for him, but chance to make amends here. His first ball is short and wide, and he's lucky that wasn't pounced upon by Benkenstein.
What he does have is carry.
Yeah.
And interesting choice of ends, I guess, because with that short boundary to the offside of the right-hand batters of both of these two are, if he does bowl short and wide outside of stump, then that's going a fair old distance, you would think. He's got to keep the ball full, Conor O'Riordan. The first 2 have been short.
Well, just looking out here, he's got Harry Wallace at deep square, so it would appear that the plan is going to be to use his height and bang that ball into the pitch. And if the 2 want to play that pull shot, they're going to have to evade Harry Wallace and the deep fine leg as well. So it does appear that they will use O'Riordan's height. That second ball is a much better comeback from him. Nice rhythm, but he just used the pace.
That's the problem.
Really nicely, isn't it?
Yeah, at that pace, short and wide outside of stump, there's only one outcome. What they've also got, Andy Gorvin, the captain, has positioned himself at sort of a mid-wicket, slightly straightish mid-wicket, in case the batter cloths a short one and puts it up in the air for a catch. But what O'Riordan can't afford to do is bowl the line and length. He's bowled the first 3 balls, really, which they've all been short. This one, the first one, the third one width, and the third one went for 4. Let's see what he does now. It's a better ball, and that's what he needs to bowl. Unlucky.
Yeah, full of that time from O'Riordan, but it does catch the outside edge, and it will race away for 4. And as he said that there's a man at third man, and he's quite wide, isn't he, from that backward point as well. I want to kind of take that short ball out of keep the fielders in the game with that short ball, but as soon as O'Riordan goes fuller, he's caught the outside edge as well this time.
Yeah, he's there, isn't he, Colin Ingram, for the just the late cut, the dab down to third. Can't do much about an edge, can you?
No.
The runs are 83. Well, Essex are 83 without loss. So having a slip in, I guess, with the unpredictability of O'Riordan, it's probably a luxury position unless he can find that edge on a consistent basis. You would suspect that Andy Gorvin's not going to give him a slip. He may well ask for one, but he probably won't get one.
And this time starting to find a little bit of length now. It's maybe a little bit too straight as Benkenstein just nudges it into the onside. But and as you said, with the economy rate that he's gone at so far in this tournament, you think defence first, wouldn't you? You think to protect him first rather than putting a slip in there and really attacking with him. You have to, I suppose, give him as much protection as you can early on, see how he looks in the first couple of overs, and if he starts to to really put pressure on the batter, then you can maybe think about putting in a more attacking field for him. But that's the end of his first over, 9 from it. Essex 83 without loss.
A couple of first ball was sort of short and wide, but he's gone for, what did he go for, 9 off that over. Actually, his last 3 balls were pretty good. He sort of found a bit of rhythm, found a bit of range, but they've got a kind of I guess they don't know what to expect from them. I guess they haven't seen him very much either. He's only played a couple of games as a trialist from Australia, and so Gorvin gave him pretty much a split field there, 4 on the leg side and 5 on the offside. It's unsure as to what they were going to get from him, but if he can get this right, you'd think that he's going to be a handful for the Essex bowlers, but if he's not going to get any movement off this pitch either, and the way how straight these Essex batters are playing, he could go for some runs as well. But if Marnus thinks he's good, he must be good.
He's got the nod of approval from a world-class player. Gorvin comes in again, and that first ball is close, and a few whispers around the no, he's clearly
very leg side.
I think Alex Horton was just getting excited at the prospect of anything hitting the pads, really,
as any good wicketkeeper would do as well. If a wicketkeeper can't appeal for something, then what sort of a wicketkeeper is he?
Throws the hands at it that time. Thane back to Gorvin. 1 bounce, 1 hand, 1 bounce catch.
Did you see much of Labuschagne when he was here?
I wasn't broadcasting at that time when he was here.
Should wait till Ash comes back on.
Sorry?
Wait till Ash.
Yeah, he's your man to ask. But
I'll write that question down. pull it up again.
He was. He's a box office character, isn't he? You see on the various documentaries that have been made, and a man who absolutely loves his cricket. He's, by all accounts, from what I've heard as well, a very lovely man. Loved his time here as well, as many people do. Ryan Hadley being one of those Australians who came across for the first block of the county championship and really loved his time here, and I think most Glamorgan fans would love to see him back here next year as well. Yeah,
he played in that championship game at the Utilita. I'll tell you who I was impressed with in that match was Jamie McElroy. I think he bowled brilliantly. The left arm, the lines and the lengths especially that he bowled. He had the Hampshire top order in all sorts of trouble.
I think off the top of my head, that's the only county championship game Jamie McElroy's played this season. He's been he's had a few injury problems. He's 32 now is McElroy, but he's with Hadley being in the side as well, and of course Hadley was only meant to be here for the first 6 games, and got extended because of Nathan McAndrew's injury. Gorvin's in again, and that one's worked down towards fine leg, and it'll be fielded by O'Riordan. So a much better over here from Gorvin. He's got a little bit more control so far, and Thane now looking to get up to that kind of strike rate that his partner has got up to. Benkenstein 48 from 41, it's 2 away from his half century in quick time as Thane goes over the top, and that is going to be pumped into the first row of seats on that Taff end side. And the second 6 we've seen from the Essex Eagles, again just in that slot area. Thane picks it up and thumps it into that first row of seats, and that's going to spoil Andy Gorvin's good over. Essex 91 for no loss. Yeah,
he's averaging 40 in this competition so far. Is Thane, Noah Thane. He came on, mentioned that championship match. He came on, I think he was the first concussion sub, or not concussion sub, injury sub, because he came on for Tom Wesley, who broke his finger down at the Utilita. And he's going well here. It will be O'Riordan who will continue, and he's bowled well. Last 4 balls he's had it full. He's bowled good lines, good length, and he's showing some of the qualities that that, as I said, Marnus Labuschagne would have seen in him. Ash, welcome. You would have seen a lot of Marnus, I'd have thought.
Yeah, when he was here, I commented him quite a few times. I think, missing him this summer. Yeah, some very memorable days.
On and off the pitch, I should imagine. What do you think of O'Riordan? These first few balls were a bit loose, as probably you'd expect. It must be nervous being a trialist, you'd have thought as well. Young man, he's 24. You know, he's played a bit of cricket. Obviously, he's played grade cricket. Hasn't played first team state cricket in Australia. He's played for the New South Wales second team.
Well, physically, he looks the part, doesn't he?
Does,
I mean,
yeah.
in terms of his sort of natural assets, tall, and tall man, long limbs, long levers. Should be able to get it down at good pace. Nice run up. Yeah, I think that's probably, with Ned Leonard missing from the Glamorgan attack at the moment with an injury, I think it's that kind of express pace that they probably lack in terms of the balance of the sorts of bowlers they have, and so I'm sure that's why O'Riordan is being trialled. I think young Tom Edwards as well, who's coming through the Glamorgan pathway. It's a great prospect as well. He's another one. He's got a similar kind of build and potential to bowl, sort of mid to high 80s. I think O'Riordan's has got the capability of doing that. I think it's probably just to find his way in and see if he can marry the pace with the control.
Which he seems to have got, certainly in this over and the tail end of the last over. So that's encouraging signs for Glamorgan and the captain, Andy Gorvin, who's gone for a few at the other end. He's gone for 27 off 3. That seems to be a bit of a trend, doesn't it? Both the bowlers from this end, from the Cathedral Road end, have been quite economical, whereas both the bowlers from the Taff end have gone for something that's good carry.
Yeah, it was interesting. I mean, it was an interesting decision to start with Dan Douthwaite from the other end, just because he's normally a guy who bowls in the middle overs, and that's certainly not his regular job. And I suppose I don't know if Zayn is. We haven't seen Zayn Hassan bowl yet, but I wonder whether he might also take the new ball, or obviously they could have maybe given it to O'Riordan as well. So yeah, it was perhaps there was no one who naturally would sort of take the new ball at the other end along with Van der Hoosten, but it's a difference of normal roles. Well, that's a good ball. A good round of applause there. Yeah. I think lots of encouragement for the crowd here trying to get behind the young man.
Well, that's good. He went for 9 off his first over and only 2 off that, so certainly showing signs. What did you make of the England squad that was announced to play Pakistan in the Test series? A couple of Essex players.
Yeah, I suppose Jordan Cox. Essex fans will have been pleased to see that. And interesting that he's already been told that he's going to be batting 3. That was an interesting sort of decision. So, I mean, it's an interesting one, isn't it? You kind of.
There's a change of bowling.
The change is not that big. You kind of wonder, will there be a change of era, a change of regime, will there be a change of feel? And obviously, the playing personnel has not changed radically. I suppose the hard thing about that is how they're losing an all-rounder a genuine all-rounder, batting 7, wasn't he, Stokes, towards the end, and genuine bowler. Where do they get the balance of the side now? And I suppose that's the thing they're going to have to try and work out. I suppose interesting to see they've stuck with the spinner.
Well, that was going to be the answer to that question. For me, Rayan Ahmed provides that balance. He can bat. So if he were to play at 7, it solves the spin conundrum and allows England then to pick 4 quicks. It's
probably just that question of whether they see Rayan Ahmed as a batter who bowls a bit, rather than seeing as a frontline bowler. Is he a guy who's going to hold an end up?
I think that's exactly the problem. I think I told you before, I do a YouTube show with Geraint Jones, and when he was with the Lions as coach under Flintoff, Geraint was telling me that good bat, but they worry about the control that Rayan Ahmed has or lacks at this point in his career. In test for longer form cricket. So I think that is the problem, but it does leave them with an issue of the spinners.
Well, Glamorgan have turned to spin. It's Romano Franco, young left arm spinner, has, I think, had a good campaign. Obviously, his second campaign. Played last summer as well. Was given his first few matches then and did well. Lad from the North Wales coast. Was a wicket-keeper until he was 16, and then was bowling in the nets. And I think the academy staff saw something in him. He had a really nice, repeatable left-arm action and encouraged him to keep going with it. And here he is, excuse me, with a professional contract. And he's actually, it's been good to see. He's been some tough battles and had some good batters to bowl against, and he's, not backed down and has, shown quite good control. So that one's away though, a little bit short.
Commentator's curse.
Yeah, yeah. I'll shut up on his bowling.
And that's 50 then for Benkenstein off 48 balls. And bearing in mind when you and Ali were on, you were saying that he was slow, I think, to get off the mark.
I think he took 6 balls, didn't he? Yeah, I think.
He's overtaken Noah Thane, Luke Benkenstein.
And it feels a bit ominous here from a Glamorgan perspective, and a fantastic start for Essex. 98 without loss in the 16th over, and they couldn't have hoped for much better than this, I would say. And there's lots of batting to come as well. What a platform these two have laid. And I think both of them now will be eyeing big scores. Thane has obviously shown that he can go on to 3 figures this season, so, and Benkenstein would love to do the same, I'm sure.
Well, Essex fans won't thank me for my next comment, which is after 35 matches in this format, Luke Benkenstein is yet to get to 100, so let's hope I haven't put the mockers on him. Certainly from an Essex perspective.
Well, what a chance he's got here.
He has.
What a chance. Definitely it's a Glamorgan attack under a bit of pressure. Kind of guys who are sort of, some of the guys feeling their way into the side. And there's some experience around. But I think, this is a good chance. And interesting just sort of reflecting on how difficult it's been to bat at Sophia Gardens this season. Certainly in the 100 it hasn't looked easy batting. But these two have actually made it look pretty good. The ball seems to have come onto the bat quite well, and they, certainly as they've warmed into their innings, they seem to be striking the ball pretty cleanly and timing it nicely. So maybe this pitch is a little bit easier to bat on, and they're certainly making it look relatively comfortable. Yeah, Benkenstein more than a run of balls are going really well.
It's got a greenish tinge, isn't it? So you would have expected maybe something to happen laterally off the pitch, but apart from one Van der Hoogten delivery that came back in off the seam, nothing seems to have happened. So, and a Reardon at that pace, if he's getting no movement, then you could find that the batters take a liking to him once they get used to the lines and lengths that he's bowling. But as you say, Ash, it's a good start. A run shy of 100 opening stand.
Yeah, really good. So Glamorgan do just need something, a bit of magic from somewhere. They're still trying to attack a bit, got the slip in still. So I think that feels right. Don't want to sort of concede the initiative this early. Trying to keep the slip in and hoping that a chance will come. And that's the 100 up in the 17th over. Essex going along very nicely here, and we'll be feeling pretty confident at this stage of building a real platform to allow those lower down to really attack later on.
Yeah, the last 3 matches they've scored over 300, 376 in their last match. That's when Wesley and Critchley both got 100. So yes, as you said, ominous signs here for Glamorgan. Shot.
Timing the ball well. It was a good piece of fielding. Keeps it to a single. Yeah. Excuse me.
Interesting. I've been looking at Andy Gorvin. I think it's Andy Gorvin at slip.
Yeah.
It's quite an interesting slip position. You'll see when Alex Horton gets back to his mark. It's not first slip, and it's kind of more of a. There's no real it's more of a second slip. It's not 1.5 slip. So, sort of covering an area more than anything else, I think. Obviously expecting a wider chance, but probably that's where all the edges have gone to so far.
Well, yeah. I mean, how can they buy a wicket here, Glamorgan? I think that's a difficult question. Where does it look like it's going to come from? And I think that's I feel like they've got to keep the slip in, although I don't know whether the ball's beating the bat. It's certainly not quite like it was in the opening overs when the ball went past the edge quite a few times from Van der Hoogten and Douthwaite. So they've got to try and find a way somehow. And that was almost it, and it didn't carry. Well, you were talking about slip positions. That ball did kind of pretty much go straight to him directionally, but it didn't have the carry.
No, and that's interesting because, yeah, that's about right, because Alex Horton's taken a couple at chest height off O'Riordan, and quite surprised that one didn't fly through a bit higher.
Well, he didn't go hardest it, did he, Thane? He
No,
kind of
he
played it on the
didn't.
platform with soft hands, and maybe I wonder whether if he'd gone a bit harder at it, it might have flown through a bit more. So, in fact, he did play with soft hands. Definitely a chance, though. You'd feel like, and well, I mean, it's a difficult job when maybe if a pitcher's a bit too paced to decide where to stand as keeper and slips. But that one definitely didn't carry to Gorvin, who was standing maybe a couple of yards behind the level of the wicket-keeper. But disappointment for O'Riordan. He'll feel like he's created an opportunity there. He's created a chance, and Glamorgan haven't been able to take it. So this opening pair, two 21-year-olds making serene progress, 103 without loss after 17, and building a very nice base here for which to try and look for a score well north of 300, you'd think.
With all the chat around the 100 and this competition as well, as you said, Ash, couple of 21-year-olds batting, a 19-year-old bowling now, and O'Riordan's 24. So, it's great for giving, the younger talent a chance, isn't it? And they are certainly taking it.
Yeah, must have been a great partnership. 100 opening partnership. They'll be enjoying that. Sweeps hard. Could be a chance. Oh, and it's gone down. Another chance gone down.
Colin Ingram, he went pretty much straight to him, didn't it?
Well, he'll be disappointed with that.
Be.
It was hit very firmly and didn't go much above head height all the way. It was in, and then as the elbows hit the floor, it popped out again.
He didn't have to move very far, the 41-year-old.
Well,
but presumably when you are 41, these sort of things happen. Young man will be disappointed though, Franco.
Well, he will. He definitely will. That's there was a little groan of disappointment that went round when the catch went down. I think it went in and then popped out.
But what is encouraging for Glamorgan now is 2 chances in 2 overs.
Yeah, it's interesting. It's sort of whether that will be. I suppose that they're going to have to try and look at it in that way, aren't they, to stay positive, rather than 2 chances missed, 2 chances created.
Yeah,
but
2 chances created. Certainly.
Got to try and sort of think about it with that mindset.
Yeah, Franco, what's he bowled so far? He's only gone for 9. These two have modicum of control back in the game now after Gorvin went for a few, O'Riordan and Franco. It's been pretty impressive so far.
That's going to be a wide, yeah.
Fired that one down the leg side. Tried the quicker ball there.
Well, this is hard because often in these phases, in this competition, these middle overs can just feel like a bit of a procession, can't they, with just the ball being worked around for singles here and there, and kind of. But actually, these two, well, that's in the taff. That is a lovely clean strike by Benkenstein, and well, they don't need to just work it around anymore. They've got the platform, and they can really take risks and chance their arm here, and that is an absolutely glorious strike.
Tremendous strike from Luke Benkenstein. He's hit a couple of those so far, straight drives that have. This one has cleared everything, and it's scared the swans. Swimming serenely and not so serenely down the River Taff. Do you have swans in the River Taff?
They probably are down the far end towards Cardiff Bay. There are 1 or 2 swimming around, but I think no, there's a few fish in there. I think it's but I imagine the river level will be pretty low at the moment. Not much rain in these parts for the last month, so I can imagine it's not flowing particularly quickly at the moment. There are times in the year where it's full to bursting, but yeah, very limited rain, as in most parts of the UK over the last month or so, and they're going to need to get a new ball here. That one was hit very cleanly and was probably bouncing down the bank into the water, so time to find a new one. Glamorgan will be hoping that it might do a bit for them. The ball's just been rolled back to the bowler now.
Bowler's going to inspect it and just see if it's up to... Oh, this is a different ball, isn't it? It's the ball at the other end that needs to be changed.
Yeah, well, that's true. So, well, that was one of those lovely strikes, wasn't it? One of the way he hit it. If you kind of really sort of just swung through it beautifully. So O'Riordan then returns at the Cathedral Road end, and straight away just clipped through the leg side by Fane. Don't think it's going to go. Bit of a chase on. Dan Douthwaite does the fielding. I think they've come back for 3 there. It's well run. And, well, looking very well set here now. And I think it's clear that the best thing for the team will be to try and keep attacking here with these Essex batters. They've got the platform. They just want to see if they can put Glamorgan out of the game as early as possible by getting an absolute monster total.
What have Glamorgan got? So 326 has been their highest against Durham this year. So they're capable of getting up into the 300s. Obviously, also had a very disappointing result against Middlesex, where they got rolled for 66. So it's the highs and the lows, I guess.
Yeah, I think they probably just put that down as a strange aberration, one of those sort of strange one-offs. But yeah, I mean, they are lots of talent in this side, and certainly a lot of hopes for the emerging players. Edge again. That's Zainul Hassan does a cartwheel at backward point, but I don't think he was ever really anywhere near it.
No, that was one for the cameras, wasn't it? And that cartwheel.
So 160, 118 without loss now. And we'll see this one. It was a kind of a thickish edge in the air, but yeah, it wasn't really ever near him. It's a good-looking attempt, fair play, athletic dive, but Benkenstein on 64, going at more than a runner ball. He looks strong in that area, doesn't he? A lovely crack off the bat.
Yeah, these two have certainly timed the ball really well so far. Square of the boundary and straight, pretty much all around the ground. If you give them any width, then especially with that short boundary that's only got Colin Ingram patrolling it, then you are going to certainly go for 4. There's only been 1-6, I think, so far, which is quite surprising given how short that boundary is.
Goes full, goes for the Yorker, well dug out by Fane. Well, we're talking about ways to get wickets, and firing a few of those in at high speed from O'Riordan. Well, that is one way of trying to get through the defences of these batters, and he almost got through that time.
Yeah, he's bowled that well and dug out well also by Noah Thane. He's obviously got his eye, and he's approaching yet another 50 in this format. He's got 6 of them already, Noah Thane.
Yeah, looks like a great prospect. Oh, and there is a thick edge, and just goes to the right hand of Andy Gorvin at slip. Second slip would have gobbled it up, and Thane goes to 50.
50 or 57 balls, Noah Thane, second of this season to go alongside the 200s that he's got so far. Yeah, looks a really good prospect. Played in the Under-19 Cricket World Cup for England, so he's got a lot of potential. Taking his chances here in this tournament, given the chance to open alongside another 21-year-old Luke Benkenstein, who's also going well.
Well, it is a competition where you can get noticed, And we saw that at Glamorgan last year. Glamorgan had a quite similar campaign to this one last year, struggled for wins. But then Asa Tribe got a couple of back-to-back hundreds at the end of the season, and suddenly that kind of put his name in the frame a little bit for selection for the Lions, and I think he got picked by the Pile Royals in the in franchise cricket as well, partly because of his performances in this competition. So it is an opportunity to put yourself in the shop window as a young player, even though the spotlight is on the 100. Well, that's what it feels like, where most of the attention of the cricketing public is there. But Fane doing a terrific job here, really making people sit up and notice.
Have the Welsh Fire gone this year?
Well, I think going well. They're certainly in the shake-up for the eliminator, and I think they really feel like they've, with the reshuffle of the squads this year, I think they feel like they've got a really nice team, with sort of players who will seem to know their roles. Got that nice blend of everything you need in a good sort of T20 sort of white ball team. Power hitters like the likes of Cox and Tom Kohler-Cadmore, and they've got Joe Root, of course, as well.
It's Phil Salt.
Experience, Phil Salt, who can really go hard at the top, and then a good mix of bowlers as well. Some real pace from Lockie Ferguson and Jansen, and Sam Cook as well, another Essex lad who's bowling for them as well. So, of course, another one who's got called up to the England squad as well. We forgot to mention him in our little chat earlier.
Yeah, I'd pumped for him to get selected for the New Zealand series, but there's always concerns about his sort of lack of pace, I guess, Sam Cook. But you kind of need that Chris Woakes-esque character, don't you, to come in and give some control to a bowling attack that's kind of relied on pace a lot. I was just looking at the Welsh Fire women's side, and they've got Freya Kemp in there, obviously a successful part of that nearly successful anyway, but nearly World Cup winning England side. Georgia Vole in that Australian side that did win it. So they've got some really good players in the women's side as well. So it's a good competition, the 100. I think it gives, it brings the razzmatazz and then allows some of the younger players to play in this One Day Cup as well.
That's hit the stumps, and they're going to scramble through for a single. It was a crisp, straight drive, but cannon straight into stumps at the other end and deflected off. Probably a decent result for Glamorgan, because if that had just missed the stumps, that might well have gone all the way for 4. Timed very well. They are timing the ball. It's making a lovely sound off the bat from both of these players. A bit of pace to work with as well, with the Reardon as well, of course. Imagine he's probably bowling mid-80s here, or maybe, judging by where the keeper's standing. I wonder, we're talking about Sam Cook. I wonder how fast do you think Sam Cook's average delivery is? Compared, probably a little bit slower than Chris Woakes in his pomp. Yeah,
Chris Woakes I think was surprisingly quick. I think Chris Woakes is probably mid to late 80s. Sam Cook's probably late 70s, early 80s. I would say probably as quick as ball. So there's certainly a difference. I think I was reading somewhere that the average speeds of a pace bowler in county cricket is like 76 miles an hour, and international cricket is about 83. So it's quite a big change up. And I think that's was a concern with someone like a Sam Cook. But in English conditions, I think the control and the varieties there, and it gives. I wouldn't suggest for a second that international batters are complacent in any way, but when you've got your Jofra Archers, your Carses at the other end, someone like a Sam Cook could be taken too lightly. He's got to play obviously first, but
in sort of classic English conditions, those bowlers have been successful over the years. I think that's what different international cricket does feel like a different thing, doesn't it? And even the selection over the years, people like Bryden Carse, who didn't have a great county record, but they just see something in him and his ability to bowl fast and the sort of style of bowler he is, that they think he'll fit in international cricket.
Yeah, that's right. And I
don't think he's taken a fifer, has he, in some first-class cricket?
Is that right?
I may be wrong, but I kind of Yeah, I need to look it up to double check, but I have a sense in which that I'm not sure he's taken a first class in county cricket, taking a first class 5 for.
Was that Cars?
Cars, yeah. And so, but they just see something. That was very much the way, isn't it? They see something in the player,
Yeah.
and his natural attributes and the sort of player he is that they think just will be right for international cricket.
Again, talking to Jonesy, talking to Garrett, obviously he knows Rob Key very well. He says that Rob Key, his main thing is talent. So he spots talent, he loves talent.
That's a great shot. Well, there's talent there for you.
There is talent
Flashed
there,
away.
yeah.
It was only about 5 yards to the right of the fielder down there on the boundary, and he had no chance. So Thane showing real power, wristy clip through the offside.
Yeah, you can't bowl short and wide to Noah Thane. He's going to climb into anything that you do put out there, and he showed that with that as he moves to 56. Benkenstein 69, 133 without loss after we're coming to the end of the 21st over. It's a solid foundation by Essex here. O'Riordan's last ball of his over means the last ball of my spell, and Ash will take you to the start of the next over, and Alid will take my place.
Well, what a start for Essex. 134 without loss, going so nicely, and it's been great to watch these two young players making their way in the game. Luke Benkenstein and Noah Thane, showing that they've got what it takes to be successful in county cricket, and have both played really, really nicely. Healthy scoring rates. They've put the boundaries away really effectively, and lots of pressure now on the Glamorgan bowlers. Romano Franco is going to continue from the River Taff end. He's bowled 3 overs for 19 at the moment, and has struggled to really get control. I think there's a bit of boundary ball most overs, and I think these two batters really feel they've got licence to attack now. I don't think they need to nudge it about when they've got to this position. I think they want to really, put their foot on the throats of Glamorgan here and press home their advantage.
Yeah, this is where you fear for Franco a little bit. They've had a couple of overs now to suss him out, and as they're going so well, there's a few risks that could be taken, and I think they will look to put pressure on the young man. He's bowled pretty well so far, but I do fear that they might start to go after him.
Yeah, and that's more to do with the match situation rather than his own bowling. So, I suppose if they are going to try and keep accelerating, that may just get him in the game and create some opportunities for him. If they try and play some higher risk quotient shots, then that might mean that Franco has a chance. Of course, he should have had a wicket already. That catch that went down on the square leg boundary.
Yeah, it was a big moment, wasn't it? That needed to stick. And I think as well, Essex would have done their homework. They would have known that Glamorgan are pretty limited with bowling options with some of those injuries and players away at the 100. So I think they'll know that Franco will need to probably bowl his 10 overs here.
Oh, and that's a massive hit. That's big. That's into the stands. Drop short. And Benkenstein did not miss. Lovely clean strike for another 6. That's his third maximum, I think, of this innings.
Yeah,
if there's anything loose, he's not going to die wandering, is he?
No, certainly not. These two have been super impressed with both of them, the way they've approached it. 2 21-year-olds at the crease. And Thane, we've seen how well he's gone in this competition, but Benkenstein hasn't delivered too much, but today he's fancying it out there.
I think that shows you the kind of the margin of error that he's got to work with Romano Franco. You drop a little bit too short, and with the short boundary today on the leg side, just rocking back and parrying him over mid-wicket. If he goes too full, we've seen balls disappear into the taff as well. So you've kind of got to get it right in that in-between length, and not easily done when two young players here feeling confident, got a great start, and I feel like they've got licence to have a go. So tough moments these for the Glamorgan bowlers. They need something from somewhere.
O'Riordan then, who has made a bit of an improvement today. He's been going at nearly 12 and over in previous games, but a bit more control here today. So that was worked through for a single, quick single, good run in, overthrow, and come back for 2. And that's just a couple of errors now that Glamorgan have made in the field. That drop catch from Colin Ingram. I think there was a misfield earlier from Eddie Byram that allowed a second to be taken, and they've just been a little bit sloppy in the field, haven't they?
Well, they've got to keep the body language right, haven't they? They've got to keep positive. I think that's what you've got to say. And they will be looking to the senior players to set the tone, the likes of Van der Hoogten and Ingram. But it does feel like a difficult moment here. They can't let the heads drop.
Well stopped that time. O'Riordan still banging it into the pitch using that tall frame of his. Yeah, and I think just going back to that overthrow, when you're desperate for a breakthrough, desperate for a wicket, sometimes you can take those throws on just more in frustration and hope, really, and it's not a sensible choice. Doesn't need to be made, and you end up with buzzers.
So Fane 62 not out. It's O'Riordan, the Aussie trialist. Goes short, that one's pulled, and I think that is going to roll away. For 4 through mid-wicket, it does. Another boundary.
Yeah, really nice shot there from Thane again. Just picked that length up really nicely. Just sort of maybe held in the pitch a little bit from O'Riordan. I was in the break that I was off commentary, I was just having a look at his wagon wheel, Thane, and he's pretty much scored in the covers areas. It coupled down to fine leg that had been too straight, but whenever he's got boundaries, it's almost been exclusively in that covers region and sort of mid-wicket square of the wicket. That time pulled into the mid-wicket region, whereas Birkenstein has scored all over the ground. Much more of a straighter boundary hitter. Had about 5 or 6 in between sort of mid-on and mid-off, and a couple of 6s go into the River Taff as well. So conundrums for Andy Gorvin about where to place his field to these two as well. Needing a breakthrough, and that time O'Riordan just wavers onto that a bit too straight. Just nurdled down to fine leg.
That's the Essex 150. Coming good time in the 23rd over. So you'd think 350 plus now must be the target for them, you'd think. If they're going on at this rate, well, they'll be comfortably over 300. And who knows if they can really get going. Upper 300s, closer to 400 maybe.
Yeah, and even the likes of Simon Harmer to come sort of down the order, who had 192 runs in the Blast this year as a bowler. So, you know, he can come in and really take the game on towards the back end of that innings. They've got so much batting to come. But at the moment, these two are doing the business for the Eagles.
Yep, been excellent from them. They've ridden their luck a little bit, but Glamorgan have not been good enough to take the chances or to find the edge. They have come close on a number of occasions, but they haven't managed to get a wicket. And so question here now, senior players have got to stand up here, keep the energy levels high, try and make something happen. You know, they can't go through the motions, so they've got to try and find a wicket somehow.
Franco has come the closest so far to breaking this partnership. Had that catch dropped from Colin Ingram earlier on. Can he bait these two into a mistake? Let's push forward that time. And again, you mentioned the middle overs. Can get comfortable with just nursing it around for 1s and 2s. And Essex, as we've said, will hit the accelerator button. They have got license to do that, but they can also just take those 1 and 2s when they're there for them. This time Thane rocks onto the back foot, and they'll come back for 2. It's good running. Good throw from the deep, hits the stumps, but comfortably safe.
It's Harry Wallace out in the deep there. Likes the shirt untucked look. It's quite long on him.
Yeah.
Almost like a mini skirt.
Yeah. Might have to go down to the club shop at half time and get another one printed, slightly smaller size.
I saw a photo of him. He's actually taller than his dad. I saw a photo that obviously the family have been sharing photos. His debut this week, big moment for the family, very special. And he is taller than his dad, although I think because his shirt looks big, he looks smaller than he is out on the field. But he's, yeah.
As we said earlier, he's a wicketkeeper as well, and they don't tend to be the tallest members of the team, do they?
Typically, no, they're 1 or 2 tall. Ben Folkes is quite tall, isn't he? They're 1 or 2 tall. I think James Smith is probably a 6-footer, is he? I guess.
Was speaking of Essex, is it James Foster all those years ago? Was he a 6-footer? I might be maybe thinking he was taller than he is, but end of that over from Franco, decent over, 155 without loss. Essex as we approach the halfway point.
Well, problems for Glamorgan here, and just got to try and work out a way to break this partnership, see if they can get some new batters at the crease to have a go at, just hope for a tumble of wickets. That you feel like that's probably the only way they're just going to halt the momentum of this innings. Wickets will slow things down, and that's what they've got to hope for. But at the moment, Thane and Benkenstein looking very relaxed, very comfortable, and got to try. And also there's going to be a change at bowling. Yeah, it's going to be spin from both ends. So Jack Cope-Bell, who probably more of a part-time bowler, you'd say. Batting is definitely his primary suit. But he has bowled in this competition so far, taken a few wickets, and he is now going to have a bowl here from the Cathedral Road end.
Yeah, he's picked up 3 wickets. I think it's only 3 matches he's actually bowled in, and as you said, a bit of a part-time option. But sometimes, something a bit more unexpected from the batters can work. I often think Joe Root is quite effective as a bowler. He usually picks up a wicket or 2, even though he is, again, more of a part-time bowler. I often quite like, and with no options really, Andy Govin, I sort of hand is forced, I suppose.
It's punched through the offside, just almost goes to the short cover, but gets past him, so that's punched through for a boundary. Yeah, it's not an easy time. I think just Andy Govin's got to try things here, try the options, try and induce a mistake. And, best figures of 2 for 43 in the last game, Southampton. Jack Cope-Bell.
He's got a nice look in action, Hope-Bell. Sends it through at a decent pace as well. Not sure how much turn he's able to get out with this surface, but that was well struck from Thane.
He looks like he gets some nice action on the ball. Traditional off-spinners action. So I guess provides a bit of variety with a left arm spin from the other end and a conventional right arm off break bowler at this end.
Just before he came on, I was just about to ask you where does Andy Govin go from here, because O'Riordan, although he was bowling fairly tidily, he didn't really make too many inroads. This time that struck really well, and that's going to go all the way into the members, or just under the members stand there for 6. So at the halfway point, Essex have finished that over really well. They go for drinks, and that is a big over, first over for Hope-Bell, and he's been pumped for 2 boundaries.
Well, they need to have a good tactical timeout, to borrow the 100 phrase here, while they're having drinks and just kind of regroup here and regather themselves. So at the moment, this pair look impregnable. They just look like they're not going to get out at the moment. They look relaxed and scoring quickly. Benkenstein now only 18 runs away from 100, and yeah, they haven't really looked in trouble. And big questions now for Glamorgan. Where can they buy a wicket here? It's difficult to see at the moment where it's going to come from. Maybe their best hope is for one of these two batters to hit a ball up in the air to miss hit something and give a catch, but the one chance that has been offered, that has been put down. So yeah, it's difficult.
Yeah, exactly that. That's almost all they can hope for at the minute, is that the batters get themselves out, because neither at the moment, apart from that drop chance from Ingram, has really given. I mean, there was a few off the edge, but they didn't go to hand at all. Maybe carefully placed. Just to bring you up to speed with some of the other games going on in the One Day Cup today. In this group, Derbyshire taking on Yorkshire at Scarborough. Yorkshire, winning the toss, decided to bowl Derbyshire 138 without loss in that game as well. So similar story up at Scarborough to our game here. And Durham taking on Middlesex. That's a 1:30 start at Chesterley Street later on. In the other group, Northants are taking on Notts at Chesterfield, with Northants 118 for 2, winning the toss and electing to bat. And up at Old Trafford, Gloucestershire 120 for 3 against Lancashire. Gloucester winning the toss and electing to bat as well.
So 166 without loss, and well, there's a huddle on over there, just by the pavilion. Glamorgan players standing in a circle. You're just out of your picture at the moment. And I wonder what conversations are going on there. You'd expect the senior players are going to have to be standing up here and trying to come up with a plan, encourage the team to keep going, not let their heads drop. I feel like they just need something. A brilliant catch, an amazing delivery.
A spark.
Just something just to change the momentum of this game, because it is one-way traffic at the moment.
Yeah, and you know, that's a big team talk, that, from Andy Gorvin, and I'm sure some of the other senior players, Colin Ingram, Dan Douthwaite, Eddie Byram, will have chipped in there as well, especially when you've got the two youngsters bowling at the moment from either end. As you said, they need something, they need a spark just to maybe kick themselves into gear a little bit and just break this partnership as well. And if they can have a good back 25 here, it's almost like a golf game, isn't it? You can have two sort of rounds on your front 9, back 9. If they can have a good back end of the innings here, back 25, they can. There's runs to be scored on this pitch. Small boundaries on that side as well.
Well, as they often do, it looks like Glamorgan are going to go back to Dan Douthwaite just to try and break this partnership, to bowl a magic ball, just to make something happen. He's that sort of guy. It was a bit expensive in his opening the bowling, which is not his usual job for the team. Went for 31 overs from 31 runs from 4 overs, so expensive, and going almost 8 and over. But he does have the ability to break partnerships and to get good players out. As had Ben Stokes, hasn't he, this year in Emilio Gay in a successive balls against Durham earlier, and he has got that sort of capability. So Glamorgan needs something for him now. Coming in from the River Taff end, gets a big left boot down on it, and traps the ball as Thane punches it back.
And what I love about that as well, as soon as he trapped the ball, he had a bit of a stare at Thane. And I often think when Dan Douthwaite gets his back up a little bit, he's more effective. He's that kind of player. He plays the game on the edge, both with his bowling and his batting, and I'm sure when he gets his back up a little bit, it usually brings the best out of him.
Drives out, and there's the wicket. Well, Dan Douthwaite does it, caught by Andy Gorvin at short cover. And finally, Glamorgan have the breakthrough, and it's Noah Thane who hangs his head, having driven it straight to short cover. And Glamorgan at last have the breakthrough. Inspired bowling change. And Essex lose their first wicket, 166 for 1 in the 26th over.
Yeah, well done, Captain Gorvin. That's a really good decision to bring his strike bowler back on. And that is a really big breakthrough. Saw Thane just go back and across there. Not the worst shot in the world. Hit it pretty hard, and it's a sharp catch from Gorvin. So that is a much needed wicket for Glamorgan. Noah Thane goes for 76. He's played beautifully, having a really strong competition, leading run scorer, and he's added 76 to his total here today. But that is a massive breakthrough for Glamorgan, and once again it's Dan Douthwaite who provides it.
Yeah, Noah Thane 76 from 79 balls, 9 fours and 1 6, and well, Dan Douthwaite there has done what he was brought back on to do, just to try and affect the game with a big moment. That is his style, and he's managed to do it. And fair play to Andy Gorvin. Got down well. It wasn't the easiest of catches. It was pretty low to him, and he picked it up well. So at least Glamorgan have a wicket. Hopefully that'll just bring a bit of energy back. But the new batter is the Essex captain, Tom Westley, and so he's in a pretty hot run of vein of form at the moment. Got 100 in the last game, 129 of 104 balls in a record second wicket partnership with Matt Critchley. So he will come out, and what a nice time for him to come out as well. 166 for 1. Platform has been laid by the opening pair. Luke Benkenstein going so well at the other end, and so he probably doesn't need to do too much really here. Just rotate the strike, get himself in, and then has time to accelerate, just to enjoy watching Benkenstein from the other end. So Glamorgan, of course, will be hoping to go bang bang, get a little tumble of wickets, a cluster together, to try and claw themselves back in to this match.
Yeah, well, it's an ideal start, isn't it, after the drinks break? But won't be easy. Tom Westley, what a player he's been in first-class cricket, county cricket. I was looking over yesterday, didn't really realise he has over 14,500 first-class runs, Tom Westley. Such a solid player. He's played Test cricket as well back in 2017. Captain of Essex for 6 years now. Bouncer from Douthwaite that time.
Well, maybe he is, like you say, just needs to get in the battle. Dan Douthwaite, it was all feeling a little bit passive, wasn't it, and safe in when Benkenstein and Thane were going nicely. And so a chance here for Glamorgan to fight their way back in. You think they need another couple of wickets.
Bit of a half shot there from Westley. Room and width offered from Douthwaite.
So we've got deep square leg, deep fine leg, deep third man, and also a fielder out on the cover boundary. With 4 players out at the moment. Everyone else saving 1 in the ring. Westley is off the mark. Cuts it down to Romano Franco, who does the fielding, and just a single. 167 for 1.
Yeah, Tom Westley's got the highest average for this competition for the Essex team, 84. Highest high score as well for Essex, 129. So he is a captain who leads by example. Hasn't played all of the 5 games, just 4. Benkenstein just pauses a second as Byram goes to the edge of the ring at mid-wicket.
So another single to Benkenstein, and that equals his highest score in list A cricket, 83. We're hoping to go on now. He's not had 100 in this competition before, and he'll be hoping that he can do that now.
And that's a nice opening over to a second spell for Dan Douthwaite, only 2 from it, and crucially that wicket of Noah Thane as well. So exactly the start Glamorgan would have wanted after the drinks break. And Gorvin is going to continue with Hope Bell. A few words for him now, just working out the plan, working out the field here from this Cathedral Road end. Almost, well, all of the leg side. Pardon me, the man is coming up inside the ring now, at seeing where he's going to settle. Sort of short, fine leg. Hope Bell flights it up, and it's driven, and that's an easy enough boundary for Birkenstein, who moves on to 87. Full toss from Hope Bell, and it was put away on that short boundary side.
Well, now his highest score in professional cricket, and eyeing up a first 100, just 13 away now. I'll hope for a few more full tosses like that. That would certainly make it a bit easier.
Hope Bell this time back on his length, and it's just padded into the onside. This is the issue for Glamorgan when you have to bring on a young part-time bowler. He's not going to get every delivery right, as Benkenstein just works it down to long on. Another chat with Gorvin. Hope Bell. Just want to be really clear and precise with the plan here. Field shifts for Wesley. I think that's Harry Wallace who's gone out to deep backwards square. Tight leg side field, or packed leg side field I should say. Wesley just again nurses it down to long on, and the field shifts again. Nice delivery from Hope Bell, and another dot in this over. So that first boundary, he's settled back in quite nicely. One ball away from completing his second over. This is pulled this time, and that is going to evade the fielder out there and go for a second boundary in the over. 10 from it in the end, as Benkenstein charges towards 100.
Well, I think bowlers need to kind of work together in pairs here and try and create a bit of pressure. At the moment, I think Luke Benkenstein is not feeling much pressure by the looks of things. Has raced into the 90s of just 77 balls, and he'll be enjoying himself here, and will be eyeing up that prized first 100 in professional cricket, and got a great chance to do it now. 92 off 77. Essex 178 for 1. Got his captain at the other end. There's plenty of experience just to guide him through. And it's Wesley who's going to be on strike now to Dan Douthwaite. Full delivery drives. That gets past Andy Gorvin at short cover. Work to do for Harry Wallace. Does well. Puts the dive in. And they're going to come back for 3, I think.
Yeah, it was good work from Wallace. The dive and the sort of spill allowed them to come back for 3, but he had a lot of ground to make up. Saves a run. Initially, that worked through that cover region. I think it's Gorvin in there. Got through his dive. Might have been a little bit disappointed not to get anything on that in the infield. Franco comes up now from third man.
Well, comfortable single again. There's a few gaps around the place if they just want to rotate the strike. But I think what the problem has been for Glamorgan is they've bowled enough balls that can be hit to the boundary. I think that has been the problem. That's why the scoring rate is so healthy. Current run rate, see on your screen there, more than 6.5. Oh, and that's a no ball there. I'm not sure whether that was an attempted slower ball or something, and it certainly didn't come out right from Dan Douthwaite, and that's been called as a no ball.
Yeah, exactly what Glamorgan didn't need. I think it was an attempted off-speed delivery, maybe, or maybe a cutter. He's just got it wrong. No, clear no ball, and that's going to be a free hit, which is exactly what Glamorgan didn't want to give Essex.
Well, it's been interesting in the 100 watching them how they're measuring these height no balls, or they take a reading of the height of the players and then have a sort of a computer calculation as to whether it's above waist height or not. No such tricks and gadgets in this competition. That one, well, there wasn't much doubt. That looked high, didn't it? And definitely came out all wrong. So free hit. Luke Benkenstein on strike. Oh, went for the ramp and missed it. Decent option, I suppose, with both third man and fine leg up.
You wouldn't have much wiggle room with the likes of Ben Duckett and Kieran Carlson, would you, with that measuring stick?
No, but very interesting how they do it. I suppose just trying to bring the science in play, but it took quite a while to make some of the decisions. Some of them are really, really obvious, but they seem to then always want to go and use the technology. But
do you think that's for the cricket, or do you think it's just adding to the theatre? Is it really?
Oh, well, now wide as well. So this is a little bit untidy here. I think Dan Douthwaite is trying to bowl the variations here. Has gone for I think a slower ball.
Oof, it's right on that line, isn't it?
Yeah, he's a bit unlucky.
And he's you can see he's a bit disappointed with that decision. It was right along that line, which I think sometimes umpires can go either way on. I think the rules do state if it is on the line, it is a wide. You do see some umpires maybe being a little bit more generous.
It's 185 for one. Still problems for Glamorgan. They've got a wicket, but you still feel it's all pretty much going Essex's way. They're scoring freely, more than a runner ball. A terrific opening partnership. And now trying to build another one here with the informed Tom Wesley joining Luke Benkenstein, who's 93 not out. Trying to build a few dots here is Dan Douthwaite after the wide and the no ball.
Yeah, he's just, again, he's looking to try something, isn't he, from that last over. Looking to get another breakthrough. Looking to remove Benkenstein short of his century. Get two new batters at the crease.
There's a bit of width there. I think it's probably just going to be one. Harry Wallace doing the fielding down there on the cover boundary. And that's the end of the over. And 186 for one. And I think now, is it me? Oh, I think Alec.
Yeah.
Is it me going? I'm going. Well, I'm going to go. I'll leave you with Alec, and Sanjay's going to come back in for the next little block.
Once we get our rota between us sorted, Andy Gorvin's going to come back on at the Cathedral Road end. He's going to change ends here. He's going to back himself to make a difference. Get Glamorgan something like Douthwaite did a couple of overs ago. Again, big period this for Glamorgan. Benkenstein looming near 100. And Wesley new at the crease as well. He's gone at a runner ball so far. And a big period this, you feel, Sanjay?
Nervous 90s. Luke Benkenstein never got there before, never got to 100 before. But as you said, beforehand, he has the experience of Tom Wesley. Yeah, 14,000 first-class runs. What's he got? 4,000 odd. 4,000, nearly 5,000 in this format. So it's
Yeah, I mean, his total runs would be up near the 20,000 mark, I'd imagine, in all competitions. Just astonishing numbers, really.
Yeah, 1100s, 3650s as well, Wesley, and got 100 in the last match against Worcestershire, where ominously Essex scored 376. We are approaching the 30th over, so normally you'd say the rule is double it, isn't it? Double it at 30, so let's see where we get to. Andy Gorvin's brought himself back on here, but bowling this out from the Cathedral Road end instead. And tight start so far, just a one run off the first 3 balls. It's going to be quite exciting, isn't it, for the young man?
Yeah, absolutely.
He's got into a shell a little bit, as you would expect.
He's got previous form of performing against Glamorgan, but with the ball actually he took 6 for 42 against Glamorgan in a one-day cup game at Chelmsford in 2022. So this time punishing the Welsh side with the bat at the moment. So he enjoys playing against Glamorgan, it's safe to say. Son of former South African international Dale Benkenstein.
He captained England under-19s in the 2024 World Cup, so obviously he's got leadership potential as well. Has the young man.
Finds the edge there, Gorvin. Soft hands though from Benkenstein, and it drops safe.
And Gorvin, I don't know if it's just this over, but looks better suited to this end. Are there differences between the two ends, or not massively?
I think
to a slow
from memory, just off the top of my head, he tends to bowl at this Cathedral Road end.
Right.
Off the top of my head, I might be wrong, but no. I mean, apart from the obvious short boundary on the other side, I don't think there's too much in the pitch from either end. You don't get the sort of slope like you do at Lords maybe from either end, but the boundaries are more of the consideration, I suppose, when picking ends. But end of that over from Gorvin, a tight one, 3 from it, 689 for 1.
Yeah, Wesley on 7, just helping Benkenstein along. He's on 96 off 85 balls. He lost his young batting partner Noah Thane in the 25th over for 76. It was a wicket that Glamorgan needed. There's a change of bowling from the River Taff end. Romano Franco looks like he's coming back on. He has bowled 5 overs so far, 0 for 33. Left arm orthodox. It's got a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 on the offside for Benkenstein. So he's obviously going to try and push the ball outside the off stump, and typically bowls the first one on leg stump where they just go through for a single. How do you think Benkenstein's going to play it?
I think he'll do more of the same. I think, obviously, as you said, more his first 100, he's bound to be a little bit nervous, but he's just played so well. He's just taken anything the bowler's given him, really. He's just played really within himself, and he's gone, obviously, at an unbelievable strike rate for this competition. He's got
a chance.
Big, and that's straight down the throat. This time it's Wesley. That is a big wicket, because that is a danger man, the captain for Essex, and Franco has struck exactly what he would have wanted, baited Wesley into the big shot, and the man down there at long on was able to take a comfortable catch. Just trying to see who it was it might be Ingram down there, or was it
yeah, it looks like Ingram, doesn't it?
So if it is Ingram, he has atoned for his error earlier, and that is a big wicket for Glamorgan. Romano Franco, who continues to have a really solid competition so far, takes another one. I think that's his 4th wicket in this competition, and that is a very, very pleasing one for him indeed.
Yeah, it's been wicketless last couple of matches. Expensive against Derbyshire, went for 63 off his overs, but yeah, gave that a chance. I don't think he quite got hold of that. Tom Wesley is a powerful hitter, and he sort of clothed that really down, straight down the throat of Colin Ingram, who didn't need to move, which then brings who will be coming in next, Critchley, I thought, Matt Critchley, the other Centurion from the game against Worcestershire. Good leg spinner as well. He was one of my left field squad picks for England. You know, John and I put together a wish list, if you like, of players who could feature in the England Test side. Critchley was my spinning all-rounder. Not surprising. I mean, a lot of times, Alan, I get these things very wrong, and he was absolutely nowhere near the selection. But he knows his ground quite well, because I think previously he had a Welsh Fire 100 contract, so he knows conditions here. Well, of course, you're quite surprised he didn't have a contract this year. Actually, he's a dangerous customer.
He's a well-trodden player, isn't he? And I was going to say, Mike, going back to your point about your sort of outside shots at the England side, I'm afraid mine was dominated by Glamorgan bias, with Mason Crane being on there, and all the talk with Asa Tribe before they eventually settled on Emilio Gay, and I think Emilio Gay has been the right choice for that. Was excellent in the first half of the season as Franco.
Yeah,
that's the edge. I
think Tribe's problem was when that spot was open. He didn't have the greatest start, did he? But he did get 100, and I was there at Arundel when he got 100 for the Lions versus South Africa A. You know, South Africa A, they're not a young side; they are the second team. So there's players with first team, if you like, international experience there, and he got a very good 100, along with young Ben Mays, the Hampshire middle order batter. And so there's signs for Tribe. You know, I think his time will come. Yes, Gay has started well, but I think England are showing signs. If you look at the recall of Ollie Pope and Dan Lawrence to this squad, that if you do get runs, then you've got a chance.
Well, it's a new era, isn't it, as well, under Fleming and Root, and we don't quite know how it's going to look yet, whether because England previously under Stokes and McCullum have really sort of, as you said earlier, gone on talent rather than relied on the eye test, I suppose, rather than the stats maybe, and they've kind of made it a bit of a closed shop. And Tribe has performed well for England Lions and England invitational sides when he's played, and that's seemingly held a lot of cash in the bank for him in terms of selection, perhaps more than his county form. So yeah, interesting period coming up for England.
Halfway mark in this game, 30 overs gone, 192 for 2. Double it, takes you to 384. That's a big total.
It is.
From Essex. Now, but with the wickets of Thane and Wesley in the last couple of overs, the run rate has slowed down a bit to 36 off the last 5 overs. It started to accelerate with 40 off the previous 5. So wickets obviously do dot balls, slow the rate down, and obviously a new batter's got to start again. But it's Gorvin who is going to continue here. It's his 5th over. He's bowled 0 for 31 so far. Matt Critchley has just come in, only faced a couple of balls on 1.
Exactly 4 overs between those 2 wickets as well. The wicket of Thane coming 2 balls into the 26th over, and the wicket of Wesley coming 2 balls into the 30th over. So, like London buses, as the old saying goes. And Gorvin has shown a bit of control here in his second spell from this Cathedral Road end. And has a big swash as that does Critchley. Well taken by Horton, and he whipped the bails off. Gave himself every chance for a stumping. Had Critchley moved his foot outside the crease, I think he was fairly deep in it.
Yeah, I think it was the big waft, wasn't it? No slip, just Colin Ingram down at 3rd man.
But Alex Horton has been another player that I have to say, before this competition, it really frustrated me when I'd seen him in, especially the Blast, just hadn't really been able to show too much in first team cricket, but he's had a really good competition so far as Alex Horton. 240 runs on the board, leads Glamorgan in runs, and his wicket keepings look really good as well. So really pleased to see Alex Horton fulfilling a lot of potential that he's got so far in this tournament.
Yeah, he got that 100, didn't he, in the first game?
with Jack
Hope Bell. Yeah, both got 120s. Yeah, he's looked solid, hasn't he? Behind the stumps, standing up to Gorvin, and no real.
There's a lot of wicket-keeping options here at Glamorgan. Wallace, young Wallace. You got Will Smale as well. Obviously, Chris Cook is the championship keeper. So there's a lot of competition for the gloves.
Was Mark Wallace a keeper? Did he keep?
I believe so. Yeah.
Yeah, Gorvin's bowled a couple of overs here that have just tightened things up a little bit. Along with Franco taking a wicket from the River Taff end. So a chat between Critchley and Benkenstein, who seems to have slowed down. He's on 99, Benkenstein. It'll be his heart will be fluttering.
Absolutely.
He'll be just trying to keep things together. Just want to throw it away here, but it won't be him that faces Franco. It's Matt Critchley. But he just takes a single off the first ball, and that will bring the young man on strike. The chatter slightly increases. Heard it in your stump. In the microphones up here, in our effects microphone, just welcoming Benkenstein to this end. He's on 99.
Yeah, and I think there's a few from little murmurings below us. I think there is a few Essex fans in the crowd here today. I've heard a few Eagles shouts when boundaries have been hit. So we'll probably get a decent reception, I'd imagine.
Oh, he tossed it up a couple of times, Franco, tempting Benkenstein into a false shot. Yeah, it's quite busy, the stand below us here. I had a little look in the break I just had, sitting in the sun, enjoying a fascinating game of cricket. Oh, he was ponderous there. Was it going to beat the diving fielder?
Well, Critchley fancied it at the non-striker's end, and I think wisely Benkenstein just held on to the old weight call.
But he gets it now. That is his 100, his first 100 in professional cricket. Look, great round of applause from everybody around the crowd. Essex fans are below us as well as the Glamorgan fans. He takes his helmet off and he salutes the crowd, salutes the dressing room. Well played, young man. Great start with Noah Thane, and Luke Benkenstein, 100 of 94 balls.
Well, what an innings it has been so far from Benkenstein. A pleasure to watch. 11 fours and 4 sixes to his 100. He's gone at a rate to knots here, opening the batting, and he's set his side up for a really big total. Fantastic innings. And he'll be hoping for more as well.
Yep, job's not done yet for Essex. They've got off to a great start, 196 for 2 at the end of the 32nd over.
And in the midst of all that, that's a really solid over from Franco, only 2 from it. So Franco going nicely here in this game. There is always that threat of the batters targeting him. As I see the eagle over the other side of the stand. There is... not sure if the Essex mascot has made the trip from Chelmsford, or it's just a punter who's got hold of a rather expensive fancy dress costume, I'd imagine.
It's a big Friday night out in Cardiff, isn't it, for the Eagle? Maybe just come a bit early.
Well, it's a popular city for a night out from visitors, I know that, and it's very good indeed for a night out.
The lone pigeon is back. Talking of birds, this one's a real one. I was talking to one of the ambulance people earlier, and she was saying that in the Welsh Fire matches, this pigeon turns up and is pretty much where it's positioned now. You can't see it on your camera. It's about 15 strips to the right of the one we're playing on. Tim van der Hoogten has come on to bowl.
Van der Hoogten back into the action then, probably being called on maybe a bit earlier than expected from this Cathedral Road end.
Which is surprising, because actually in this period Andy Gorvin had a bit of control back. Himself and Franco had bowled the last 4 or 5 overs pretty well, and a couple of wickets had fallen, so quite surprising that he's taken himself off Gorvin. What's he got? He's He's got 5 left, I think.
The only thing I can think with that is, especially in white ball cricket, towards the back end of innings, because Van der Houten is slightly quicker. He's not express pace by any means, but around about that sort of 83, 84 mark. He can tend to go for runs at the back end of innings when teams are accelerating. So maybe Govan thinking to take pace off at the back end with himself, potentially. But he starts to lose a little bit of that good economy rate towards the back end when batters can target him with pace on.
The Eagles getting a mixture of applause and boos as he or she, we're not sure what sex of eagle it is, makes it its way, let's say, in front of us here in the commentary box.
I haven't seen Morgan the Dragon here today either, so unopposed is the Essex Eagle.
Yeah, rogue eagle, flying solo.
It's a lovely shot driven down the ground, beautiful off drive, straight drive down the ground. Van der Houten couldn't get down in time, and that's really nicely played by Critchley. Crunched off the bat, just strayed a little bit too full, half volley, and it was meat and drink for Critchley. 200 up for Essex, 203 for 2 after 32 overs. Yeah, going back to your point about pace, they've still got a Reardon to bowl, and he's the quickest of the lot, so you wonder when they're going to bring him back on. Yeah, it's just a bit of a risk, isn't he, at going for a lot of runs. Hasn't quite found that consistency. He's been better today, it must be said, and found a little bit of rhythm, but there still is that risk with such a, he's a young player, an experienced player as well, and still sort of figuring things out for himself. And that is the problem with such limited bowling options. Yeah, 6 overs so far. It reminds me of a young Nathan Bracken, albeit right-handed. Worked into the leg side. There'll be a bit of a chase on. It won't go to the boundary. Wallace is out there, and they'll come back for 2. Critchley had to run around Alex Holton. Yeah, 6 overs and 0 for 40. Connor O'Riordan so far. Bearing in mind his first over went for 9, if you remember, so that's 5 for 31. That's not too shabby in the context of Essex's score of 205 for 2. Yeah, I think he bowled that wide, wasn't it, in the first over as well, and hit for a boundary. Couple of 4s in that over, yeah. Then he bowled well afterwards. Yeah, certainly better than the 12 and a half he's been going at, but that's a nice shot again from Critchley. And that's his second boundary of the over to finish. So a really good over from Essex, and in particular Critchley. Yeah, 13 off that comeback over. Van der Houten is there to provide some control, but the opposite seems to have happened. He's sort of I think he was just stretching. He was sort of touching his knees and toes, and interesting to see if that's just a 1 over comeback or he's going to bowl out. I guess we're going to find out over the next few minutes or so, but Romano Franco is going to continue from the River Taff end. He's bowled, this is his 8th over, taken the wicket, one of the wickets to fall so far, and Ashley has come back in to join me. Franco, that's a big shot. It's going to be straight over the head of Colin Ingram. It's the same shot that Tom Westy tried that he got out to, but this one has gone all the way for 6. And Benkenstein, now he's got to 100. Ash looks like he's going to let loose.
Yeah, clean strike. And hit that really well again. Just had enough on it, didn't he? Just had enough on. They're not the longest boundaries straight here. But just crept over the head of the fielder. Yeah, well, what a day. He'll remember this day for a long while, won't he? 108 from 97 balls. Essex 216 for 2. And Romano Franco into his 8th over. It's 1 wicket to show for it. Drives. And there's just going to be 1. Critchley now going quite nicely as well. More than the runner ball. He's on 16. Benkenstein now 108. Keen to keep going now. Now he's got to 100. Can he make it a daddy 100? Something really big, something that will really affect the match.
Yeah, he's definitely got the platform to do it, Benkenstein. Who comes in after Critchley? Rolfson, and then Harmer, then Fernandez, the wicketkeeper. So he's got the luxury of knowing also that there's actually some proper batters, if you like, who will come in after him. Rolfson averages 35 in this competition, so he can play as he wants. Rolfson, sort of a slashy, sort of strange shot that from Critchley, misses it, but
could have gone anywhere, couldn't it?
Could have
Bouncing
done,
around,
yeah.
could easily have cannoned into the stumps, and as it was. Yeah, Glamorgan haven't really had the luck, have they? They've not. Those little moments haven't gone their way. The ball hasn't quite found the edge. Drop short of fielders, and that's a good stop though.
and we haven't seen him bowl yet, have we? The man who stopped that.
No, well, you wonder whether he can't bowl. It's a surprise to not see him bowl. There's a little problem that means that he can't bowl. You'd certainly have expected him to have bowled by the 34th over. I mean, if he came on now, he couldn't complete a full set. So one can only presume that he's carrying a problem of some sort. And and with that does, as the it's a proper all-rounder in the side, really. Him and Dan Dalthwaite, I guess, are the real sort of genuine all-rounders, you'd say. And if he can't bowl, well, that has sort of slightly unbalanced the side for Glamorgan. They'll miss his experience. Bowls in first-class cricket regularly, and has opened the batting for Glamorgan in first-class cricket as well. So, really useful all-round performer. Yeah, that is.
Yeah, just a surprise. We can't claim workload management, can we?
I don't know.
Or can we?
It's very unlikely that he's over bowling it. I mean, this is not junior cricket, is it? Ooh, almost a half chance there. If Andy Gorvin had been another foot taller, he might just have got a fingertip to it. As it was, hit very firmly again by Benkenstein. So he really is. If anything's up there, he's going to give it a go.
That was dismissive, wasn't it? Stand and deliver. Luke Benkenstein wasn't that short from Van der Hoogten, but came on nicely, and he just powered through that to the offside for 4.
Oh, it goes the other side now. This is in the air. Can young Harry Wallace get there? Goes all the way for 6. It was a good effort. I don't think he could have kept that in, really, even if he'd been a bit closer to it. So, Benkenstein really just enjoying himself. Goes the other side and clips that one with consummate ease over mid-wicket for 6. So he really is racing on now.
23 off the 8 balls of Van der Hoogten's comeback spell. Probably not what his captain wanted, and that's just gone for 4 more. Well, 27.
This just feels a bit rude and dismissive. Tim van der Hoogten, one of the great campaigners of this Glamorgan side, bags of experience, and he feels like he's been slightly mocked at the moment by Benkenstein, and this must be, you think, riling Van der Hoogten, or is he just going to try and laugh it off? What can you do?
What sort of a character is he?
I think he's a great professional. I think he's highly respected, very fit, keeps himself in really great shape. Well respected. Oh, and that could be another one. Oh, Harry Wallace has done well there. He's saved a few runs.
Yeah, that hit powerfully, wasn't it? Went straight to him. But yeah, the young man kept his composure and saved a certain 4 there. That would have been 4 boundaries in a row off Van der Hoogten.
Yeah, I think Mr. Dependable is that kind of character. Van der Hoogten, really well respected and top professional. But this has been a difficult over. It's like the impudence of youth, Benkenstein.
That's what, 124 off 102 balls. allows you to do. He's worked hard, Luke Benkenstein, and can reap his rewards in the latter stages of this Essex innings.
Well, that's another lovely shot, and this is turning out to be an over to forget for Tim van der Hooft, and it's Critchley this time who cuts powerfully behind square for another boundary, and that has not been a good over from a Glamorgan perspective. And if their most reliable bowler is being carted round the field, as that does give you an indication, really, a microcosm of the problem that Glamorgan have at the moment.
32 off his 2 overs. Tim van der Hooft, that's kind of ruined his figures because he had bowled pretty well up to that point, but he's not going to be liking what he sees there. He's got a problem. Definitely had to go over, and O'Riordan is warming up, so you would think that that's the change from this end. As we said, Zain Al Hassan not bowled yet. Must be some sort of problem that we don't know about. But young Franco's bowled well, and he's going to continue. And that has gone all the way for 6. That's a great shot, rocked onto the back foot. Did Luke Benkenstein, and that's the 3rd time that ball has gone in that area. It's gone twice over Colin Ingram's head, and the one time it did, Tom Wesley will be disappointed. He put it straight into his hands. But and 243 for 2. We're going to make a score prediction. Ashley, what do you think?
Well,
where are you?
Benkenstein's in the mood to have a bit of fun here, so I think if he bats for another 10 overs, it could be really big. So, I mean, with 15 overs to go at the moment, they're going at just shy of 7s, so that's another 105 runs would be at the current run rate. I mean, I would say, why don't you target 400? They've got themselves such a platform here, and with players who can clear the boundary comfortably, I mean, why not give it a go?
Yeah, they've got nothing to lose, have they?
So, I would think anything north of 380, they'd be definitely looking for that. So, and this is the problem. Lots of singles around as well, but even though they've got the fielders out at the moment, particularly Benkenstein is just deciding, well, I don't care, I'm just going to hit it over your head, even if you're stationed out there. I'll go back in, not even on the front foot, on the back foot, and just slap you straight over mid-on. So, difficult to bowl at. Romano Franco, this is a good test for him. Can he respond? I tried again there, didn't really catch it properly. It's just going to be a single.
Yeah, quicker ball, I think, from Franco there. At least, now that's good, isn't it, to see the young man trying different things rather than just bowling the same ball every single time and hoping for a different result. Just trying something different. Quicker ball just gets a single, brings Critchley on to strike.
Well, he has stood up under pressure. That's certainly been the sense of watching a Romano Franco bowl this year, that there have been some difficult moments when other bowlers have been going around the park, and he has managed to sort of keep it tight and get some wickets and sort of not lose his composure and sort of hang in there through the tough periods. So I think he's done really well in that respect. This is another good test for him. Oh, there's another one that's going to get through. Big chase on for Dan Douthwaite. I think the ball's going to be the winner. Well, the boundaries keep coming here. No let up from Luke Benkenstein. He's now on for a very big 136. He's moved on to now, as Essex passed 250 as well. 251 for 2. And this really couldn't be going much better from their perspective.
No, and that change that I'd suggested previously, Van der Hoogten's gone for 51 off 8 overs, 32 or 32 off his last couple, has prompted this change, where it's a return of young Connor O'Riordan. He bowled 6 overs in his first spell from this Cathedral Road end for 40. First over went for 9, but he bowled quite well after that. He's got some wheels, the young man from Sydney. Let's see what he can do here. Just waiting for the captain, Gorvin, to get into place. Sure, that's not the start he wanted, and that's just helped on its way by Matt Critchley. Short, leg stump, 6. Not the start you want if you're trying to get some control back for your captain.
No, that was very much a loosener. Half tracker down the leg side, and it was just effortless the way that Critchley helped it round the corner, and that flew all the way, cleared the boundary by a good 6 feet or so. And no, that is not the way to settle into the spell. Big pressure on here, and Essex eyeing something very, very big here. It's better, that's more the area you think, so that back of a length on off stump is probably the sort of area which is going to be most difficult to get away. Hit the pitch hard if you can, try and extract anything there is in this pitch, any little bit of movement or variation in bounce, or I think you've got to just bang into the pitch and rather just float it up there.
And there doesn't seem to be much from a pitch help perspective. There's no lateral movement, no indifferent bounce. It's just pretty much straight up and down.
Well, I wonder the Welsh Fire watch. Oh,
that's out.
Well, that is a brilliant piece of work. Both batsmen are at the same end, and who's going to go?
It's Critchley that's gone.
It's Critchley that's gone. Well, that was a fantastic piece of work from Zainul Hassan. I think they're at backward point. Direct hit. Must just have dislodged a bail, I think. And as the throw came in, was a direct hit. And, let's watch it. What happened here? Critchley played the shot. He went back. And
that's difficult to see whose call that was. It looked backward of square slightly, didn't it? So you'd think it was Benkenstein's call.
Technically it is.
But I think Critchley set off and then just didn't seem to... if he'd have put some urgency into getting back, he wouldn't have been out. That's a great bit of fielding. But he had one stump to aim at, Zainul Hassan, and that's the end of match. Critchley, he's gone for 28, scores 257 for 3.
Yeah, fantastic piece of fielding, and that seemed like a bit of a needless mistake.
It did,
really, from Essex. They're going so well, and no need to lose a wicket in that fashion. But another one's gone, and maybe it was just feeling so easy they just got a bit casual there for a minute, and. Critchley's gone for what he'll feel is a below par score. So Rolofsson is the new batter. Comes out to join Benkenstein, who's looks extremely dangerous. And perhaps the best advice for any new batter coming out is just see if you can spend as much time up the other end and let Benkenstein do his thing, the way he's playing today.
Yeah, it's 136. Off 106 balls. He won't be facing. It will be the South African-born Grant Rolofsson who would take strike. 147. Not out his best in this competition. He got a 50 against Hampshire a couple of games ago. Dangerous customer, as a lot of these Essex batters are. Bat a long way down, as we've said before. But I'm liking the look of Conor O'Riordan, got to say. And they're
going to scurry through.
Have a shot at the stumps, but this time safely negotiated. Stronger call probably this time from Benkenstein.
Yeah, well, he's certainly got a bit of pace and a bit of zip. But needs to try and find a bit of control here as well. It's in a decent area.
Yeah, this is a good test, isn't it? If you're a young bowler, a quick or a spinner, as Franco is, and also Hope Balu bowled earlier. When you're getting no assistance at all from the pitch, and you've got a side that are piling on the runs. Pretty defensive field, as you'd expect from the captain. You've got to hold your nerve, haven't you, and just try and keep your line and your length intact so that you've got a chance of giving your captain kind of what he wants.
Well, that's a shot of real intent from Benkenstein. Stepped away, gave himself room, And off the back foot, hit a full delivery like a tracer bullet through the offside.
There are also times when you can't do anything. You know, there's absolutely nothing wrong with that ball, but you've got a batter in tremendous form with runs on the board. You know, you said about a Graham Gooch Daddy 140 off 108 balls when you hadn't got past 83 in your previous 35 matches. You're seeing it like a football, aren't you?
Yeah, well, confidence is pumping through him here now. He looks like he's really enjoying himself. Looks like he doesn't think he can get out here, and he's not content just to sit back and nudge the ball around. He wants to keep this scoring rate going. Absolutely fabulous scoring rate at the moment, and 140 off 108 balls. Absolutely terrific stuff. 7 sixes and 15 fours. Has been the power of his boundary hitting that's been the key feature.
Returning to bowl at the
Glamorgan are going to again try and see if they can grab another wicket. Dan Douthwaite being used in short bursts here. He managed to get a wicket in his first over of his previous spell. Can he do it again? Quick single. Rolfson again, get up the other end and watch the young man do his thing.
I wonder if that's actually the tactic, because that's what Critchley, I think, was trying to do, get Benkenstein back on strike again, and this is what Rolfson has done now. Second ball, just...
well, why not? That seems like a reasonable way of doing things.
If you're going to have a plan, yeah, exactly.
Just, I'm sure Rolfson himself will be able to, averages 35 in this day cricket, so he's a fine player in his own right, but at the moment, when Benkenstein's in this mood, just got to let him face as many balls as he can, really. Slap, this could be out. And it is. Well, that is the end of Benkenstein. It's been a brilliant innings. Dan Douthwaite comes down to shake Benkenstein's hand and congratulate him on an outstanding innings, and the young man's first century in professional cricket comes to an end. 140 off just 108 balls. What a knock.
That is also brilliant to see from some of the Glamorgan players going up and congratulating Benkenstein. Douthwaite, I think, wasn't the best ball he's ever bowled. A long hop outside off stump, and he just mishit that cloth bit. Benkenstein, he's gone for 140, a brilliantly made 140 of 109 balls, and he gets a standing ovation from the crowd here at Sophia Gardens.
Yeah, and there he is. We just see him going up the steps.
Yeah.
He deserves those applause. It's been a brilliant innings to watch. Just the cleanness of the hitting really has been the feature for me. Just how effortlessly he seemed to sort of clear the boundary, and very nice to watch. And slightly disappointing end, a pretty rank delivery, short and wide. Just sort of scooped it, slapped it straight to Tim Vanderhoosten at mid-off, and Glamorgan have their fourth wicket. So for the first time in a while, two new batters at the crease. It's Simon Harmer, the experienced former captain off spinner, all-rounder coming into bat at 6, 263 for 4, and maybe that will just put a break on the progress of this Essex innings. We'll see. But while Benkenstein was there, it looked like they were definitely had a great chance of getting close to the 400 mark. But maybe now we've got two new batters who've got to rebuild. You've got to get themselves in somehow. And Glamorgan will hope maybe they can somehow keep them to closer to 350, 360. Still 12 and a half overs to go.
Yeah, that's very true, Ash, isn't it? When Critchley and Benkenstein were there, we were talking 380 plus, but I think they've certainly put the brakes on this. The scoring rates are... we're going to see what it's like after 40 overs. It was after 35, it slowed down a bit to 237 for 2 off 35, was now 263. So Glamorgan's bowlers will be pleased with kind of what they've come there, and a good bouncer from Douthwaite. He's still busting in, still putting in the effort, and interesting to see also now what bowling changes Gorman makes, because Van der Hoogten could come back on again with 2 new batters at the crease.
Yeah, well, I don't know if you feel like you need to get a few overs through for bowlers who've been struggling a bit. Now might be the time with 2 new batters at the crease. Yeah, Douthwaite again goes short, and
for the over.
Has got a bit of a golden arm, I suppose, Dan Douthwaite. He is that. We talked about him being the sort of cricketer who just does make things happen with bat and ball, and often in the field as well, and he's proved that again. Been brought back on, has got rid of Thane and Benkenstein, luring them into it. Not arguably his best deliveries, but he does just have a habit of doing it, which is a great habit to have.
Well, that's quick. Yeah, looks a wholehearted character, doesn't he?
Yeah, that's very much how he plays. He's sort of kind of all action.
Yeah, sort of bustly, Merv Hughes-esque type run-ups.
Yeah, that's right. He's a very stocky, sort of strong build, very kind of broad in the beam, and got quite a chest-on action. But he really kind of snaps his arm down and generates quite a lot of pace from a relatively easy run-up. So strong man, and a lot of the pace does come from his shoulders and his back.
Yeah, it looks like he bench presses some hefty numbers.
Yeah, you think it'd be a few. I think Tim van der Hoogten's another one who has got a decent pair of biceps on him. I think he's a decent performer in the gym for a cricketer as well. So obviously fast bowlers, you don't necessarily want them to be lifting too much. I'm sure it doesn't do much for the speed of the arm necessarily, but they're both good athletes in good shape. But it's O'Riordan who's going to continue here from the Cathedral Road end. This is into his 8th over. 0 for 51 so far.
Obviously both sides have got a bat on this. So I wonder what Glamorgan will be happy with, given what's happened so far.
Well, it's a good question. I mean, I think the pitch does look to be playing pretty well, doesn't it? It looks like nice to bat on. And from what we can see, I wonder if the Welsh Fire will be saying, can we play on this one when they come back here next week? Because the way that Benkenstein was hit clearing the boundary here seemed to be coming on beautifully, and some of the shots that have been played. So maybe Glamorgan will think, well, actually, if we can get on this pitch, there are runs to be had. Some relatively short boundaries compared to what it can sometimes be here at Sophia Garden. So, yeah, like you say, you never quite know, do you, until you see both sides have a battle.
No, exactly. Because it's a moral thing as well, isn't there? If at one point Glamorgan thought they were chasing 380 plus, and what's the run rate now? It's at 7, say, so that's 350. And if they're in that sort of 350, 360 mark, they think they're potentially Essex 20 odd shy of what it could have been, and that gives them momentum and some impetus, I guess, when they come out to bat. So you don't know, do you? It's
it's an interesting. I mean, there was slight unknowns. I mean, Harry Wallace, a prolific player in junior cricket and batting 3. That would be good opportunities for him, but I suppose he's a little bit of an unknown quantity in this Glamorgan side. But obviously Colin Ingram, pretty much the greatest white ball batter that Glamorgan have ever had. So,
have you told Marnus that or not?
No, I think on the stats.
Yeah, okay, fine. We'll do Marnus on the stats. So
Colin's probably streets ahead on the stats. I'd say. I think Marnus obviously, very brilliant cricketer. But in terms of Glamorgan stats, I think, and partly because he's been here for so long, but he's just one of the greats, really. I think, and so there's a real mix of very young players and experience. So difficult to know how they're going to go. It's they haven't got Byram and Zainul Hassana, talented cricketers, but they're not players who you automatically think are going to score really, really quickly.
No.
Someone like Will Smale is certainly in T20 cricket has a role to really get on with it and hit boundaries and get the scoring rate up, as does Kieran Carlson, of course, who's away with London Spirit in the 100 as well. So with those two at the top, you think, well, kind of anything's possible. With this lineup, I don't know, maybe not quite sure what to expect or how quickly they could they. And that's gone. Well, Ridden's got his wicket. Well done. He's deserved that.
Yes,
Worked hard.
well. Yeah.
And hasn't given up. When the going's been tough, and gets a good round of applause. And it's Rolofson who's gone for 3, caught behind by Alex Horton. And, well, some reward at last for O'Riordan.
First wicket for Glamorgan, the trialist from Sydney. He's bowled, as he said, he's bowled well. First over went for 9, but since then he's bowled really well, showed great control, getting good, and congratulations from his teammate there. He certainly deserved that. And Glamorgan have certainly got themselves back in this game. Basically, they've taken 5 for 100 so far, because it was 166 when the first wicket went, 267 for 5 now, and they're just chipping away at this Essex batting lineup. And yeah, like I say, the
11 overs to go. You're right. If Glamorgan could keep them to, something like 350. They think that's kind of a miracle performance, isn't it? Really, from where they were. So it just shows when you lose wickets, just has such an impact on the run rate. And still in a good position, Essex, you'd have to say. 267 for 5 is a nice place to be, and still got a few batters to come. Fernandez another one, no mug with the bat either, but yeah, it has been a good comeback really for Glamorgan. I think they'll have been delighted to have got themselves back into the game here. They'll see it, as a vastly improved situation from when Benkenstein was out there, hitting the ball to all parts with consummate ease. Now they have 2 new batters at the crease, 5 down, and just a chance really of putting the handbrake on the scoring rate here, which I think is the biggest thing. Can they keep Essex down to a total around 350, where they'll then feel, well, they have got a chance in the chase. They won't feel too intimidating. If it was getting 400 around that mark, 400 plus, that would have been massive scoreboard pressure for any chase. But glimmers of hope for Glamorgan now, as Romano Franco moves into his last over.
Yeah, it's been a good back 9 for the Glamorgan in golf terms again. Good back 25. They've taken 5 wickets now in the second half of the innings and have really broken up the momentum a little bit. O'Riordan, that time getting his first wicket, deserved it as well. He's bowled well today. Not easy to come back after a couple of poor games.
Yeah, 3 wickets are full of just 10 runs here. So they went from 257 for 3 to 267 for 5. So, yeah, these wickets have fallen in clusters. And the opening pair made it look easy. But not been quite so easy for everyone else. So I guess Essex here will just think, well, they've still got an excellent platform to work with, and they won't want to go too quiet here. They want to kind of keep their foot on the accelerator as much as they can.
Yeah, they'll still be looking 350 plus, won't they, as we said, which will be a really good score. It's looked a decent pitch, but Sophia Gardens is not usually the easiest place to score at traditionally, but I'm sure with as well a bit of an inexperienced Glamorgan side, Essex will fancy their chances whatever they end up with here.
Well, Harmer's kind of swing looks like he wants to sort of hit those straight balls in the air over the leg side, but it's just at the moment just hitting them down for singles down to long on. But there is a space if you can get it over the head of short mid wicket for boundaries. Goes for it now, but it's in the air and a good catch. Another wicket. Well, the wickets are tumbling here. Glamorgan are fighting back. It's Fernandez who's gone now, caught in the deep. And who's that? Is that young Harry Wallace down there?
I think it is, yeah, or maybe Jack Bell. But last ball of his 10 overs from Romano Franco, and he gets his second wicket. Excellent spell from him. Just trying to, I think that is
Jack Bell.
Jack Bell, yeah.
It's one of the young players with the untucked shirts, trying to work out which one. It was Bell. I think Wallace is doing all his work on the other side. But this is, well, a real fight back. Again, that's 4 wickets now gone in the space of 15 runs. And so suddenly, things not quite so comfortable. And there's just a hint, a suggestion that Essex, if they keep losing wickets at this rate, might not even bat out the 50 overs, and we didn't think we'd be saying that just half an hour ago.
Certainly not, when you add into the equation as well that Zain Ul Hassan hasn't bowled at all. Not too sure why. There must be some sort of injury concern or something there. You would have expected to see him bowl today, but excellent spell from Franco. Ends with 2 for 66 from his 10, and with that short boundary on that side and the rate that the opening pair went at, that's a very tidy finish indeed for the young man.
Yeah, nice to see the 2 young players combining. Nice catch in the end by Jack Bell it was, in front of the pavilion there. Raceford took a nice low catch, and another couple of wickets for Romano Franco. So, interestingly, well, a bit of a swing of momentum here. You wouldn't say that it's, Essex is still, have a healthy position. 10 overs to go, 272 for 6.
Returning to bowl,
and they'll still be eyeing a very competitive total, you'd think. Current run rate still 6.8.
Yeah, Harmer's a dangerous player as well with the bat. Mentioned he's 192 runs in the Blast this year, and has got all of that experience as well, being a Test player. And Snater the same. He's very experienced international player with the Netherlands. Cousin of Jason Roy as well, Shane Snater. Powerful man as well. You'd imagine he can hit them. But as you said, Ash, it's a good momentum shift for Glamorgan these last couple of overs. As Govin is back on. Govin so far 0 for 32 from 5 from this Cathedral Road end.
Yeah, Essex have, it's 4 for 25 in the last 5 overs. What a transformation. That's represents a bit of a middle order collapse, really.
And single taken down to fine leg. Just looking at who's got overs to bowl. Douthwaite's still got 3, Van der Houten 2. Govin will have 4 after this one is complete. O'Riordan has got 2 as well. You would think Douthwaite and maybe Van der Houten will bowl their overs, although Van der Houten was expensive in his last spell. That's well fielded down at fine leg. They'll come back for 2.
Well, they've just got to be careful here, Essex, I think. Just not to waste the position that they've got themselves into. Yeah, lost 4 wickets for 25, as we've just said then. The last 5 overs, which has just really changed the momentum of things. And if they lose another wicket now, suddenly, they are going to think, well, can we get through the 50 overs? Which looked a million miles away from being in that situation just half an hour ago.
You look at the partnerships, that really tells the story as well. 166 partnership between Thane and Birkenstein at the top. 20, then you go down to 24, 67 between Birkenstein and Critchley. Then it's 6, 4, 5 and 1. So it tells you the story of how Glamorgan have managed to take regular wickets at the back end of this innings and really not allow a pair to get going and build a partnership at the back end that can steer Essex to a really almost insurmountable total.
Well, I definitely feel like, to borrow it in a term of economics, there's a deflationary pressure on the target score here. I think those wickets just, who knows, it could even end up being sort of 80, 70 or 80 less than we thought, depending on how this goes. Obviously still a chance for these two just to, they won't want to slow things down too much, but Glamorgan can just nick another wicket, keep the pressure going. I mean, that was a pretty tidy over again there. Gorvin just fall from it. And a few more of those, and suddenly Essex are only going to be in the sort of, the 320, 330 sort of territory, which seems way below what they would have expected to get.
And you think what that could do for the confidence of Glamorgan going into their innings as well. When you think, at the start of this innings, when we were talking about Glamorgan really running out of ideas and heads down, dropping, not really having much answer for the opening pair, suddenly last burst of wickets, and as you say, cutting Essex's total down by maybe 20, 30, 40 runs less than it should be, gives the momentum and the belief back to Glamorgan that they can go and chase this total. But a lot of work to do. 9 overs still to go.
Well, it's a real lesson, isn't it, in just trying to hang in there, even when you're massively under the pump. Just try and hang in there, and something might happen. And if one wicket goes, often 2, 3, 4 follow, and that's really been the case here. So Stan Douthwaite is going to continue from the River Taff end. Ooh, unlucky there. That was hit very nicely by Harmer, but smashed it straight into middle stump at the other end, and the ball doesn't spin off, so they can take a run. So a bit of an escape there from a full delivery from Douthwaite.
Almost sums up the two halves of the innings, really. I think in the first half of the innings, that's racing away for 4, and Essex's fortunes have turned around in this last half. Well fielded off his own bowling that time, Douthwaite. He's got his tail up now, Douthwaite. He spoke about wanting the battle earlier, and this is when he's at his best.
Well, yeah, he gave Harmer a welcome with a couple of bounces, didn't he, before? And like you say, I think we'll feel he's in the contest now. We'll be definitely feeling better about life than he was when he was with his opening spell. Ooh, again, that has been slapped back for 4. Almost a carbon copy of the last one, but he couldn't get his hand on that one, and that has gone away. Just flat batted off the back foot, really, by Harmer.
Well, he'd had 2 attempts at trying to work it straight back at Douthwaite before, and this time he gets it through. As you said, almost a carbon copy, but hit a little bit harder, I think, that time, and slightly more to Douthwaite's left-hand side.
It was in the air when it went past him, so I don't think you can, maybe it would be a bit unfair to call it a chance.
Yeah, absolutely.
It was going like an absolute bullet, but it was in the air as it went past the shin and the ankle of Dan Douthwaite.
I think you could have given him catch of the competition already if he had caught that.
Yeah, it would have been a miracle to get down to that in his follow through. Go short, and has been top edged. Well, actually better than top edged. That's been hit very cleanly. Pulled all the way for 6 over fine leg, and slams into the cricket centre.
Yeah, I think he was expecting that one, expecting the short ball from Douthwaite, and he was onto it in a flash. Beautiful shot, goes all the way. Doesn't need to hit it too hard there, just needs to use the pace of it, time it well, and it's almost into the indoor school there.
Well, what does he bowl now? Goes back to kind of the stock delivery, which does seem the one that's been most effective, just the sort of back of the length, just outside off stump. The balls he's taken wickets with have not necessarily been his best.
No,
but
it's quite often the way, though, isn't it? Forced the batter into a mistake with a looser delivery, or one that they feel they can score off of.
But the shorter balls, well, they haven't had any real success with that so far. And I think the fact that the boundary on the leg side for the right-handers there, just in front of the pavilion, is much shorter than usual. And so often they're long boundaries here at Sophia Gardens, where you feel like you want to get the batters to hit it square, because it's much easier for you to patrol the boundaries, such as the long distance between the actual kind of strip and the boundary. But here they do feel a little bit shorter, the way the pitch has been cut over towards the pavilion, and so it feels a slightly riskier game.
Yeah, it's an extremely oval-shaped ground, isn't it? most of the time, where it's short, straight, and pretty wide either end. When you look at that middle strip, will be out of picture for the viewers, but from our commentary position here, where we can see where they've been playing for the 100, smack bang in the middle of the square. And O'Riordan's going to come back at this Cathedral Road end. Has picked up his first wicket. Looked much better today than he has done in the previous games. And starts off with a single down to mid-wicket.
Interesting, just looking at the boundary this side as well. Because the 100 matches are being played here and they're all set up, really, the sight screens for the pitch and the 100, they've got a temporary sight screen with a black cloth over it that has been rolled out. And that's meant that the boundary in front of us here at the Cathedral Road end is probably 5 or 6 metres shorter than it typically would be, because they've had to move the rope in to accommodate the sight screen. So, I thought
it's a big flash.
It was a nick. I thought Horton was going to take off and pick that out of the air with one hand, but
flash hard, as they say, if you're going to flash, and he certainly does. Yeah, no chance for Horton. Just catches the edge. That's unlucky for O'Riordan. Shakes his head. Frustrating, but that's a good area to bowl.
I think it's pace and bounce has probably just beaten him, like the wicket he got earlier. Just when he gets it right, pace and bounce, and the ball's been sort of, batters have maybe a bit slow to react to it, and he's finding the edge a couple of times. So no, that one is short and wide.
Umpire looks at it square leg and will signal the wide. So borderline, another shake of the head from O'Riordan. He doesn't agree with that. Just see it on the replay. Maybe just over the head of Snater, who is a tall man. Just to go back to the point you and Sanjay were making about the kind of numbers that they were lifting in the weight room, I'll continue after this ball. One taken on the offside. I did see one of the Welsh media outlets was doing a sort of Q&A with some of the players, asking some of those get to know your teammates questions, and they did ask a few of the players who's shifting the most weight in the weight room, in the gym, and quite surprisingly a lot of them said Eddie Byram was a menace in the gym. So just to give Eddie his flowers.
Now, in the air, chance, very well taken.
That's a brilliant catch from Ul Hassan.
Well, he's been brilliant, hasn't he, that backward point position. He's got one run out, and then a very difficult catch going right over his shoulder. He had to run back, and in the end, judged it really, really well. So, another wicket.
Yeah, they are never easy, those ones, especially how high it's gone as well. Having to go back and track it over your shoulder. Excellent fielding from Ul Hassan, and as he said earlier, that brilliant run out, one stump to aim at. And even though he's not bowled so far in this innings, he's really contributed, hasn't he? Just seems to make a difference in every game that he plays, and we'll see him with the bat later.
Well, another wicket for O'Riordan. Well done to him. You feel like he has kept going, worked hard, tried to keep his speed up, and he's been rewarded with a couple of wickets here. So 295 for 7 now, Essex, and this sort of charge to a really big total has faltered somewhat. Wickets now tumbling at regular intervals. Harmer was trying to keep things going. He made 20 off 22 balls, but certainly things have slowed down a lot. Actually, almost feels like the first half of the innings, the scoring rate better than the second half because of those wickets.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the last 5 overs, 32 for 3 Essex at the moment, going at 6.4, whereas around, I suppose, 5-6 overs or so, they were at 12 and over. So, really good job by the Glamorgan bowlers and fielders here. as they approach 300, just 5 shy of it at the moment as Akhtar comes to the crease. Zam Akhtar had a strong last campaign with the ball. Actually made his T20 debut at Sophia Gardens against Glamorgan for Gloucestershire in 2023. He's one of those UCC graduates as well. A few in the Glamorgan side from the Cardiff UCC, Akhtar from the Oxford UCCE. And
Akhtar is another player who's a graduate of SACA as well, the South Asian Cricket Association, as is, of course, Zain al-Hassan, who we've just seen take that fantastic catch at backward point. So, really interesting organisation, giving chances to sort of players who kind of get missed the first time round, if you want, through pathways, and get a chance to prove themselves again, and then go on into professional cricket and unearthing some really good cricketers.
Similar to the university schemes as well, they're often overlooked as developmental hubs, I suppose, and Glamorgan have certainly benefited from having the Cardiff UCC, and that's a good over from O'Riordan, and he gets a warm applause. Takes that wicket in the over of Harmer.
So 295 for 7 then Essex. We've got 7 overs to go here, and well, again, just kind of rapidly recalibrating what score they're likely to get or what they might be targeting. I mean, probably target as many as possible, I guess, first of all, but they've got to make sure they bat out their overs here.
Switching to
certainly this is a position that Glamorgan will be really pleased with, given the trouble they were in at one point when they just seemed sort of, bereft of answers. At 257 for 3, 190 for 2, it looked like they were really going to suffer, but actually they've come back really, really well, and taken wickets at regular intervals over the last half hour or so. And now it's Tim van der Hoogten's got 2 overs left, wicketless so far, and you think he probably is going to bowl through now from the River Taff end.
Yeah, it's a big 2 overs this for Van der Hoogten. Hasn't had the best of days so far, but chance to bowl at the tail.
So at this stage, I think Glamorgan won't mind too much if it's just singles that are taken. And they'll be very happy with that. It was the fact they were bowling a lot of boundary balls early on, which was really killing them. And as the ball was sent to all parts by Thane and Benkenstein, the opening pair, particularly Benkenstein, well, he hit 22 boundaries, including 7 sixes. And a really impressive display of hitting. Really enjoyed watching him. His maiden professional 100. But now things more difficult for Essex in the tail, and he's bowled him. Van der Hoogten strikes straight through him, clips the top of off. All of a sudden, Essex are 8 down. Where has this come from?
Well, it's been a fantastic comeback from the Glamorgan bowlers, and just as we said, Van der Hoogten hasn't had the best of days. He finds a way again. See it on the replay. Just moves a little bit off the pitch, and I think Akhtar didn't really see it. That one, yeah, just a little bit of shape, and doesn't really play a shot, Akhtar.
Well, it's
almost caught in 2 minds, wasn't it?
It's the perfect delivery, isn't it? Hitting top or off. Fast bowlers absolutely love that. Maybe nip back slightly, didn't, but like you say, yeah, he just didn't seem to, just missed a straight one there. And well, all of a sudden, 296 for 8, and Glamorgan, I think they might be able to bowl them out. Well, this has been a remarkable comeback, really. And yeah, just trim the outside of the off stump there.
Sorry, Ash, a lot of credit has to go to Andy Govin with what he must have said at the drinks break. They've come back brilliantly, and imagine the senior players, as we said, Colin Ingram and Dan Douthwaite, Van der Hoogten as well, would have had a say in that as well. And credit has to go to them with the way they've rallied their side.
Well, it's really interesting just looking back now what's happened to this Essex innings. They were well set for 380 or something like that, weren't they, at one point? And now we're looking at, well, they'll probably
Yeah.
They might be pleased if they get to 330, 340. How crucial would that run out of Matt Critchley be?
Yeah.
He's run out by Zain al-Hassan, a loose call, almost a bit of casual running, really, and probably it was just the ease with which Benkenstein was playing and hitting boundaries, that almost as if this sort of casual air ran through the team, and they had a chance just to really put the put their foot on the throat of Glamorgan and make them suffer. And that run out has just let Glamorgan back in, and the wickets have tumbled. And here we are, 296 for 8.
Yeah, and Van der Houten now with his tail up. Yeah, it was as you said, it was a turning point in the game for sure. I'd be interested to in the innings break go back and see how many overs whilst Benkenstein was there that there wasn't a boundary in, because it seemed there was at least one boundary in every over almost that Benkenstein was at the crease, especially when he was in at the start with Thane.
Just going to be one more, and so yeah, all of a sudden, well, that's because of the batters who are there, scoring seems to be a lot more difficult, whereas it looked like it was effortless, really easy earlier on in the innings. But what a good fight back from Glamorgan. I don't know whether Essex will feel that has this been good bowling or just slightly careless batting, or maybe a mixture of both.
Yeah, usually a mixture of the two. But Glamorgan have stuck to their plans, they've stuck to their guns, and the difference, Van der Houten comes in and just a dot ball again. The difference is, they've held the catches in the second half of the innings as well. They got that run out, as you said, which was a big momentum shifter. They've just tightened up the fielding a little bit. A few missed fields in that first half when the heads were down. They just managed to dust themselves off and go again in the second half.
Well, it feels important, these last just over 6 overs now. Last ball of Van der Hoften's over. Oh, thick inside edge, unlucky. He shakes his head in disappointment as that one runs away for a streaky 4.
Streaky indeed. I thought that was going to cannon into the stumps off the inside edge. Very, very close to hitting those stumps, and 300 up for Essex. Not the way they would have wanted, I'm sure, but they won't care at this stage, with runs proving difficult to come by in the last few overs or so.
So I think here the issue is that who's going to come off at the end of this innings feeling good, feeling the momentum's with them? Who is going to... Because there's a danger here that Essex will think, wow, we had a golden start and we've really blown it. We haven't sort of pressed home our advantage, and they may come off feeling, missed opportunity there. And Glamorgan may come off thinking, wow, we have fought back so hard, and go into their innings feeling positive. Or Essex could just have if they can, score at a good rate in this last 6 overs, they could be the ones coming off thinking that they have done an excellent job. So it feels like there's a lot to play for in these 6 overs. Just how it's going to feel at the end of the innings. Are Essex going to feel, well, we haven't cashed in here, we've missed out, we've had a great opportunity and we have not capitalised? Or are Glamorgan to think, well, we were under the pump, but we have shown character and we have shown skill and we've got ourselves out of a hole here? And so how this feels at the midway point is going to be really interesting.
I think a mixture of both. I think Essex will be pleased. I mean, it's that old adage, isn't it? Runs on the board. So you've got Yorker.
Took a tumble as well there. I think he's just... Oh, gosh, well, there's a whole set of misfields there. I think we've got... that was a collector's item there. Watch this one back. So I think Aruad's the first one to hit the deck.
Just as I was saying in the previous over about Glamorgan have tightened up their fielding, there's 2 misfields from Van der Houten and Hope Bell that allows a cheap 4 to be scored for low full toss. Reardon attempting the Yorker length, didn't quite get it right. It wasn't hit particularly hard.
No, a few groans around the crowd after that delivery. And short and wide, cut very hard. Well, Jack Cope-Bell has stopped that one. Which younger vintage of Glamorgan fielder.
He looked a bit rusty getting down that previous ball, didn't he? Maybe the
back's feeling a bit stiff. I don't know, coming towards the end of his spell.
He's done a bit of bowling as well. Only 2 overs, I think, but Yeah, as you were saying, I think Essex will be pleased. It's runs on the board at the end of the day, and with how Glamorgan have gone, particularly in the middle order, they've kind of collapsed quite a lot in this competition. I think they'll still feel confident. Oof, that's a good ball from O'Riordan. Just tempted Jones onto the back foot, looking to try and punch. Got up to around the chest line. And this is a decent finish here from O'Riordan. That boundary earlier in the over should have really been stopped, so not really on him, that one. Otherwise he's kept it fairly tight so far. 2 balls to go. And a dot ball as he does the fielding off his own bowling. Jones just stuck in his crease a little bit at the moment. Just trying to work out how to play the bounce, I think, Jones.
Well, he's bowled quite a lot of wicket-taking deliveries, hasn't he? I think that's what you definitely can say. I mean, you get a few others that are short and wide, but that's probably the life of a fast bowler, isn't it? But I think what we have seen is he can get the ball through quickly, can get some bounce, and generate some good pace as well. Ooh, and again, that one almost came back in the air. And so that's the end of O'Riordan's spell. 2 for 67 from his 10 overs. Pretty good effort, you'd say.
Yeah, well done, Conor O'Riordan. Would have raised a few eyebrows with his selection from his previous performances in this competition, but he's come back really well here today. Picked up 2 wickets, and against a really good batting lineup as well. He's done really well, and he'll take a lot of confidence from that, I'm sure.
So 5 overs to go, 307 for 8, and it's Dan Douthwaite who is returning at the River Taff end. So they're going to hold Van der Hoogten back. He's got 1 over left. Dan Douthwaite's got a couple left potentially, and it looks like who might it be? Well, they may have to find an over from somewhere else. A couple of overs, I think. Possibly Andy Gorvin might bowl a couple as well.
Yeah.
So it's Douthwaite. It's wide and slap back straight.
Almost a hockey shot, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Flat bat, low to the ground.
Yeah, they're hitting him back through that area quite a lot, aren't they? I think Douthwaite seems to flat bat those wider deliveries that he bowls, hitting them very straight rather than trying to hit them square.
Yeah, well, I think it was Harmer earlier on, wasn't it, who attempted those 3 straight shots, got the 3rd one to go.
So adjusting the field a little bit. So 3rd man and final leg go back. So does that mean they're going to go short? Sometimes can be a bit of a signal. Will Douthwaite bang one in here? He does. Well, it was kind of telegraphed by the fielding changes.
Still got to hit it though, and Jones couldn't. Sort of ducked out the way of it, really. Good pace on it from Douthwaite.
So he is surveying. I think maybe he's having a look, Jones, just at that leg side boundary, seeing what's there, because he possibly thinks the way the field is set, there may be a bit more of that coming his way. It's full though, so double bluff. They're going to have to hurry, and they make it.
Yeah, it's good running, good call from Snater at the non-striker's end. Was on his toes straight away. I think he was probably expecting that full one from Douthwaite after the short ball. The field set for the short ball. Maybe read his bluff, Douthwaite.
So they're both coming up again now. 3rd man final leg into the circle. Does go full and out. Well, it works. They bring 3rd man up, and it's straight into the hands of Romano Franco from a short and wide delivery. So another wicket to Dan Douthwaite, his 3rd of the innings, and Essex now 309 for 9.
Yeah, really good again from Douthwaite. Sharp catch from Franco as well. That was travelling, not easy when it comes off the edge as well. And that's a big wicket because Harmer's a dangerous player at the back end of an innings. And now you've got the 10 and Jack in at the end of this innings. Last wicket stand, heading into the last 4 overs. That's a really pleasing one for Douthwaite, who excels at this end of the innings, and he's picked up 3 again, adds to his total of wickets in this competition, goes to 16 now.
So Shane Snater 14, caught Romano Franco bowled down Douthwaite, and Essex 309 for 9. And well, Glamorgan now will have hopes of bowling them out.
Yeah, which looked...
See that coming.
No, you would have had a good price on that if you'd taken that at the drinks break. Put a 5 or a tenner on that.
Well, you would have anything. I mean, if they do get bowled out quickly, gosh, you know, anything less than 320, that would be
game on.
I feel that it would be game on, and just either they batted a bit more sensibly or just tried to work it round for sort of 5, 6 and over after that incredible start, you think, and not lose too many wickets. Well, the score could have been much bigger, and maybe it also perhaps puts into sharp focus just how good that innings by Benkenstein was, because no one else has really managed to, apart from Fane right at the top, has managed to kind of hang around for very long, and he made it look easy when he was out there.
And you would think, with conditions as they are, the pitch would get slightly easier to bat on as the innings goes on. I think the cloud is set to roll over this afternoon and get a bit more sun.
That's a nice looking shot from Charlie Bennett, number 11. Just gets forward and drives for the straight bat. Looks like he knows which end of a bat to hold.
He's got 11 runs so far in the tournament from 2 innings, and Jones with 45, so can be handy. Scottish international Jones.
So Douthwaite 3 for 56. He's been the go-to man to break the partnerships up. Got a couple of key wickets at the top of both openers. Fell to him. Some way apart, it has to be said, but still, when Glamorgan looked bereft of ideas, it was Douthwaite who provided the breakthroughs. And goes short, just sort of skirts off the gloves, out for another single, and at the end of the 46th over, Essex 310 for 9.
Returning to bowl at the Cathedral Road end, Andy Gorvin.
So it will be Gorvin then, from the Cathedral Road end. 6 overs so far, wicketless. Can he pick up that all-important last wicket? As Ash moves out and Sanjay comes in to join me. And Sanjay, it's been a tremendous fight back from Glamorgan. Wickets falling in regular intervals the back end of this innings, and now Essex in danger of not batting out the 50.
Well, it just shows you, doesn't it? Cricket, it's a strange game. When Benkenstein was out in the 37th over, that was 263 for 4. 8 overs later, they've lost another 6 wickets for 46 runs. So it's a great comeback from Glamorgan. It just, a good testament to their character, the captaincy of Andy Gorvin, and it's a young side, right?
It is, yeah.
The way they've stuck together, the way they've come back into this has been great to see. And Essex 310 for 9. You wouldn't have thought that we'd be talking about such a lowish score and potentially Glamorgan getting 10 wickets.
Yeah, and if Glamorgan can pick up this 10th wicket, it is really game on. Gorvin comes in again and has turned into the leg side. They'll think about 2 and they'll come through for 2. Bit of a misfield there from Wallace, and they'll get through in the end easily. Gorvin not happy with that misfield. Just shows a few signs of frustration. And that's what Glamorgan can't afford to do, is get sloppy now. They've been much better in the field in this last 25 overs. Gorvin comes in, another dot ball. So he's doing his part, Gorvin. Bennett on strike.
It's 2 off this over. Who have we got left to bowl? We've got Douthwaite's got one. Van der Hoogten's still got one left.
Yeah, both of them got one, yeah.
So you'd think that Douthwaite is the wicket taker, isn't he? He's taken 357. That's 3 games in a row now. He's taken 3 for. So good signs for the leading wicket taker for Glamorgan in this competition. 16 wickets now for him.
Yeah, he plays that role. He's the strike bowler. He's the go-to option when you need to make something happen. And of course, Gorvin did that just after the drinks break, which brought about the first breakthrough. A crucial decision as Gorvin ends with a really good over, just 2 from it. 3 overs to go. Essex 312 for 9.
It's going to be an interesting chase this for Glamorgan. They've got a bit of history recently. They got 326 against Durham. Zainal on 65. Byram got 76, but they've got it's always a start, isn't it? If you look at the way that Essex started with those 2, 166 as an opening partnership between Noah Thane and Benkenstein. That's what they've got to replicate. They've just got to get off to a start and really put Essex under pressure from the very beginning. We had this at Hampshire against Durham. Hampshire did fall away at the end, but Emilio Gay got 100 in that game, and as soon as he started to motor on, Hampshire were out of it, and that's something that Glamorgan have got to really try and do here, is just make sure when they come out to bat, that is, get off to a good start. But fair play so far, the bowling's been impressive, hasn't it?
Yeah, it has been indeed, and especially the likes of O'Riordan, who's found it tough, but that's a really sharp catch from Zainul Hassan, who, despite not bowling in this game, has had an excellent game in the field. That's his 2nd catch, and that is arguably the best one so far. The other one really difficult, skied up in the air, but this one, oh, that's sensational from Zainul Hassan.
The casual nature of the catch and the celebration. There was no celebration. Yeah, 2 excellent catches and a run out. That run out of Critchley, and I heard Ash say earlier that that Critchley dismissal when he was on 28, that was 250. They were 257 for 2 and then for 3 when Critchley was out. So from 257 for 2 to 312, all done is a great effort. I think that Critchley dismissal was certainly a turning point, and Zainul Hassan can take great credit for what he's done in the field there.
Well, Glamorgan have taken 10 wickets in the back half of this innings. They've bowled Essex out for 312 after the first wicket was taken 166 for 1. Yeah. That opening partnership between Thane and Birkenstein was a really fruitful one for Essex, and that is an unbelievable comeback from Andy Gorvin's side. 313 will be the target to win, and you think game on now from absolutely nowhere this morning. Glamorgan looked dead and buried, their heads were down, they were dropping catches, misfields, and fair play to Andy Gorvin, who's made some really good decisions with his bowlers. As we see the bowlers come up, 3 wickets for Douthwaite again, a strong performance from him, 3 for 57. Van der Hoogten ends with 2 for 57. O'Riordan 2 for 67 and 2 for Franco as well. So the 2 youngsters coming through with big wickets, and that big run out from Zainul Hassan, who's taken 2 catches and that run out as well. Jack Hope-Bell only got 2 overs and was expensive, 0 for 21, and Gorvin himself kept it fairly tight, 0 for 39. But a game of 2 halves indeed, an innings of 2 halves.
Yeah, absolutely. If you, as you said, 166 without loss at the 25 over stage. Andy Gorman in the side will be wondering, where to go, what to do, what changes to make. But it just shows you, doesn't it, the power of consistency, if you like. If you look at those numbers, Hope Bell aside, everyone was there. No one was going in the 7s and the 8s. They bowled really well, Glamorgan. They've stuck to their tasks. And if you're listening to the live stream, as entertaining as we must be, if you are local to this area, come on down, because you're going to witness a fantastic run chase from Glamorgan in the second half of this game.
Yeah, absolutely. And weather set fair for this afternoon and into the evening. Comfortable temperatures around 22 degrees or so. We've got a game on here at Sophia Gardens. We're going to take a short break with play scheduled to resume just before 3 o'clock.
A reminder as well that during the interval between innings, that members of the Members Advisory Group are gathering in the Pyramid Cafe, and they're available to answer any queries that you may have. Don't forget that scorecards for this game are available free of charge from reception or from the Glamorgan shop. The Glamorgan shop, run by Missouri Sports, is situated opposite Gate 2. It's also selling a wide range of cricket equipment and other items, including replica Glamorgan clothing. Copies of the 2026 Glamorgan Yearbook are still available for purchase from reception on the ground floor of the Thatcher's Pavilion. In addition, you can also purchase from reception a copy of the special memorial booklet called Hugh Morris, A Life in Cricket. Copies cost just £10. All proceeds going to the Velindre Cancer Centre. As far as refreshments are concerned, a full range of food and drink can be purchased in the Pyramid Cafe, which is situated on the ground floor of the Thatcher's Pavilion. Don't forget that Glamorgan members and season ticket holders have a 10% discount on all food sales. Hot drinks and snacks can also be purchased from the mobile unit beneath the Castell Howell stand, and snacks can also be purchased from the vending machine at the rear of the Hugh Morris National Cricket Centre. Now, as I mentioned earlier on, today is a very special day for the Glamorgan Former Players Association. In fact, over 40 former Glamorgan players are here for their annual meeting. So we are delighted to see back here at Sophia Gardens Alan Jones, Ozzie Wheatley, Ivian Jones, Brian Lewis, Graham Kingston, Mike Llewellyn, Stuart Harrison, Bob Dudley Jones, Arthur Francis, Alan Lewis Jones, Richie Thomas, Kim Norkett, Ricky Needham, Alan Wilkins, Greg Thomas, Charles Rowe, Steve Henderson, John Steele, Martin Roberts, Steve Watkin, Colin Metzen, Steve Monkhouse, Darren Thomas, Adrian Shaw, Owen Parkin, Neil Kendrick, Alan Evans, Michael Powell, Simon Jones, Dan Cherry, David Harrison, Keith Newell, Mark Wallace, Gareth Rees, Will Bragg, Will Owen, Craig Meshter, Jeremy Lawler, Owen Morgan, Connor Brown and Prem Sisodia. It's lovely, gentlemen, to see you back here at the home of Glamorgan cricket. Finally, a reminder that we stand against all forms of discrimination. There is no place for it in our sport, and we will embrace and celebrate differences everywhere, knowing that with diversity together we are stronger. Here at Glamorgan County Cricket Club, we are dedicated to raising the game, so if you witness any form of discrimination, you can challenge it and call it out by contacting in strictest confidence your nearest student. I mentioned a few minutes ago about the annual meeting of the Glamorgan Former Players Association. I know that on the ground today there are many people who also collect players' autographs, and if you are seeking autographs of the former Glamorgan stars, I'm delighted to say that you can go up to the view to obtain the signatures, but please use the rear stairwell. That's the stairwell adjacent to the Hugh Morris National Cricket Centre. The view is on the top floor of the pavilion, and please do that at approximately 3:30. Many thanks. With the umpires and players shortly to return to the middle, if I could ask spectators on the outfield if you could please return to your seats. So we hope you've enjoyed your time out in the middle, but the game will be resuming very shortly. So please return to your seats. Diolch yn fawr iawn. Thank you very much.
I'll come back to you when I know anything. I'll come back to you. But I'll talk to you again and you pick it up.
Returning to the middle are two match umpires, Jack Shantry and Mark New.
Well, welcome back. I hope you enjoyed the break. We certainly did. And the sun is back out here at Sophia Gardens, and with the news that Glamorgan need 313 from their 50 overs to beat Essex in this Metrobank One Day Cup group match, with Essex still In with a shout of reaching the knockout stages. I think Glamorgan really fighting for pride here, really, and having only won from one of their 6 matches so far and can't make the knockout stages, but important chance for some of their younger players to show what they can do, and also Glamorgan just looking for a win to get a bit of momentum again at the end of this competition as they think about going back into the championship very soon. So, well, Alid, just a quick review as we see Glamorgan's opening pair of Eddie Byram and Zainul Hassan making their way out to the middle. I mean, Essex 312 in the end. At one stage it looked like there was going to be a lot more after that incredible innings by Luke Benkenstein, 140 in very quick time. And so this, I think, Glamorgan will possibly feel that momentum is with them, having finished the innings, the first innings, the best.
Yeah, definitely. It was certainly an innings of 2 halves. Essex dominated that first 25 with that brilliant partnership between Thane and Benkenstein, who both batted superbly. And then that back 25, Glamorgan took 10 wickets in that, and really did well, stuck to their plans. Andy Govin made some gutsy calls with changing his bowlers, keeping the likes of Conor O'Riordan on, who ended up getting 2 wickets in the end, and bowling Essex out, which nobody would have saw coming at the drinks break. And yeah, as you said, game on now. It's still, it's still a good total. It's the run rate is 6.26 required for Glamorgan, so they're going to have to go at just over a run a ball. And there's some good bowling options in this Essex team. So there's still runs on the board, but Glamorgan will feel a lot more confident about it than they would have done at the drinks break.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, well, Noah Thane and Luke Benkenstein made batting look easy. It looked like the pitch was nicely paced and coming onto the bat really, really well. No one else really found it as easy. So kind of the jury's still out a little bit about the pitch here. So we're going to see, interested to see here how Eddie Byram, Zainul Hassan get on. It's Ul Hassan to take first ball, and well, it was a beautiful straight drive, as we saw in the first innings, slammed straight back into the stumps and doesn't get reward for what was a lovely shot.
No, he's unlucky there, Ul Hassan. It's just angling in from Snater, and he rocked, looked middle stump, didn't it? Dead eye in the middle. Unlucky from Ul Hassan. Timed it well. Positive start from him though. Doesn't just look to defend the first ball.
So 2 slips in for Shane Snater.
Tightly packed field here to start off with. That man at mid-wicket is in pretty close. Just trying to see who that is.
The cover's in tight as well, aren't they?
It's Jones, yeah. The covers are in tight. Mackenzie Jones is in tight as well at mid-wicket. Only a deep third and a deep square. They move out a little bit now. Essex looking for early wickets, I'd imagine, just to put the pressure back on Glamorgan.
Well, the ball was doing a bit for Glamorgan early on, wasn't it? They beat the bat a lot in the first 5 or 6 overs, didn't have any joy, didn't manage to catch the edge, and in the end, Thane and Benkenstein really got away. They got a good start and then sort of decided to score quickly, both of them. But they definitely rode their luck a little bit early on. First runs. It's just going to be a single as the fielder at square leg again then just evades the persistent pigeon. You may have seen, you can have a look at a bit more footage of Mark Wallace trying to shoo the pigeon away. It was from the practice pitch earlier on in the day on Glamorgan's Instagram feed. Would recommend you have a look at that if you're an ornithologist.
They're going to go out there with a card reader and start charging him soon. The amount he's been there. I don't know who's chosen the umpires' shirts today. They're blending in pretty well with the Essex purple. Gonna have to try and not mistake the square leg umpire for a fielder.
Yeah, it is quite similar, isn't it? There we go. Well, both batters off the mark with singles. So far, no dramas in the first 5 balls.
And Ul Hassan to this point, 2 catches, 2 spectacular catches in a run out. He's had a really strong game so far. Opening the bat in here with Byram, who's had a solid competition to date. Bit more like it from Eddie Byram. Into the first over. Glamorgan 3 without loss.
Yeah, well, I guess it's in these early overs when the ball's hard. Essex will be looking to take wickets.
To open the bowling for
That's, I think,
Essex
will be the big goal early on. That's why they've got 2 slips in, and those fielders in close, attacking as hard as they can, hoping for any tidbits to grab onto and to start making inroads into this Glamorgan batting order. 2 left-handers for Glamorgan opening up here, and well, another one, Harry Wallace, due to come in at 3 as well. So Colin Ingram at 4. So there we go. Well, there's I
was just trying to rack my brain whether Ingram was left or right-handed, but he is. Yeah, you are right. So lots of lefties in the Glamorgan top order.
Yeah.
Callum Nichols been replaced. I think he's a righty, isn't he, Callum Nichols?
So it's Charlie Bennett from the Cathedral Road end. Oh, has he nicked it? Oh, there was a noise there. I definitely heard a noise. It wasn't someone clicking in the crowd.
I was just about to say, didn't sound clicky. I think the entire cricket community has seen that by now, haven't they?
Well, not only the cricket community, pretty much the whole world.
Yeah.
Ridiculous. Yeah, you have to wonder what that slip fielder is feeling about it now. Gosh, tough place to be. So it's Bennett coming round the wicket, full delivery.
It's a strange shot from Al Hassan in a way.
Sounded a bit dead off his back.
Yeah. Just does a bit of gardening around his feet, right around where he's positioning that front foot just outside of the crease.
Sounds like it got right on the bottom of the bat. Made a loud noise, but it wasn't that sweet noise that when you time it, it was some other kind of slightly more dull sounding connection.
Good start here from Bennett. Nice full length here from Bennett. Seems to have settled in on that length, and it's just holding a little bit in the pitch. There's not too much pace in it, it seems. We haven't seen too many fly through to Fernandez behind the wicket, but
it's just the one slip in for Bennett, and yeah, again a tight ring of fielders really pushed in tight on both sides here, just really trying to squeeze this Glamorgan opening pair.
And Al Hassan tries to pull it round to the leg side and misses out close to the bat as well. Bit of a gasp from the slip cordon.
He's got to bowl the right line here as Bennett, hasn't he? Because anything too straight, the square leg area is completely vacant and open, so if anything that he can sort of clip off his pads through square leg should be boundaries. And so he's, with the way the field is set, got to bowl it off stump just outside. That's what the field is set for. About that sort of line, that's ideal.
Yeah, just saying about that pace, that's carried through quite low to Fernandez. So Bennett not really sending it through at any great licks here. I think Al Hassan will feel like he missed out on that previous delivery before, trying to, as you said, that square leg region is vacant, slightly shorter length from Bennett and straighter. But what Glamorgan can't afford to do is lose early wickets and put the pressure back on themselves. Just taking it steady here, these two, finding their feet. Run rate, as we said, required run rate just over a run a ball. So by no means an easy run rate to keep up with, but not bang, crash and wallop either.
Al Hassan's going to scramble for a single. He does. Not quite sounding right off the bat. I don't know. The bat's making an interesting sound. It just sounds a bit, I don't know, making a loud, clunky noise, but not yet really timing it. But 5 without loss after 2 overs, so no real scares. which I guess is the main thing from a Glamorgan perspective. Don't want to lose too many and expose young Harry Wallace this early on if they can.
No, absolutely not. And Glamorgan have been a little bit guilty of that. A few players getting out cheaply early on, 5 or 6 overs in or so, and then bringing the likes of Jack Hope Bell and those in. Nichols as well. As we see Ul Hassan again has had the lion's share of the strike. Byram's only faced 1 ball so far. Single off that last ball of the last over brings Ul Hassan back on. As we said, just not timing it as he would have liked at the moment.
I guess just trying to find the pace of the pitch, and hopefully as he can adjust, he might get into this innings.
Gets one on the glove, I think, there. Byram was sharp, and Ul Hassan gets up the other end. Might have just padded that one off the glove, top of the thumb maybe.
He was shaking his hand a little bit,
yeah.
wasn't he? Like it bounced a bit more than he was expecting.
But awarded as runs, and that'll be a first single of this over. Byram now, he faced 1 ball as we've said. Good competition so far for Eddie Byram. He's got 210 runs.
Oh.
But he's picked out the fielder, and that is a early wicket for Essex, and a poor shot from Eddie Byram. A breakthrough for Essex early on, and Byram has to go for 1. And that, as we were saying, Ash, to expose Harry Wallace this early on, he's going to do just that. Tried to flick it off his pads, but straight down the throat of the fielder out there.
Well, he pretty much could have hit it anywhere on the leg side, and he would have got 4, apart from that exact spot. Has hit it straight down the throat of Benkenstein, whose brilliant match continues, taking a catch at deep square leg. And so, well, Glamorgan have lost an early wicket. It's not what they wanted. If they want to sort of get on the right track for this chase, they don't want to lose too many wickets, and so that brings young Harry Wallace, second match for Glamorgan, out to the middle, 17 years old. Recently called up for England under-19s and played extremely well for them. Very talented young player, the son of Mark Wallace, the Glamorgan Director of Cricket, of course former captain and wicketkeeper here at the club. And so a young man making his way, but has excelled at every stage so far, has taken every opportunity that's given to him, but this is a good test. Coming in early here, just in the 3rd over.
Yeah, test indeed. Only made 3 on debut against Hampshire, so he'll be looking to put up a little bit more resistance here and get himself comfortable in List A cricket for the first team. As Snater comes in again. And Wallace just looks to pad it into the leg side. That ring is tight again on that, particularly on that leg side. The covers are in close as well, and that's to be expected, I suppose, when you strike early and you've got a young man in his second game out there.
Well, they're trying to entice him to play shots, aren't they, really? He's got to be a good shot to get it through this tight infield, and I think they'd like to see the batsman playing shots. Good leave.
Yeah, Wallace just happy to let that one go. A little bit more pace and carry from that end, from Snater, than we saw from the Cathedral Road end out of Bennett. So not an ideal start at all for Glamorgan, and Eddie Byram, as I was saying, who's had a really strong tournament so far, he'll be really disappointed with that. Really gave his wicket away. And his second ball as well, as that one thunders off the thigh pad. They'll come through for 1. Leg byes signalled.
Yes, I got 3 on debut to Harry Wallace down in Southampton earlier in the week. And, again, he's had to wait for his chance, having been in the squad for this whole campaign. He's doing a lot of drinks running and 12-man duties in the first few games, but it's finally been given his chance, and will be sort of keen to take it if he can. we saw earlier in the campaign. Jack Cope-Bell, another young player on debut, taking his opportunity and getting 100 in the first match in this competition against Sussex. And so just a real chance for these young players to make a mark, just to get a score that gets everyone to take notice. So it's Wallace on strike, facing Bennett. Ball short, and wow, he's helped that. Hasn't just helped it, he's smashed it into the pavilion. Well,
what a way to get off the mark. Harry Wallace, again, dug into the pitch, short ball, and he just picked it up on the length, and that is comfortably into the stands on that short boundary. And that's a really confident start from Harry Wallace, who's just had a look at a few from the other end from Snater, but first ball from Bennett, it's almost like he was expecting that short ball.
Well, don't bowl short of me, that's what Harry Wallace has said. So the challenge is on for Bennett. Better area. And well, what a shot that was. Gosh, fantastic way to get off the mark. Well, he's doubled his best score in professional cricket with that shot. And he does seem to be a very fluent player. I think I saw his dad messaging on Instagram this week. I think his message in the sort of celebration post of his professional debut was something like, "Keep whacking it, son," or something like that.
Yeah.
And he certainly is a
did
fluent
that.
stroke maker. Yeah.
Yeah, proud day for the Wallace family, wasn't it? With Harry making his first team debut down at Southampton, carrying on the Wallace family legacy here at Glamorgan. And hopefully Harry can make a real good career for himself here at Sophia Gardens. And if shots like that are anything to go by, it's all the indications that he will. Big job for Ul Hassan here as well, just to guide him through this innings and build a partnership with him.
Well, on target, Charlie Bennett here, just testing out the defence of Harry Wallace as well. It's been in behind everything so far, has left well as well.
Ul Hassan himself just only 25, so not old by any stretch, but he's fairly experienced now here at Glamorgan. Had welcomed the birth of his child at the start of this competition. Missed the first two games at Neath for that event. Congratulations to him and his family. He's performed well, hasn't he? It must not be easy for him at the moment with a newborn at home. Can't imagine he's getting too much sleep.
That's right, yeah. That's the adjustment. Maybe he's in the spare room. So as a father of a young child, that's possibly the most judicious advice I can give. Yep.
He's soldiering on pretty well, isn't he, so far?
Well, good leave again. Good judgment. All part of what it takes just to hang around there. So Wallace has done really well there. Lovely shot for 6. And has been very watchful for the rest of the over. So Glamorgan 13 for 1. Eddie Byram the man out after 4 overs. Chasing 313 to win.
And one thing Essex did do really well, especially in that first 25, as kind of mentioned in the first innings, was pick up at least one boundary almost every over, it seemed. And I think Glamorgan need to try and do that here. Don't need to panic about boundaries. Just need to again take what the bowlers give them and try and find a way to get one away to the boundary in every over. And that one's fallen short of the man at slip is Thane in there. Soft hands from Ul Hassan, but wasn't the most controlled shot. Just crept up on him, it seemed. Threw the bat at it, and it's just in front of Thane, who does well to collect it off the ground.
Well, it's a carbon copy of one we saw was in the Essex innings as well, but a couple not carrying to slip.
And this time Snater comes back squaring Ul Hassan up a little bit. Gets one off the top of the thigh pad. So Ul Hassan just needed to adjust himself a little bit here to what Snater is sending at him. Good start from Snater. Took that wicket of Byram, 1 for 4 from his first 2.2 overs. Dangerous bowler, Snater. As we've mentioned earlier, Dutch international. He's become a stalwart in this Essex side. Made his debut in this competition in 2018. And he's got 26 wickets in the county championship this year as well.
Just feel like he's got to concentrate on getting the ball in good areas consistently here. He's doing a pretty good job at the moment. And that one's through. Well, not brilliantly timed, but it's got enough on it, Zain Ul Hassan, and that rolls away for a boundary.
Yeah, couldn't said it better myself. Not exactly well timed, but found the gap. And sometimes when you're just struggling to get a little bit of rhythm, you need those type of a bit of luck. Even when you don't time it, you find the gap just to build that little bit of confidence. Get a bit of a score on the board and squared up again.
Well, it's looking quite tricky out there, isn't it? At the moment,
it is, yeah.
Bowling in decent areas, and I think it just feels like this opening pair. Well, not opening pair, are they? Now we're one down, but the batters early on here, Glamorgan, they've not had as many balls to hit to boundaries, and I think that's possibly the difference between how Essex got off to a really good start, and they were given boundary opportunities quite often.
Yeah,
have to hurry.
Quick single taken. Ooh. Dangerous run there. Would have been very close with a direct hit, and that's the pressure that Snater has built. End of the over, 5 from it in the end, so a better over for Glamorgan, but they have built a bit of pressure, haven't they? And you were saying it's tough going out there. I think it's more of a testament to the way these two Essex openers have bowled rather than anything to do with the pitch. I think they just bowled a lot better than the Glamorgan openers did.
It was interesting, they felt like there was a degree of freedom that Noah Thane and Luke Benkenstein had at the top of the Essex innings, which that's possibly because it's the start of the game and you don't really know kind of what a pass score is, and you're just going to sort of see how it goes. They batted with freedom. It feels like it's a bit more pressure here now. But that's a nice shot, and that's timed well, and it's also going to go for 4. So Ul Hassan, a couple of nice cover drives away now. He's getting into his work.
Yeah, that's what he's been looking for, Ul Hassan. Beautifully timed that on that occasion through the covers. Nice balanced shot, and that'll really please him. Hopefully he can start to find the middle of the bat a little bit more now after that one. Bennett might have to just rethink his line and length slightly.
Beats him, good response, good comeback. Just gets it in that channel, which I think that's the spot.
Yeah, it looks like he sort of pulled out with that shot late, wasn't it? Ul Hassan just hanged the bat there and decided to pull it away at the last second. Is lucky not to have caught the edge.
We're definitely getting a bit of seam movement away from the left-hander, is Bennett. So he was maybe started a little bit too wide there and meant that Ul Hassan could sort of safely get inside it, but you get that a fraction straighter could be difficult. Again, that sort of area. It's good stuff.
He is vulnerable sometimes, Ul Hassan, with that trigger movement to being squared up. When the ball is fired in straight at him, he does square up quite a lot, and he looks quite tight in his shape, and that sometimes can mean you jab at it with hard hands. Quite often does get caught behind that type of shot. Maybe something that Bennett will pick up on here.
Out. Well, the short ball, Zain Ul Hassan has not really seemed like he's been timing it all day, and that one seemed to go high up on the bat loops up to mid-on, and it's a second wicket. And this Glamorgan chase has not started in the best fashion now, with both openers departing cheaply. Glamorgan now in a spot of bother, 22 for 2.
Yeah, he's just clothed it, hasn't he? He's looked to gone over the top, maybe to cow corner or mid wicket, and he's just, as you said, top of the bat, just clothed it straight to the man at mid wicket. Simple enough catch, and yeah, not the best of starts here for Glamorgan. And after such a strong performance in the field, Zain Hassan will be disappointed to not back that up with a strong batting performance here. You might have felt like it was his day based on his performance in the field, but he has to go. And that will bring Colin Ingram to the crease.
So the youngest player and the oldest player together. Well, this is kind of both ends of the scale here of Glamorgan's batting talent. The youngest in Harry Wallace, just 17 years old. 41-year-old Colin Ingram. Well, I can't imagine they have that much in common, apart from being very talented left-hand batters.
I don't know, I think Colin's such a nice man. I think he'll find conversation with anyone. But he's got a job to play here, not only to get runs himself and guide his side to a really good position in this chase, but to guide Wallace along with him as well. Fascinating duo out in the middle for Glamorgan now.
Well, just by way of comparison, Essex lost their second wicket for 190. Glamorgan have lost it for 22. Ingram's off the mark, straight delivery. Fielders were interested with an LBW shout, and he just managed to get his bat down on it and jab it out into the leg side, so he's off the mark. So Glamorgan desperate for a partnership here, desperate for a couple of batters to hang around for a while, get the score moving, just try and calm everyone down in the dressing room. And Harry Wallace, second match in professional cricket. Bit of responsibility already sitting on his shoulders with both openers gone. In behind that one, just blocks it out.
End of the over, and a wicket in it for Bennett. Glamorgan 23 for 2 now after 6. 4 overs remaining of the first power play. And Colin Ingram, as we said out there, brought in for the last game against Hampshire, maybe with one eye on the county championship to get him a little bit of form. Didn't play much at all in the T20 Blast, only one game, and then hasn't played in the One Day Cup at all before that Hampshire game, with one eye on the back end of the county championship season, maybe wanting to get him some form. Also, I think just bolstering this Glamorgan lineup with a bit of class and experience as well. Some of the players not really hitting their straps so far. Snater is wide this time down the leg side. Ingram can't get anything on it. But a really strong start from Shane Snater, 1 for 10. And has bowled in good areas, challenged the batter, challenged Ul Hassan before, was squaring him up quite often, sent a few past the bat as well. As Ingram is solid in defence. 2 centuries this year for Colin Ingram in the county championship. Other than that, has been a little bit scratchy with his form. 24 against Hampshire on Wednesday. So look to build on that here. And he just nurses that one down to backward square. Come through for 1. Brings Wallace back onto strike.
Well, if Harry Wallace wanted a role model of another left-hander to copy. Well, he's got his dad for one.
Yeah.
Let's get spend a bit of time with him, but also the man at the other end, Colin Ingram. Yeah, one of the all-time greats on 10,000 first-class runs, more than 8,000 in List A. One of the genuinely top performers, averages 48, more than 48 in this in one-day cricket, and really top performer for Glamorgan for many, many years. One of the greats, and will go down, I think, as one of the best players that Glamorgan have ever had.
Absolutely. And just thinking about thinking about it with how long Mark Wallace has been around the club and Colin Ingram as well, it might be the case that Colin Ingram has seen Harry Wallace grow up alongside Mark Wallace. And
well, that's gone straight in the air. Is it going to be caught? It's gone all the way. Another 6. Well, Harry Wallace, that's good. Well, fortune favours the brave, and he gave that an almighty swing, got a top edge, and that has gone straight over the keeper's head for 6.
Well, he's wasted one of his 9 lives as Harry Wallace there. Straight up. Initially, when that ball did go up, I did think that was just going to loop into the hands of the wicket-keeper, but goes all the way for 6 in the end. Slice of luck, but his second 6 of the innings. Another wide from Snater.
Well, I think 2 scoring shots for Wallace so far. Both
2
sixes.
6s.
For his 12 deliveries.
In 2 completely different ways as well.
So 5 dots and a 6, 5 dots and a 6. That's fine, isn't it? That's a more efficient way of doing it rather than 12 singles.
Wish I could do it like that.
Yeah, well, fair play.
Snater just starting to waver down the leg side. I think Wallace had started to move out of his crease there, so maybe tried to follow him. Wallace this time just happy to knock it into the leg side for 1.
It's very conservative, just taking a single rather than hitting another 6. He is going to mix it up then, not just dots and 6s. Well, the sun's out here again, so nice, lovely conditions for batting. A little bit cooler than it has been of late, but still very pleasant and warm.
Yeah, there's a bit of a breeze this morning as well. Not sure if that's still persistent out there. I can't see too much movement on the shirts, but
no, it's not quite the searing heat that there was of last week or the week before, but still warm enough.
End of that over. 10 from it with the 2 wides and that fortunate 6 for Wallace. 33 for 2 Glamorgan.
I think that ball wouldn't have gone for 6 normally in a normal setup.
No.
Because this temporary sight screen has been moved in today down here at the just in front of the media centre. The boundary rope is in another sort of 5 or 6 metres compared to where it usually is, and so that one landed just over. Yeah, Harry Wallace taking full advantage of the slightly smaller dimensions of the ground this end.
I'm sure he knew that. I'm sure he knew what he was doing. He had the measuring tape out before the game. Well defended from Wallace. Been impressed with Bennett so far. How he started, 1 for 13. Looks a tall bowler with a nice rhythmical action, not too quick. Probably around about the 80 mile an hour mark, you'd say. But he's had some good control and has hit his area as well.
I'm waving at you. Back row.
Yeah, still coming round the wicket to the left-handers.
And that's nicely played. Soft hands from Wallace, just guides it down to third man.
Such a useful shot, isn't it, that if you can sort of on a decent ball and can sort of run it down to third and just got to keep the strike rotating.
Yeah. Just take the sting out of it. Bennett so far with 5 wickets in the competition, average of 38, and he's been a little bit expensive so far in the competition, just above 7 and over. And that is an edge, is it? Appeals. Bennett liked it. No, says the umpire, probably off the thigh pad of Ingram. A few shouts from behind the stumps as well. Yeah, just comes off the thigh pad. Pretty clear on the replay.
Yeah, well, Charlie Bennett started out playing for Suffolk in junior cricket. That was his pathway, so a partner county to Essex, and then moved across into the Essex Academy last year. Oof, and well, he's getting the ball in good areas here. Bowling with good pace, as a tall man, good height as well, and just 20 years old.
Yeah, looks a good prospect, doesn't he? And with Mackenzie Jones still to come as well, he's the leading wicket taker in this competition for Essex so far. They've got some good options in this bowling attack, it will seem.
Oh, in the air, that look could be out, it should be out. And it is. And Colin Ingram has gone. Well, big disappointment for Glamorgan. Another one of their big players hasn't managed to get a score here. And Glamorgan now really are in a spot of bother. 34 for 3. And the kingpin of their batting lineup, the most experienced player, the one they probably look to in situations like this, has gone. A false shot, chipped up in the air. Easy catch for Jones, his second catch, Mackenzie Jones, and Glamorgan now in a spot of bother. 34 for 3, and it's another wicket for Bennett.
Well, it's almost a carbon copy of the last wicket, isn't it? The Ul Hassan, caught by Jones, bowled by Bennett in that mid-wicket region, plugged off the top of the bat, looking to go over the top. Another really soft dismissal from a Glamorgan perspective, and as you said, Ash, in a spot of bother now with Jack Hope Bell to come in, with two youngsters here at the crease needing to try and orchestrate a comeback.
Yeah, well, he showed Jack Hope Bell in the first match of this competition. Glamorgan were in a pickle then, I think 54 for 5 at one stage, and he'd only just come to the crease, and he managed to get Glamorgan out of a hole with Alex Horton, putting on a mammoth partnership for the 6th wicket. Looks like we're probably in that sort of territory again, where these two young players, well, it feels like it's possibly down to them at the moment just to try and get things moving here for Glamorgan. There's not loads of batting left after them. And
yeah, you felt like Ingram really needed to stick in, didn't you, and guide Wallace. It's going to be a tough ask for these two, but I mean, we saw Glamorgan turn things around in the last innings, so that's a really nice shot. Work down towards the third man boundary, and that is going to go all the way. A lovely shot from Jack Hope Bell to get off the mark.
Well, I think this was almost went Yorker length straight away. It was. He could dug it out, but managed to open the face with a lot of control. Got it just past second slip, and just managed to beat the diving third man fielder as well. So, well, good start for Hope Bell, but a long way to go. You think he needs to face, you're thinking of setting 50, 60, 70 balls here, if he can.
Yeah, it's a good start for Hope Bell. Lovely shot to open up with, confident shot as well with that Yorker. As Snater comes in and defends, does Wallace. And as he said, a big job for these two now. It would be a real storyline for Glamorgan's academy if these two can build a partnership and really give Glamorgan a fighting chance in this game. It would be a testament to the good work in the academy as Wallace works it away again nicely onto the leg side. As Ash has stepped out and Sanjay has joined me again. What have you made of start from both sides, Sanjay?
Well, are we playing on a different pitch? Because at one point Essex were 166 without loss, and we've lost 13 wickets for 100 runs. I mean, it's remarkable, really, isn't it?
It is, yeah.
Since as to what's happened in this match so far. It's not the start that Glamorgan wanted, is it? At 39 for 3, but the young guns have got a chance here to show everybody what they're worth. It's a shame Ingram was out, because I'd had a little look up. You talked around young Harry Wallace and Colin Ingram. The thing you missed out was that in the 2015 and 2016 seasons, Mark Wallace and Colin Ingram played together.
Yeah.
So it shows how long Colin's been around.
And I'm sure young Harry Wallace would have been in and around watching his dad at that time, and Colin Ingram would have watched him grow up.
That's right.
Throughout the years, and wonderful to see him getting his chance in the side now. We're surrounded by some of those players like Colin Ingram that he would have grown up idolising, I'm sure. And Jack O'Bell as well. I'm wondering whether these two young guns at the crease, whether, especially with Glamorgan being out of the competition as well, of course they'll want to win, but maybe an air of nothing to lose now for these two, and an air of fearlessness that some of the more sort of seasoned and experienced players might be a little bit more twitchy and more concerned with their form and how they're going to shape up for the county championship, whereas these two have just been handed the opportunity, nothing to lose, go out and bat.
Yeah, I think for, as you rightly say, they've got an opportunity just to show that they're worth, the professional status that they've rightly earned, and go out and play some shots. As you said before, Wallace, a couple of sixes, and he's been a bit more conservative now with some singles. But it is an opportunity to go out, have some fun. I think that's probably the key thing. Show the quality you have. I guess these two will have batted together.
Yeah.
Coming through the system. In sort of youth cricket for Glamorgan. So great. It's great for them. Great opportunity. Let's hope they take it.
Yeah, and I'm sure there will be with these two at the crease. I'm sure there will be a few sort of age grade or England age grade coaches watching these two intently. Jack O'Bell has already been in amongst the England developmental sides, and I imagine they've got one eye on Wallace as well. Jacob Blade's another player in the academy that has been involved with that as well. Sorry, Wallace has been involved with that as well. I was just trying to rack my brain with some of those players that went away for that England under-19s camp and the England under-19s developmental camp. I think it was Wallace, Blades, Hope Bell and Norton who went away for that. Norton unfortunately picking up an injury, which meant he only played one match in that camp, and obviously hasn't played a part at all in this competition. But certainly bright futures ahead of all of those players. And Bennett's in again and throws the hands at it, does Hope Bell. Goes down to third man for one.
Yeah, Alex Horton's also been involved at one point with the England under-19 setup. Romano Franco, he must have a chance. He bowled well, I thought.
Yeah, potentially. Yeah, I think he's I think he's bowled better in this competition than perhaps his numbers suggest as well. Been a bit unlucky on some occasions, maybe.
I think when you're a young spinner, especially bowling left arm, he's got a nice high action, hasn't he? You are. Yeah, and if you don't, you've got to get it right, haven't you? Especially with pitches that aren't really helping you in any way, shape or form. So you're going to go for some runs. But what I've liked, and this is the first time I've seen him bowl, but what I have liked about him is that he's just stuck at it.
Yeah.
And he tried a couple of faster balls, tried different things, but, he didn't get put off.
No. Well, the thing is as well, and, with the Glamorgan limited on bowlers, continue after this, Bennett comes in and swatted away that time to the leg side by Wallace. Fantastic shot, just picked the length really well, and off his hip, off the back foot, just crashed it away for four, and that is a his first 4 of the innings, welcome boundary, and gets a good applause around the ground as well.
Yeah, I think the thing also for these two guys is just to make sure that even though they've lost 3 wickets, is to not fall too far behind as far as run rates are concerned.
Bennett in again, and it's flicked behind really nicely again from Wallace. Back-to-back 4s for him.
And shots like that are going to help.
Absolutely. He's played that hook shot really nicely. Banged in from Bennett, picked the length again and out of the middle of the bat. Vacant region down at sort of fine leg, backwards square.
What I like about those 2 shots, Alan, is that the first one, he saw it early and pulled it in front of the square, and the second one was probably slightly quicker, slightly more leg side. He just let it come onto him before sort of swivelling it away towards that area. It's going down, I think.
Big shout there for, as you said, probably just airing down the leg side, but that's a really nice over for Glamorgan, and in particular Wallace. 14-9 for 3 now, end of the first power play, 10 overs in. And a good start from Essex, trying to defend 312. So we see the worm there. So Glamorgan are right around the run rate, just about 4.5. Run rate required around 6.5. So they're not falling too far behind in that category. But obviously the 3 early wickets do throw a spanner in the works and put them behind on WinViz or whatever you want to use, WASP or whatever predictor you might want to use.
Or Sanjay's notebook, which tells you that Essex was 65 without loss at this same stage.
Well, it's a very detailed looking notebook there, I must say, very neat and tidy.
You should see some of the earlier versions. It's appalling. I actually I do it without wearing my reading glasses.
Oh, okay.
I've done it before where I've made all the notes with reading glasses, haven't taken the glasses, and I've absolutely no idea what's in that notebook. So it didn't really help in any way. So yeah, that's the practice.
Mine are digital, I'm afraid. I think I don't quite have the handwriting to make it as nice and neat as possible.
Or the age that tells you that that's what we used to do. I've only just moved off chalk.
Well, I did do my spreadsheet here with all the scores manually. You'll be pleased to know I didn't use AI or any of that. No, because I often think you could use AI, and we have seen that more in sort of broadcasting and commentary. But I often find that if you write them in manually yourself, it commits to memory a little bit more as well.
There's some sort of psychology behind that, but there's also a very good reason not to use AI, which I'll tell you in a second.
Drive in is Hope Bell, but doesn't time it on that occasion.
And that is, AI knows very little about cricket.
Yeah, that's true.
And the reason I know this is because I mentioned a couple of times I do a show with Geraint Jones, and we had this quiz going on in the Ashes, and I asked AI to just come up with a stat. It was day 2 of Perth, I think it was. I mean, there wasn't a day 3 in Perth, so day 2 of Perth it was. And it came up with something about Australia had used 5 wicketkeepers on a particular day, and it was a true or false. And the guy was called Roger Wesley, I think his name was. And AI told me it was true. I got a torrent of abuse from a lot of people. Yeah. Because what it said was that, and it said the reason was that Roger Wesley had gone off, he'd played his one and only test against England, he'd gone off with hay fever, and then people like Kim Hughes and David Hooks and a few others had taken over the wicket-keeping duties. It fell apart on a couple of points.
And that's chipped up by Hope Bell, again straight to mid-wicket. And that's a really disappointing end for Jack Hope Bell, who had started to play some nice shots and was building a partnership a little bit with Wallace. Again, similar dismissal. It just seems to have plugged in the pitch, and it's been caught at mid-wicket. I think that's Jones down there again. That might be his 3rd catch of the innings. And it's the end of Jack Hope Bell, who has played very nicely in this competition so far, but only 5 today.
I think that's part of the learning process, isn't it? Young Jack Hope Bell had seen his partner Harry Wallace hit a couple of pull shots, one behind square, one in front of square, and he tried that. I think the ball I need to see on the replay, Aled. I'm not sure if he got stuck in the pitch anymore, or he just came onto him a bit too quickly, because he seemed to hit it. He seemed to hit high on the bat, clothed it to the waiting hands, it's not the start that Glamorgan wanted. We said at the tail end of the Essex innings that Glamorgan had to get off to a decent start to have any chance of getting near that score of 3-1-3 at 49 for 4. It's not looking great, but the man coming in, Alex Horton, the captain, the wicketkeeper, has been in the runs, got 81 against Derbyshire. So he needs to, and another young player, 22 as well. So there are chances for this is the great thing about this competition. It gives these young players chances, and yes, they're not always going to come off, but it's better than playing second team cricket. What great opportunities these guys have, and the key thing, yes, winning is great, and they've lost 5 in a row, Glamorgan, but learn to enjoy it, learn to improve, learn, I guess, from what's happening out there. So he'll be disappointed, no doubt, Jack Hope Bell, but let's see what Alex Horton can do.
In confirmation that catch was taken by Mackenzie Jones, his third of the game. 2 wickets each then for Snater and Bennett as Horton comes out to the crease. And Horton is straight away on the drive, doesn't get it through Critchley. But it's been a big competition for Alex Horton, who might have had to prove himself a little bit in this competition. Again, has had chances in the blast and hasn't really pulled up too many trees rather in that competition. Doesn't get a look in really in the county championship, with Chris Cook being the wicketkeeper. So a big competition for Alex Horton, and he has done well so far. 240 runs, as I said earlier, leading run scorer for Glamorgan in this competition coming into the game, average of 40 and a high score of 122 in that first game against Sussex at Neath. So even at the age of 22,
yeah,
he's one of the sort of leading senior figures almost in this team now, especially those first couple of games with no Colin Ingram in the side.
Yeah, and he's extended his contract to the end of next season as well. So look, 122 against Sussex, as you said, 81. He also got versus Derbyshire in that big total of 315, the sort of total they're going to need today. So he's done it. He can do it, and he's got a partner in there in Harry Wallace, who's 24 of 23, and he's sort of set as far as this innings at least is concerned. So it'd be interesting to see if these two can do what Noah Thane and Luke Benkenstein did for Essex.
Change of bowler for Essex at the Cathedral Road end. It's going to be Mackenzie Jones, who's been in the game already, taking those 3 catches at mid-wicket. As we said earlier, leading wicket taker for them in the competition so far with 10. Made his debut for Scotland last year as well against Nepal. And he's been good in white ball games that he's played this season. He has played 1 first-class game in the county championship last year against Hampshire. It's going to be a no ball from Jones. So a free hit here for Wallace, with that short boundary to his leg side as well. He'll be fancying putting another one in and amongst those supporters on that pavilion side, I'm sure.
Yeah, he's a big lad, isn't he, Mackenzie Jones, 6'5". He just needs to make sure he bowls to his field here.
Wallace goes for it, and that's into a similar position where he hit that 4 earlier on, and he's put away the free hit nicely. That will please him. Just slightly back of a length from Jones, picked it up off his hip and flicks it into the cow corner region.
Yeah, intelligent shot that from Harry Wallace. He moved his feet a couple of steps down the track to give himself the just to make that into the length that he wanted it, and just shoveled it, short arm jab into the leg side for 4.
So Jones back in, much straighter line that time, and Wallace just sends it back.
I think Douthwaite's carded in to come next. Obviously an all-rounder, bowling all-rounder, you would say. Average is all right, 23. But for these two, what's important also is to understand there's only been just not even 12 overs bowled so far. It's a long, long way to go. So they've got an opportunity to actually bat kind of in first-class mode, really.
Yeah,
and actually build an innings and build a partnership that can do well for themselves as well as for the team.
The interesting thing as well is that I think it was against Sussex. Glamorgan were in a similar spot to this, 50 odd for 5 in that game, and then Alex Horton came in with Jack Holt-Bell and built that unbelievable partnership. 123 for Holt-Bell and 122 for Horton. So similar circumstances here with Horton in with a youngster.
Yep.
It was Jack Holt-Bell's debut that time out, and Wallace is his only second game. So he's got experience so far of guiding players through. That was close.
Has he got an edge on that?
I thought, yeah, he must have done.
It looked pretty adjacent.
It did.
If he hadn't.
I'll see it on the replay. Looked very close. He must have got something on it. Slowed down.
Yeah.
Oh, height maybe. Yeah, it's just hit the.
Jagged back, isn't it?
It's just hit the thigh pad, is it? Possibly. Jones liked it. Not too many shouts from behind the stumps. But 12 overs gone. Glamorgan 55 for 4. And as I was saying, yeah, Horton's got good form with a young partner at the other end, and he did really well, I thought, in that opening game against Sussex. He just guided Jack Holt-Bell, and when Holt-Bell got bogged down a little bit with a few dot balls, Horton was able to relieve the pressure at the other end, just use some of that sort of T20 prowess that he has, take the pressure off and let his partner at the other end score a little bit more freely. So we'll look to do that with Wallace here.
Zaman Akhtar, change of bowling at the River Taff end. Bowling.
Did Wallace get anything on that?
There wasn't much in the way of appeals, so I think it's gone off. Has it gone off the pitch?
It's signalled as runs, so he's got something on it.
Yeah.
Maybe got a glove. Yeah, it's just off the glove into the ground, and Fernandez couldn't get across to stop it. So Akhtar a bit unlucky off his first delivery.
Yeah, it's got some lift and something we haven't seen much of. I mean, Mackenzie Brown 6 for 5, so you'd expect him to get some steepling bounce, but not to the extent or the run out chance, the length that Zaman Akhtar's bowling.
Yeah, he's another tall bowler, isn't he? There's a few in this Essex side. Akhtar has 11 wickets so far in the competition. Oh, sorry, that was in the Blast competition.
Yeah, I heard you say that he's a Saka graduate. Dr. Tom Brown, doing a great job with that.
3 wickets so far in this competition. 6.31 his economy, averaging 61. So not numbers that jump off the page at you, but has looked fairly tidy in his opening 3 balls. Horton just figuring him out here. As again, run rate now 4.8. Run rate required just under 6.8. So Glamorgan are within touch. As Horton works that down to deep square. Off the mark, Horton.
Someone's the 4th bowler that Essex have used so far. They've bowled Snater, Bennett, Jones and Zaman. So Critchley, I'm guessing, is going to bowl. Harmer obviously is going to bowl. Noah Thane was part of the bowling warm-up contingent. So they've got some options from Essex.
Yeah, quite a few all-rounders in this Eagles side, as that's well bowled from Akhtar. Just squares Wallace up a little bit, passes the bat. Good carry on that as well. Through to Fernandez.
Yeah, we haven't got any speeds here, but he's got some, looks deceptively nippy, doesn't he?
Yeah, that I think that took it off the pitch a little bit as well. Banged in and seemed to zip through. Nicely played by Wallace, down to deep square for one. He's played quite nicely to the leg side so far, Wallace. A couple of boundaries off that to the leg side as the end of the over. 62 for 4, Glamorgan, with 7 coming from that first Akhtar over.
49, so 13 these two have put on, and it's he's got to build. Wallace has got to 35 quite quickly. Bearing in mind it's only his second match, 3 against Hampshire the other day. Was it Wednesday? That was.
Those 2 sixes at the start really accelerated that, didn't he? Got off first 2 scoring shots were sixes. And Jones is going to continue. First over went for 6.
The pigeon is still there.
I know.
It's just pecking away. Yeah, I actually think that Luke Benkenstein, who's fielding at deep point for the left-handed Wallace, is actually fielding there to avoid the pigeon.
I'll have to get that fella dressed as the eagle to try and scare the pigeon away.
Yeah, that could be.
It's quite often the tactic, isn't it? They get a falcon or a hawk somewhere where there's seagulls, particularly. I remember my mum used to be a police officer in the headquarters in Bridgend, where she used to work. There was a falcon on the industrial estate around there to keep the seagulls away.
I thought you would say your mother was on like bird catching duty.
No.
Falcons or something. The eagle seems to be in a 1 round only. Very flaky.
Yeah, I haven't seen him since his lap earlier.
He got booed a bit down here, and I think that's sort of. You don't expect that from eagles, do you? Sort of brave birds, but he took 1 bit of flack, and that was the end of that. So
maybe it's got a bit warm in that suit.
Did you see the guys when the Football World Cup was on? You know, some of the temperatures in those stadiums in America was hot, right? There was 3. There was a girl and 2 guys, I think, dressed as lions. Constant every England match. They must have been sweating.
Nicely played that time, but good piece of fielding down there from Thane, who continues to keep himself in the game.
He looks a very good prospect, Harry Wallace, doesn't he?
Yeah.
You know, he's
well, both Wallace and Thane, I think, was really impressed with the way Thane batted earlier as well.
Yeah, it's. I don't know how much of that is as a consequence of the structure nowadays with the academies and the pathways, EPB, the Lions and the various England age group setups. There seems to be a lot of really, really good young players coming through.
Well, as we were kind of saying earlier, it's not only those official pathways that the counties have. It's things like the UCCE schemes, which we're lucky to have here in Cardiff, and the Cardiff UCCE scheme I think has done pretty well in the last couple of years. I know Cardiff Met cricket won the Bucks League last season, so it's a strong area down here for university cricket, and I've had a few players come through that. Asa Tribe's one of them, Dan Douthwaite, Andy Gorvin as well, and the SACA as well, the South Asian Cricket Association scheme as well. And the edge, and that's dropped. That was a chance put down in the slips, and they'll get through for one. Horton is a lucky boy, caught the edge. It would have been a really good catch for Thane, but got one hand to it. Perhaps should have been taken.
Yeah, very flat-footed drive, wasn't it? Went hard at the ball, just threw his bat at it.
And
Horton.
He survives to see another day, Alex Horton. again, maybe one of those where you feel it should be taken, but if it had been, it would have been a spectacular catch as well at the same time. Got there, didn't he? Jones in again to Wallace this time, left-handed. And Jones finishes a very tidy over, just 2 from it. Glamorgan 64 for 4. And a little bit of a settling down period here. Apart from that last chance, these two have batted fairly nicely together at the moment. Things just seem to have settled down a little bit again, apart from that one chance. And Wallace is looking really nice out here at the moment. I have touched wood.
Touch for mine.
Yeah. If everyone else could do it as well at home.
I think it's important, as I said before, for these two to just appreciate the situation. Bat sensibly, bat nicely, nothing extravagant, build an innings, all the things that Thane and Benkenstein did earlier on. And naturally, as a consequence of that, because the ball timed the ball well, the ball's coming on, there's nothing in the pitch, the natural consequence of that is runs.
Yeah, Harry Wallace looking pretty good out here. Let's just try and bring up the partnership stats. Just keep an eye on that as Horton works it through the offside for 1.
Yeah, the partnership's only, 16 runs, isn't it, so far?
Thought it might be a little bit more than that, but
not even 4 overs, though. 10.10, the 4th ball of the 11th over was when the 4th wicket fell. Hope Bell.
well, one more run and they would have taken over the biggest partnership for Glamorgan so far. That one well bowled again from Akhtar, back of a length, and Wallace thought about throwing his hands at it, kept them close to his chest in the end.
Yeah, surprising, as I said before, surprisingly nippy is Zaman Akhtar. Skiddy as well, but gets some lift.
Yeah, I think he's getting the most bounce out of this pitch that I've seen of any of the bowlers so far today. As that's time banged in again, but Wallace can just turn it into the leg side for 1.
In the lunch break, we were talking about biomechanics, weren't we?
Yes,
of the fast bowler. We were looking at Jimmy Anderson, and this is what we do at lunch, as well as eating what was a very good lasagna. I must admit. Although pairing it with boiled potatoes was an interesting.
Yeah, that was an interesting one.
Yeah, I thought the double carb thing. I should, brought a pillow, I think, for sleep this afternoon. But we're looking at Jimmy Anderson, how he gets his hips through, and you look at Zaman Akhtar here. It's the same sort of action in terms of how square on he gets when he approaches the crease. That is the limit of my fast bowling knowledge, by the way. I just thought.
Yeah, I'm not going to pretend to know a great deal about the biomechanics of fast bowling.
I thought I'd drop you in it. You see, by
I'm not going to take the bait, Sanjay.
By regurgitating what we saw at lunch and then hoping you'd take it on and get yourself into some sort
You overestimate my memory.
Last ball of this over, and let's just guide it away. Go for a single.
Yeah, these two just taking the sting out of Akhtar's deliveries at the moment. Ends another over from him. Glamorgan 67 for 4. And that run rate is required has just climbed above 7 and over now. Glamorgan won't mind that too much. Just need a period of stabilisation here after 4 early wickets in the first 10 or 11, just under 11 overs. And I'm going to...
It's going to be Mackenzie Jones who's going to continue from this Cathedral Road end. Glamorgan 67 for 4. Nice sort of partnership in terms of time, in terms of batting together by these two, and that's a good ball from Jones. Just nips back a bit, but well negotiated by Alex Horton, who's on 4. Harry Wallace is on 37 of 39 balls, 67 for 4 after 15 overs. It's a lovely day here at Glamorgan. Slight at Cardiff, slight breeze, not too much. Pigeon still there, and alongside me and the pigeon is Ashley, who's now turned his mic on.
Ever the professional.
Yes, exactly.
Well, I've had a nice cake. So
Did you? Where'd you get that
well, they've been delivered.
Have they?
Out the back. So I could argue brought one.
ever.
There's quite a few left. The last time I checked.
Excellent,
so
good.
I would say your next commentary break, get out there.
Yeah, well, Alan's
You may
just
have to
gone, so...
Yeah, there might not be many left by the time he gets back, but you may have to fight all the analysts next door for them as well. So they look like they like a cake in there, don't they?
Yeah, well, they do. I'm just going to see how many there are. Well, one's paying no attention at all. However, one's certainly moving a bit quickly towards the door.
Oh, that's beating him on the inside, yeah. Well, it's encouraging to see Harry Wallace getting in, getting set.
Yeah.
Faced nearly 40 balls. Well, this is great to see, and will do his confidence a world of good. And just, sure, ball by ball, just starting to believe that he belongs at this level. And I'm sure everyone else has believed that already. But really nice to see. And so, good chance for him to get a maiden professional 50 if he can.
Yeah, that's right. And I think that time is on their side, not just in terms of their age, but also the fact that there's still 35 overs left in this game. And you play shots like that,
Yep.
Alex Horton, you induce a misfield, which is unfortunately what's happened.
Well, he hit it so hard, didn't he? I think that one really went very, very fast. And even though I think the fielder got down, even tried to get his body behind it, I think it was travelling at such a rate, it ricocheted off his knees and kept going. So, yeah, lots of power Alex Horton has. There's a few innings he's played in second 11 T20 cricket this year for Glamorgan, which have been highlight reels on the club's Instagram feed, and he has got explosive power when he gets going. So Glamorgan, I hope he can get bedded in here.
I think once the two batters, which they will have done now because they've been in together for 5 overs or so now, that there's nothing in this pitch particularly that's going to scare them. There's no lift, there's no sort of lateral movement. We don't know what Simon Harmer or anyone else that they bowl, Matt Critchley, the leggy, if they bowl him, what they're going to do. But certainly from a seamer perspective, the ball's coming on nicely, and sensible batting is going to get you runs.
73 for 4. Tries a Yorker. Digs it out well. There's Horton. That's the end of the over.
Yeah, by the end of his third over, Mackenzie Jones gone for 14. Saman Akhtar's gone for 10 off 2. He has taken his cap off. He'll be coming in to bowl his third over. Yeah, it's an experienced bowling attack, experienced side that Essex have got out here today, and that's the other thing for Glamorgan, the young lads to bear in mind also, is they're facing a side that's got many more years of experience than them, and it's all part of that learning to be a professional, isn't it?
So it's Harry Wallace on strike. Gets a sharp bouncer. That was quite sharp. He kind of never really got himself in a good position to play it.
Yeah, he's got some lift from Zaman Akhtar so far, and that definitely got through Harry Wallace a bit quickly. Well, then they've got that leg side quite well protected. There's a fielder at fine leg and backward square leg also on the boundary. So if he does top edge it could be curtains for Harry Wallace, but he didn't, and he's still there.
Works it off the hip for another single. What have you made of Harry Wallace? Probably your first chance to see him, or I don't know how much you've heard about him in the game. Probably not too much. He's still only young. He's still under 17, so a really young guy. Also, because of his family connections, there's probably been a bit of talk in Wales about him. But what have you thought?
Well, I think him and Alex Horton, they put bat to ball that's for sure. When they're not scared of playing shots, but that is that generation, isn't it? Or today's generation of cricketer. You know, they've learned to play the ball, and some of the, you know, the full face of the bat that he gives, that he gives every shot, you know, a great chance of getting to the boundary. And so I've been impressed. I think he's definitely one for the future, isn't he? And you know, he's come in at a time today where, you know, they were 22 for 2, Glamorgan, when he came in. You know, and he's got them to 75 for 4, and he's done it very well.
Yeah, it kind of pulls out of that one this time. I think realised that was getting a bit high for him, and in the end just sort of ducked under it on purpose. But yeah, I agree with you about the his willingness to play shots. I mean, he looks organised, doesn't he? Harry Wallace has got a nice defence and has got him behind, but particularly with those sort of, you know, pulls and cuts, he does give it a go. He really swishes the bat about, and has the ability to sort of connect pretty cleanly with the ball. He looks quite slight from afar, doesn't he? Like there's not much to him physically, but he hits the ball quite hard. That'll be a wide, just getting his line wrong, Akhtar that time.
But a lot of it at this level, you know, the difference, I think, mate, you know, when you're playing second team cricket or age group cricket, when you are the best there at that level, there's a huge step up to playing first team men's cricket, if you like, or just first team cricket. No one's ever going to doubt your technical ability, even though the bowlers are quicker and are going to test it more, but it's your mental ability to play the game that is going to be tested the most here, and that's what you're going to see. So you've seen a couple of balls here where Zaman's pitched it short to tempt Harry Wallace into hooking, and I think you'll see more of that. They're going to see if he can actually not play the pull shot or the hook shot, and see what he does, because they've got a couple of fielders stationed for a miss hit, and they've already seen one top edge down here for 6, so I think they're going to test him on that. And mentally for Harry Wallace, can he control the urge to hook and pull?
Well, that ball's just back of a length. Wallace is getting in behind those and defending, so trying to get his angles right, get in line, and has done a good job so far. Well, he's scoring at a healthy rate as well, which is nice to see, that he's not only the boundaries but has been managing to rotate the strike pretty well as well. So 38 from 43 at the moment, and good to see him spending some time out in the middle. Nice looking punch on the front foot for a single.
Who's in charge of the academy program here?
There's a guy called Richard Almond,
Okay.
who is sort of a guy from, I think he's from Cape Town originally, but has been around in Wales for years. But there's quite a few ex-Glamorgan players who are involved. So Darren Thomas, fast bowler from that really good side in sort of the late 90s. So he looks after the 18 group, and then. But there's also guys like Steve Watkin, you know, had a few game test matches for England, who's a legend of the club. He's involved as well and does a bit of coaching. So yeah, I think Steve James does a little bit of coaching as well. Not probably. Oh, and there's a wicket. He's gone, caught behind. Well, that's the end of Harry Wallace. Just gets a little tickle on it, and well, that's a shame. He got a 39, played really well. But Mackenzie Jones has just got him to feather a little edge behind to the keeper, and that brings an end to his highest ever score in professional cricket, 39 off 45, and certainly lots of positives to take from that. He definitely looked the part and just got a good one in the end there, I think.
Yeah, he did, and generous applause from the crowd here, because I think they appreciate genuine talent when they see it. And the ball didn't do anything. I think just stuck his bat out, didn't he, and caught there. Just have a look on the replay now. Didn't seem to do anything anyway. Maybe a bit of lift that caught him out.
Or slightly held his line or something, but often it's the one that doesn't need to do too. Only needs to do a little bit, doesn't it, really, to get the edge. And if it does too much, you tend to miss it.
Yeah, that's very true. And I think he's not express pace by any means, Mackenzie Jones, but I think at the height at 6'5", he gets lift, and I think that is pretty much what's done for young Harry Wallace there. But change of the published order here, because it looks like Van der Hoogten's coming out ahead of Douthwaite. Any particular reason for that you can see?
Not sure. No, I don't know. But normally Douthwaite would come out first. You're right. So I don't know whether they've just made a tactical switch or whether there's any other reason why Dan Douthwaite's delaying his entrance, or haven't heard he's injured, but we shall see. So yeah, spot a bother again, 78 for 5 for Glamorgan, and this chases, it's the wickets column which is of concern here really. The run rate's just over 7, but which is not insurmountable, but I think it's that gets harder and harder the more wickets you lose, and now we are down into the kind of the players who are sort of not out and out batters. Van der Hoogten, decent player, must be said, very organised and strong man, can certainly clear the ropes without too many problems, but I think that's the major concern here now. The more wickets you lose, the more difficult it's going to be, and Essex they were in a much stronger position at this stage with set batters who are scoring quickly. It's been much more difficult for the Glamorgan batters to get in and get going.
Yeah, unfortunately, wickets falling at regular intervals for Glamorgan. What are we, 17 overs and 3 balls in and 5 down. So, yeah, Essex hadn't lost their first wicket until the 25th over and a ball. So,
yeah.
Problems for Glamorgan. Essex will be looking to capitalise on the start, obviously.
Well, I guess they've got to try and work out some sort of plan here, Glamorgan. Can they dig themselves out of this? I mean, it is possible. So at the start of the campaign, record 6-wicket partnership. Alex Horton was one of the members of that partnership, and Jack Hurtbell that put on, I think it was more than 200 together. So, it is possible, but those things don't happen very often. No. That's why it was a record-breaking partnership. So it is going to take something special, you think, from here for Glamorgan to try and chase this down.
You wonder, I don't know, is Van der Hoogten more of a defensive batter than Douthwaite? More sort of solid defence?
Yeah, Douthwaite is probably almost a bit, how he bowls and bats is similar. I think Douthwaite likes to strike it.
Yeah.
I think he's, I think that's definitely his game. He's wouldn't be particularly comfortable, I think, sort of just blocking it or nudging it about. He, has got, big power and likes to hit the ball, put bat to ball. And the Houghton probably is a little bit more, classical. He's sort of in sort of the shapes that he gets, a bit more high elbow, maybe in playing with a straight bat. But he is strong man as well. I remember seeing him in the Blast, winning a game with a sort of a ramp shot. So he's like, although one of the older players has taken on board some of the newer shots as well, as you have to do these days. So yeah, he's a good player. And obviously, I think Glamorgan, back him.
Yeah, I was just looking at the strike rates for Glamorgan in the One Day Cup. There's only 2 batters who've got strike rates of over 100. One is Douthwaite, and the other one is Horton. So I assume that they didn't want both of those batting together.
Well, that's been well timed. Yep, that's flown away, clipped off his legs. And away for 4 behind square.
Yeah, rare straying in line from Zaman Akhtar here. He's been bowling predominantly to Harry Wallace, the left-hander, so he just needs to readjust to the right-hander in Alex Horton. He's bowled a bit too much on his legs there, giving the right-hander a chance to just free his arms and flick it onto the leg side. Very short short boundary down there, so absolutely no chance of cutting it off.
Well, Alex Horton, I think, would like to have another good score. There's been a sort of breakthrough campaign for him in many ways, with the 100 that he got down at Neath. I think his previous score in professional cricket was only in the 40s before that, so it felt like a really big moment for him. A talented player who's been around the squad for a long time, has played a bit of blast cricket, but was given a chance in list A cricket this season and really felt like he'd taken it. So there was a lot of kind of, well, everyone really pleased for him, really. Just a local lad who, you know, potential as a junior, plays England under 19 as well, keeper. And
yeah, he's the highest scorer for Glamorgan in this competition here, because he also got 81 at Derby.
So it does feel like he has, you know, pushed his case a little bit, and with sort of Chris Cook, you know, I suppose getting on a little bit.
Yeah, how old is Chris Cook?
He's in the late 30s, Chris
Okay.
Cook is, so I think I'm not off the top of my head. He still looks like he's 25, to be honest, but he is, and has played like a
shot.
25-year-old as well for parts of the season. That's a lovely shot from Horton.
Threaded that through the gap.
In fact, he's 40.
Is he?
Chris Cook,
Okay.
there we go. Well, he certainly doesn't look 40. Yeah, he's he turned 40 in May, so so I guess they've probably got to think in their succession planning a little bit about who's the next guy in line, and then Will Smale keeps, and Horton has been keen to press a case for him being the next man.
Does Ingram play in the 4-day stuff?
Yes, he does. Yeah, he would be, I think, normally bat 5 in the lineup. I think openers is the one position where Glamorgan have, I suppose, I don't think they're totally short. They've
Was it Tribe?
they've got it right. Yeah, Tribe and Zainul Hassan has opened for them this season.
Yeah, I think he opened at Hampshire.
Callaway's been batting at 3. Obviously away with the Welsh Fire at the moment. Also bowls off spin. But and then Sean Dixon's been batting at 6. He's obviously away as well, playing in the 100. So has been a real success story.
Where's Carlson at 5 or so, is he?
Yeah, Carlson in the middle order. So I think Carlson coming sort of 3-4.
He's got a double 100 early season, didn't he?
Yeah. Then opens in the white ball stuff does Kieran Carlson, so it tends to come in the it opens in the blast. And tries to get Glamorgan away to a quick start. So I think it's there are players around here like Billy Root, obviously in the squad, who has it. I think got a bit of experience of opening in the past, but that's Ace of Tribe, of course, moves up and down the order again in different formats as well. So. Yeah, to find someone who you'd say is a definite sort of out-and-out opener, that's probably the one which is not totally nailed down.
But they're going to be all right, aren't they, in the championship?
I think so. I mean, they're in a good position now. I think they were, was it 4th, are they at the moment, I think? And so, yeah, everyone was delighted. I think they've one or two really kind of special wins that will stay long in the memory. And the victory against Surrey in particular was very special. First time they'd beaten Surrey in Cardiff for years, I think.
Right. Yeah, these two haven't played each other here in this format for 5 years, I was looking. And that was in the year that Glamorgan won the tournament.
The competition, yeah.
The competition.
Yeah, they won in 21 and 24.
24, yeah. So 21 was the time that last time that Essex came here to play in this tournament here. Previous couple of matches have been at Chelmsford.
Beaten again, Horton, by Jones, who almost got through earlier in the over with an inside edge onto the pads as well, but Horton's still there on 21. So need partnerships, Glamorgan. Just need to try and take the game as deep as they can. And then you never know. So inviting him to drive, but
drive, yeah.
yes,
Well, you never know, as you rightly say, Ash. I mean, look at the Essex innings. You know, at the halfway point, they were 166. We were making 380, 400 predictions, and they ended up with 312. So,
yeah,
but it is partnerships, and that's where they won and they lost, didn't they, Essex? They won in the sense of having a really big opening partnership, and then they lost in the sense of the following partnerships didn't really do what was advertised. So Glamorgan do have the opportunity here to build a partnership that gets them somewhere near what they need to get to.
that's chipped very nicely indeed, and it goes all the way. Well, effortless. Almost a block that was, without much of a follow through, and he's chipped it all the way down for 6.
That was definitely making the most of the facilities, wasn't it?
It was.
Just a lofted drive, I suppose. And
Kind of a little 9-iron, wasn't it?
yeah,
With a pitching wedge into the green.
Exactly that. And what did you say? It was 5 metres in the boundary.
Yeah, because of this temporary side screen down here, the rope's in a little bit, so it wouldn't have gone for 6. I think maybe even have stopped and not gone for 4 the way you hit that. But yeah, just had enough on it. Nice shot. Goes the other way. Well, lovely cut behind square. And Alex Horton just showing his ball striking ability. 99 for 5 now, Glamorgan. And well, we're talking about the Essex innings, and well, one man had a golden day today, Luke Benkenstein. A brilliant 140. His maiden professional century. It was a real pleasure to watch, actually. Some beautiful hitting. 7 6s and 15 4s in that innings. It was really good to watch. And Glamorgan needs someone to have a golden day on their side really now. And probably Alex Horton, the way things have fallen. Well, could he be the man?
Well, he's got the best chance of anybody so far. 31. Wallace had got to 39 before he gave it away. And we've got a change of bowling in Noah Thane, bowling from the River Taff end. He was warming up with the other paces, but was right arm medium. Van der Hoogten is there to face up.
Haven't seen any spin yet.
No, and they've got a couple of options, haven't they, in Harmer and Critchley.
Good options as well.
Good options as well. We didn't, because Glamorgan bowled Romano Franco out, didn't they? He bowled his 10 overs.
Yeah, and Jack Coburn just bowled a couple. Yeah. Well, Harmer's been prolific, hasn't he? What a great record he's got in county cricket. Nice stop, just parries it. I mean, they just keeps Van der Hoogten to a single.
Yeah, 115 wickets, Simon Harmer in this competition. That's Glamorgan's 100. 100 for 5, Glamorgan. Met with enthusiastic applause from the knowledgeable crowd here at Sophia Gardens. 100 for 5 off 20 overs and 2 balls.
Well, a lot of hard work to do here for this pair. For Glamorgan, they're going to take this game into the latter stages. Oh wow, there we go. Well, there's the power of Horton. If it's in the slot, he's going to have a go at it, and he has buried that one straight over long on.
His 6 hitting's effortless, isn't it?
Sounds good off the bat, doesn't it?
It does, yeah.
Sounds really good.
Commits to the shot. He knows where he wants to put the ball. The field's in on the leg side. Thump it over for 6. Why not?
Yeah, I think he feels if he gets any sort of decent connection on it, he can clear the infield. So I think no surprise that Thane just pulls the length back a little bit there. Yeah, no, that was a really good shot. He is a really clean striker. Maybe he has a bit of a reputation as a kind of a T20 specialist. He was in the Blast team last year, had a bit of a run, and then has played again a bit this season, but in the end Chris Cook came back into the lineup midway through the campaign and played some unbelievable innings himself. But Horton here has been good in this competition. Definitely feels like a breakthrough moment in his career.
Yeah, he definitely looks impressive. He looked calm as well. I just like how after his shot he just walks away to square leg, even with his sixes, like nothing's happened.
Yeah,
and he
get
kept
too
very
excited.
well as well.
Yeah.
I think sometimes there's a knock on, isn't there? You keep well, he stood up, there was no real mistakes at all, didn't spill anything, and I think that's translating into his batting now as well.
So on 37 now. Lovely shot. Moves into the 40s with a sparkling cover drive. Well, Alex Horton giving Glamorgan some hope here. Still a long way to go. 110 for 5, but he is a player who can score quickly. And another hour of Alex Horton. Well, Glamorgan may well be not too far away.
Yeah, lovely shot there from Alex Horton. He's looking really nice at the moment. In a bit of a fight back here for Glamorgan, these two. Was a little bit surprised to see Tim van der Houten come to the crease ahead of Douthwaite, but
yeah,
I suppose at that juncture you did need somebody who maybe plays with a little bit more control than Douthwaite does.
Maybe that's what it is. Interesting. Yeah, David Harrison, the coach, who's the coach for this campaign, probably wondering how to chat with Andy Gorvin. I thought who's the right person to come in. That's assuming that Douthwaite doesn't have an injury, but maybe it is the fact that Alex Horton is a player who likes to play his shots. That's his natural game. Tim van der Houten may be a little bit more conventional in his approach to batting. Maybe it feels like a bit of a risk to put two clean ball strikers out there together at the same time. So it is a change. We're going to see spin for the first time in this innings, and it's Simon Harmer who's going to bowl here from the Cathedral Road end.
Yeah, and if Glamorgan is going to take a lot from this point for sure, but if Glamorgan can get anywhere near it, and you've then got Dan Douthwaite to come in as well, that's potentially the thinking behind that. Douthwaite, the man you'd want really to have a real go at the end. All of that power in his shoulders, and that one's cut away. Be cut off down there. Harmer then into the attack. First time we've seen him today.
Well, Glamorgan have managed to get the run rate up above 5, I think probably for the first time, with their flurry of boundaries from Alex Horton. And maybe the tactic is to let's see if we can try and drop that rate back down again and keep the run rate required going up and up. Harmer should be able to bowl tight, you'd think, a man of his experience and his ability. Just try and limit the scoring opportunities.
Yeah, he's got 69 test wickets, Simon Harmer, in 14 matches. His last test was fairly recently as well, November 2025 against India.
Oh, Horton, for a minute, just the way he picked his bat up in the back left, thought he was going to whack that one, and then thought better of it and just gently brought the bat down again to smother the ball. Harmer's going to try and tempt him, I think. Varying the pace a little bit, some going through quicker. That's a pretty tidy over, just 3 singles from it. 113 for 5, and just 200 runs to win now. Glamorgan need 200 runs from here, and 5 wickets down though is the thing that makes that possibly improbable, or certainly extremely challenging, let's put it that way. It's certainly possible, but the loss of those wickets, I think, will certainly not help Glamorgan's cause, and means a lot rests on these next couple of wickets.
And a lot rests on Alex Horton in particular as well. You'd think he'd be the man that is going to need to really spearhead this run chase from this point. 42 already off 35. Van der Hooten's no mug with the bat, but he is a sort of top-end tail-ender, I suppose.
Well, he takes a single off the first ball. Get Alex Horton down onto strike. Well, if Glamorgan are going to get close, you think Horton would probably need to get the lion's share of the strike.
Thane back on in his second over. Went for 11 off that first. Impressed earlier with the bat. What can he do with the ball?
Wow. There we go. That's one of the biggest one that has slammed into the windows of one of the hospitality boxes. They shake, thankfully don't shatter. And another example there of the power of Alex Horton.
Well, I'm not sure where Glamorgan get their glass from, but that's a good advert for the provider, because that, as you said, Ash, slammed into the glass on that side. It's been hit really, really firmly from Horton. And Thane continues to bleed runs here for Essex in his first 8 balls.
Could be 4 more the other way. No, it's going to be cut off. Nice quick movement in the field there to get round to it from Luke Benkenstein.
As we mentioned earlier, Thane has got wickets against Glamorgan before. Oh, no, sorry, I'm confusing him there with Benkenstein. The other, his partner at the other end from that opening stand.
Does he bowl leggies, Benkenstein?
Yeah, that's what's down on my research here. Yeah, but Thane played 4 out of 5 games, as Sanjay mentioned earlier on, in that Under-19s World Cup in 2024. So, and I think that was the same side that Richard Dawson was coach of, if I'm correct. So, obviously Richard Dawson away with the fire at the moment, but somebody he'll know pretty well, I assume.
So, Tim van Hoosten, excuse me, on 5. Doing his job just to try and get Alex Horton back on strike. So, 1 run away, Alex Horton now from another 50.
Yeah, he's played really nicely. Hasn't taken too many chances either. Can't recall him really giving a chance away. Again, has done a similar job to what Benkenstein did for Essex. Just kind of taken what the bowler's given him and been really positive when he's had the opportunity to be positive. He's capitalised on the bad balls. He hangs the bat out again.
And that's the 50. Well batted Alex Horton. 3rd time he's passed 50 in this competition this season. Warm round of applause here from the crowd at Sophia Gardens. And he's played nicely. Got it in good time as well off just 38 balls.
Yeah, much needed knock for Glamorgan if they're going to have any chance at this game now. Alex Horton, you feel, needs to capitalise on this 50, turn it into a century. Would be his second of the competition if he can do that, and if he can steer this Glamorgan run chase back up again. Looking at that run rate, just under 5.5 with the run rate required, just over 7, so they're within touch on run rate.
Well, Harmer's gone round the wicket here, just trying to change the angle. I think maybe cramp Alex Horton for room, try and just make him hit across the line, or try not to give him room to free his arms. Yeah, definitely one of the success stories of this campaign for Glamorgan, I think, the form of Alex Horton.
Yeah, Sanjay was mentioning earlier he's got a contract till next year, and I was, if he continued to struggle like he was, I couldn't see him really getting his contract renewed. but he's breathing a bit of life into his Glamorgan career in this competition, and we'll hope to play a big part next season as well if he can carry on improving.
Well, that's turned delicately around the corner. Just change the angles here. Harmer coming round the wicket. So, trying to look where the potential release shots are. Interesting to see what Alex Horton does here. Now he's got himself to 50. Can he keep going? Looks like he's going to play with positive intent. Comes down the wicket.
Yeah, and Harmer's packed his leg side field here, isn't he? So, not many gaps on the leg side at all. Maybe over to sort of cow corner region, over that head of that mid wicket. We'll have to go across the line to do that. Harmer just keeping it tight here.
Well, yeah, he's pretty much saying if you're going to get a boundary, you're going to have to hit a very, very good shot on the leg side over the head of the three fielders who are on the boundary, or to pick the gap. Yeah. Got a plan and bowling to it. Simon Harmer. Another tidy over from him, just 2 singles. And Glamorgan 125 for 5, still needing 188 to win from 26 overs. So that's a run rate of 7.23. It's just slowly climbing.
Yeah, Harmer's done well, hasn't he, to just kind of take the sting out of Alex Horton and Glamorgan. That packed leg side field, and as you said, bowl into that plan, saying to Alex Horton, go on then, go and hit me over the top and pick the gap. I'll back myself to force you into a mistake. Critchley now at the River Taff end. Thane had been a bit expensive, so Wesley turns to his experienced campaigner in Critchley.
So, trying to just slow things down. Well, I guess slow the run rate down here. Just squeeze Glamorgan. Try and tempt, I think, Alex Horton into a mistake, into offering a catch, or imagine that's the plan. He's leg spin bowling right arm over the wicket here. Trying to turn the ball away from the right hander with his stock delivery.
Yeah, eight wickets for him in the competition so far, with a very decent average as well of 29 coming into this game. Matt Critchley, just an all-round class act, isn't he? Excellent county cricketer, international cricketer as well. So that's helped over the top that time from Horton. Just picks his spot well to that long boundary out there towards the grandstand.
That's a nice shot, just over pitching, giving him a half volley, and felt that if he could get it over the man at cover, there's a really good boundary opportunity, and so it proved.
Yeah, did nicely there. Horton, again, just picking the bad ball, as you said, over pitch slightly, and he took advantage there. Moves on to 55. Fuller again from Critchley, and Horton just leans on it and pokes it down to long on.
For with leg spinners, I mean, they're kind of their main job, isn't it, is to take wickets. It's often hard for them to, such a difficult skill, isn't it, to bowl with total control. Not many leg spinners over the years have been able to do that.
Yeah,
and you feel like even though they might bowl you some kind of good wicket-taking deliveries and bowl a few kind of lovely balls, more often than not, because it's such a difficult skill, they will drag one down or give you a full toss, and always think, can you be patient as a batter just to wait for that ball and then be good at putting it away?
Well, I was about to say we see that with Mason Crane, don't we, where he's a wicket-taking option, can often go for runs, but then I'm casting my mind back to the Blast this year, and I think Mason Crane had one of the best economies in the Glamorgan attack this year. So he's proved the exception to the rule. I'll be cut off in the deep well by I think that's Benkenstein down there, yeah, number 99.
Yeah, I think I mean, with leg spinners, perhaps less so with the top pro leg spinners, but certainly with kind of club cricket, you expect leg spinners to give away a few runs, but actually you've got to sort of factor that in, I think, and not worry about it too much. I think we're just looking at the worm there. You can see Glamorgan some way behind where they need to be at the moment, but what was the interesting story there? As you can see, all those little circles at the end of the red line on the top right-hand corner, that meant that could have been substantially higher, really. And as soon as those wickets started to fall, then the run rate slowed down as well. So there you see Glamorgan have had a few good overs, but interesting just looking at that. They did have a bit of a purple patch. Essex again around the 35 over mark as well. Some very expensive overs there that kind of injected a bit of momentum, but it was probably they were consistently looked like they're scoring 6, 7, 8s, 9s for a large part of the first 25 overs, and I think that in the end was probably why they got themselves up to over 300. It felt like it was going to be a lot more, didn't it, until that kind of about halfway stage.
Yeah, it certainly did. And I'm just trying to cast my mind back to that first innings, and when that, as you say, that spike there, especially that big spike up towards 20, maybe 19, is it? Just shy of 19 off that 35th, 36th over. Just trying to cast my mind back to that, who was out there at the time. But yeah, as you said, could have been a lot worse for Glamorgan.
Van der Hoogten went for a very expensive over, didn't he? As I remember, kind of there was a 6 and 3 4s, which was not typical of him. I wouldn't have enjoyed it very much. Yeah, it was kind of going for consecutive boundaries when Benkenstein was really flowing. I think once he got to 100, and he really just threw the shackles off at that point. So. I mean, drinks breaks can have a habit sometimes of sort of upsetting the apple cart, can't they, and sort of breaking rhythm and concentration. I think for once, this pair had got themselves into a decent little rhythm, a decent partnership was forming, and probably they didn't want to have a drinks break. It's not coming at a great time for them.
No, it as we saw in the first innings, it completely flipped the game on its head. It was a tale of two halves, and as they come out here, Glamorgan need 180 off the last 25 overs to win. Of course, only 5 wickets in hand as well. But Horton and Van der Hoogten going strongly out here. Can they keep that rhythm going after this drinks break?
Well, this partnership's worth 55 now, so it's been the best one of Glamorgan so far. Van der Hoogten definitely playing sort of the secondary role. He's Ernie Wise to Alex Horton's Eric Morecambe, if I can put it in those terms. He's the straight man in this partnership, but Horton really has been striking the ball cleanly. Looks in really good nick, but can he just keep the concentration going? They've had this little drinks break. So often you see a wicket tumble after the drinks break. Got to get back into it now, get back concentrating.
Yeah, we saw the first one come just 2 deliveries after the drinks break in the first innings. Noah Thane falling to Dan Douthwaite. Good catch from Andy Gorvin. And Harmer will put the pressure on here. That same field packs the leg side. And Horton just struggling to get him away at the minute. He's bowling a really tight line.
Well, Harmer will just want to frustrate him here, I think. Can he frustrate Horton and get him to play a shot he doesn't want to play? Like, get him to make a... He hasn't played many sweeps, has he? It's not a shot we've seen a lot of. No. And again, just as soon as you see it coming, you think, is Harmer, is it working? Is he frustrating him? Is he, trying to get him to play a shot that he doesn't really want to play? Tries again. And
I think in fairness to Horton, along those last two deliveries from our sight line here, that shot does look on, because he's bowling slightly to the leg side of Horton there, so there's no danger really of getting caught LBW. Probably missing the stumps as well, so it's probably the right shot to play. It's just the execution.
And in some ways, with a modern cricketer, sometimes feels actually, we always think of the safest shot to play as a forward defence with a straight bat. If the ball is spinning and turning, you could argue that actually it is in some ways easier to hit it
with the spin as
with
well.
the spin with a horizontal bat.
Yeah.
And so the sweep shot is not quite the high risk option that it used to be when I was learning how to play cricket sort of 30 years ago. It's a bit more of a everyday shot, isn't it?
Yeah. So it brings to an end another really tight over from Harmer, only one from it, and as you said, exactly, just look to frustrate this pair. I don't think he's going to be taking too many risks to try and take a wicket. He's quite content with keeping overs to 1s and 2s and putting that squeeze on Glamorgan. Critchley from the other end, first over went for 8.
Well, I wonder whether Critchley might be the guy that Alex Horton has a go at.
I think he's going to have to be, the way Harmer has bowled so far. It's going to have to be one of the two.
Harmer probably, you'd think, is less likely to bowl you loose deliveries. Just so on the money that he is, and bowling that kind of difficult round the wicket line as well. Whereas Critchley, you hope there might be the odd loose ball here and there. Just working the singles so far, this over.
Yeah, and if they can adopt that model, just take a boundary off every over and rotate the strike as they have been doing. It's obviously easier said than done, but they don't need to go out and absolutely try and hit the cover off the ball. Alex Horton does exactly that, and it's well taken in the Glamorgan bench as well. Just as I was saying that he doesn't need to take the cover off the ball, he absolutely launches it into that pavilion.
Who got the catch? It was a very effortlessly taken as well.
It was. Maybe one of the analysts or fitness coaches. Bit too dark for me to see down there.
He got a Glamorgan training top on, I think, whoever it was, couldn't quite see. But yeah, made it look very easy.
Got a chuckle out of all of us here.
It did.
Brilliant shot from Horton.
And that boundary, because a bit shorter today, does feel quite accessible, doesn't it?
Yeah.
It does feel that, it doesn't, you don't have to absolutely launch it miles to get it for 6 over there. Just a good contact, and any sort of decent contact will probably mean it will carry. Ooh, that has obviously not missed my butch. A bit of an escape for Horton.
Yeah. Good over though for Glamorgan. 10 from it. 144 for 5. And,
well, perhaps that's model really there. Just you think that probably you might get one hittable ball at least every over from the leg spinner, and Alex Horton picked his ball there and hit it really cleanly, and they just worked singles for the rest of the over, and that's got them 10 without doing anything too dramatic. So I think runs harder to come by from Simon Harmer at this end, the Cathedral Road end. Harmer bowling this sort of mean round the wicket line, just trying to cramp them for room, almost taking out the offside completely.
yeah, and we saw the sweep shot being deployed in the last over, and that first ball a little bit straighter that time from Harmer, trying to bring the stumps and the LBW back into play if these two are going to deploy that sweep shot, because at the moment that really looked like the only scoring area available. That man
Look, Benkenstein's been positioned out there at point for all of the games so far. He's sort of 10 yards in off the point boundary. He swapped positions with the pigeon. As you can see, he's pushed the pigeon further round a bit.
Yeah. Three for 5.
Yeah, just need to. Here comes the tactics. So the subfield is coming on with drinks, change of gloves, a note from the coach. You would think.
Yeah.
Right, boys.
Push the accelerator.
19 left. Yeah. Start picking up the pace a bit.
Yeah, and they might have to go after Harmer a little bit here.
Yeah, they can't just let Harmer or anybody just settle in. He's only gone for 14 off 5 overs. One of them, you would suspect Van der Hoogten is going to have to give him the charge.
Van der Hoogten might be told to sort of be used as a sacrificial lamb almost. And you feel that if Horton can remain with Douthwaite to come in, after that, I have to say there isn't much batting from Gorvin, Franco and O'Riordan. So Douthwaite might just be the last chance saloon.
But interesting where they're going to get runs from against Harmer. He's got 3 fielders on the leg side on the boundary and 2 in. Oh, that's just 1 bounce for 4. I thought for 1 point Benkenstein was going to get there. He bailed out the catch, but he's running too quickly there to try and stop it, and missed it.
Yeah, it was hit firmly, wasn't it? Just to his right hand side, Benkenstein, and I think he's probably running into the sun a little bit there on that side. So probably was caught in 2 minds whether to go for the catch or to stop the boundary. In the end, he does neither. And Van der Hoogten is rewarded with a 4. He talked about scoring areas. Well, that's one of them, just behind square on the leg side. They're either going to have to go over the top of mid-wicket and just hit this gap between Wesley and Benkenstein, although that man has gone out to deep square now, or deep backward square rather. That's a really good shot. And that'll be 4 more. Alex Horton rolls his wrists through that. Really powerful connection from Alex Horton.
I think that's the message. The message is loud and clear from the change rooms. You've got to go after Harmer. Don't just let him bowl at you. 2 4s in this over to unsettle the experienced off spinner.
Well, really, that's the first ball we've seen him stray onto the offside, and Alex Horton pumps him through the covers straight at that time, and is just defended back to him. But he's done really well, hasn't he, Harmer, at bowling to his field. He's packed it on the leg side, and he's bowled straight, and he's bowled to that leg side field. Hasn't offered anything really to the offside.
Yeah, and he's got a field for an off spinner, hasn't he? He's got 5 on the leg side, 3 stopping the boundary and 2 closer in to stop the ones, and so he's been bowling to it, as you said, Alec. But he's gone for what's he got? He went for a couple of boundaries. Yeah, 10 off that over. So his most expensive over so far. He's gone for 32 off 6 so far, and he's gone for 24 correction off 6 so far. It's Bennett, who's bowling from the River Taff end, who's gone for 32 off his 6. You've got a couple of bowlers who've got overs. Well, have all got overs in the tank, but so far Zamarakhtar's only bowled 4 and Noah Thane's only bowled 2, so Thane might just be a fill-in for somebody.
Yeah,
we'll get some overs in.
Thane's gone at 10.5 in his first 2, so might be used sparingly as Horton smashes the stumps again.
That's the 2nd or 3rd time
I think it's
that's
the first ball.
The first ball, yeah.
It?
I think it was once or twice in the Essex innings as well that it happened.
It's unlucky from Horton. Struck it well, timed it well, and an inch or so either side, and that would have been a cracking straight drive. down the ground.
Who's occupied the stage of the 100 so far? Anyone?
I don't know. I haven't been around this year, but after this ball, I will tell you a story about last year. As Horton works it into the offside for 1. I was on placement working here last year whilst I finished my masters, and I was sort of during the 100 going around getting some social media content and whatever. And there was a group of girls down just to the left-hand side of the stage where we are all sat, and basically they weren't here for the cricket at all. They were probably all 16 to 20ish, something like that. Bennett comes in again, and Van der Houten works her way through the leg side, chase on, won't go to the boundary, but will come back for 2. And I think there was a lad called Ben Ellis, I think his name was, playing on the stage. And basically these group of girls, probably about 10 of them, had all come just to see him. And they'd all met each other through their love of Ben Ellis. They were all from different parts of the country. And some of them showed me they were going to every gig on his tour. It was unbelievable. They must have been spending thousands on tickets. But I couldn't believe it. Bennett in again, and Van der Houten works him over the top. And it's going to plug, but it's going to go for 4. So another welcome boundary for Glamorgan. And Van der Houten's starting to push the accelerator a little bit now, as we thought after that messages came from upstairs.
Yeah, he's got to go for it now. Van der Houten, 37 of 46 balls, just keeping in touch with that run rate. Did it shatter the illusion that those girls were there to see you?
No, they definitely weren't here to see me. I do remember when we had the kids' night here, and I was going around sort of, again, getting sort of match shots and content. I was asked to sign in a load of autographs by some of the school kids that were here, and I did say to the teachers, you do know I'm not a player, right? And they said, it doesn't matter.
Well, I've got an autograph story for you that I can tell you, which I shall tell you after this ball, which is Bennett. Oh, he has a little fish at that. Van der Houten, wishes he hadn't. I would have thought. No foot movement, nothing. So 2001, England were touring India. And I had an ad agency in those days, and TaylorMade Golf were our biggest client. And we had run golf days for the England football squad, World Cup 98, France 98 and Euro 2000. And we had these polo shirts, and the England badge, TaylorMade, all that sort of type of stuff. And I happened to be wearing one. Bennett. Nicely tucked into the leg side by Van der Houten. And there was we were out somewhere. It was me, my dad, my sister, I think, and my dad tapped me on the shoulder and said, "Look round." And there was a bunch of Indian lads there, sort of teenagers, early 20s or whatever. Also, there's about 20 of them staring. And he said, "I think they think you're part of the England squad." So I said, "Right, okay, watch this." So I went over, started talking to them, and one of them pulled out a piece of paper and a pen. "Will you sign this?" And I'm like, what am I going to do? I had no idea. So I signed it with Mark Ramprakash, right? And to this day, there's about 20 lads in India who think that Mark Ramprakash signed autographs, and it was actually me. So there you have it. And I've actually just reminded me, I've got another one for you as well. Zaman Akhtar's changing ends. He's bowled predominantly so far. Well, his first 4 overs from the River Taff end, he's changed to the Cathedral Road end. Let's see if that brings him a change of fortune to Van der Houten. Drives, and before that, you'll be too young. I've got a chance that Ash might remember a band called the Pasadenas. They had a song called Riding on a Train, which I won't sing for you. And in those days, I was at uni and I was wearing jeans, white t-shirt, denim jacket, had a bit of a quiff going on. And this lady came up to me and said, "Haven't I seen you somewhere before?" I said, "Oh yeah, I'm in a band." And she said, "Oh, what are they called?" I said, "The Pasadenas." Akhtar.
Is that your tactic back in the day?
Yeah, it should have been, shouldn't it? It didn't work very well. And she said, "Oh, Oh, okay. Can you sign something for me? And again, same thing happened. And this time, I had no idea what any of the Pasadenas were called. And Neighbours was on the Aussie.
Oh, okay.
thing,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
the only name, the first name that came into my head was Des. So I signed his autograph, Des Pasadena. So I never did. Well, I did. Obviously, I did that about the Rampakash thing. I saw Ramps the other day. Actually, I should have told him this story, but I forgot. But I'll do it next time. That's it.
I borrowed your identity once.
Yeah. Yeah. By the way, once I was you. Bit of lift from Actor. He's the only one that's got lift off a length, and he got it from both ends now.
Well, on the graphic in front of us, just flashed up now, we're into that territory where we start to count the runs to win and balls remaining as we head into the last 100 balls, with aptly the 100 branding around the ground. 130 to win off 99. So it's Glamorgan have worked their way back into this quite nicely. Still, you'd say Essex is still in the driving seat, because and that's flat batted away. Has it found the gap?
Yeah,
yes, it has.
Nicely timed.
Really well played from Tim van der Houten as he moves up to 42.
Now, 49 is his highest score. No 50s in this format for Tim van der Houten. He's moving there. Yeah, it's funny, isn't it? 130 off 99 balls seems a lot less than 130 off 16 overs. Or seems a lot more achievable, doesn't it?
Yeah. You would say, though, with Essex, if they can get 2 more wickets, would I want to say wrap it up, but would be in a really strong position there as Akhtar digs one in and it's over the top of van der Houten.
Did the crowd applaud the 100 partnership, do you know?
Usually gets announced here, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does.
I know that Dr. Hignell has announced that yet. I can't.
Because there was 78 for 5, wasn't it? Have you got the same?
1 second.
Let's check the digital truth.
Well, I'll find that out as I move aside and welcome back Ash Crowther in.
Yeah, whilst we checked that out, Glamorgan are 188 for 5, so that the stand is 110. It does seem a while ago that Harry Wallace was out, 17th over. 16 overs later, Glamorgan are 96 balls left, need 125 to win. Van der Houten's on 43, 6 shy of his best ever score, and Horton on 76. He's got 100 so far, and this is his second 50 as Ash Crowther joins me back in the com box. Ash, what do you think?
Well, making a good fight, aren't they, these two? Yeah, a good partnership they're building now, and they're a really good partnership and worth 110 now, so really good effort. Trying to take the game deep. You'd probably say, I mean, maybe Essex. I think Essex probably slight favourites at this stage, I would say. But it depends. If these two can hang around for a while and go pretty deep, then you think, there is a decent chance that Glamorgan, with a bit of a dash at the end, might get close. So,
yeah, I think the 5 wickets that they've lost, Glamorgan, is probably the deciding factor in this. I think if it was the same, 125 to win with 95 balls, left with 2 down, I think you say that Glamorgan were in this. But I think what Essex will know is 1-2 wickets at the most, and they've got this game. So it's and it still is, and it has been for a while now. It's it's tricky for these two batters because they've got to get on with it, yet they can't afford to be reckless and go after it and lose a wicket.
no.
Even though Douthwaite is in next.
Yeah, that's it. I think Dan Douthwaite, ideal moment to come in with probably 40 or 50 left to chase.
Yeah.
You'd think, rather than perhaps this far out. So there's still a bit more work to be done, you hope, before you want to get him into that situation. If they're sort of in a position where they're, I don't know, need something like say, I don't know, 50 off 30 balls or 50 off 35 balls, then you think Delphic would be a good guy to have. So can they get themselves into that sort of position? Well, that one's going to be 2. He's going to have to run hard to get back here, Horton, but he does.
Yeah,
Shot
good
his
running.
back.
Good running. You asked me earlier what I thought about Harry Wallace in press, but I think this guy, Alex Horton, is a very good cricketer. He's batted, he kept brilliantly, I thought. No mistakes. Stood up to one of the seamers and to Gorvin, and has batted very well for the 3rd time in this competition.
As we say, 3rd time he's passed 50, and that's a fantastic shot. Great piece of fielding though by Benkenstein. What a game he's had. Well, brilliant piece of work there, saving 2 runs for his team. What a fantastic dive out there on the dry practice.
I feel like because
well.
the camera, because you can't see it on what you're watching, the pigeon didn't move and the ball went about a foot away from him. I know I've been on a lone pigeon watch crusade here, but I'm quite impressed by the fortitude of.
He must be fed up of grass seed by now. He's been eating it for
well,
about 8 hours on
he
the
probably can't lift off. I think
now.
this is now the problem. He can't take off.
Full of delivery. That's going to be a wide. 1 more to the total. An extra ball.
Yeah, I was reading the comments on the live stream on YouTube, and there's a lot of love for Alex Horton.
Yeah. I mean, he's. I just had a look at the few comments as well in the break there I had. Yeah, he's. Been around for a while and sort of has very talented wicket keeper, and as you can see here, real natural talent. And it's just good that he's getting a run of games, and I think probably his own confidence is just really building and soaring. So.
Yeah, it's and also it's good for him to be in at this particular time where kind of Glamorgan is relying on him to be there to give them a chance of winning a game that at 49 for 4, 78 for 5 looked very unlikely. And Van der Hoogten, I think, has played
his hand really well, hasn't he?
Role,
I mean, actually, even though he's definitely played second fiddle, he's not bad scoring rate. He's certainly healthy, isn't it? Certainly, 45 off 56, and hasn't played a few shots. We've seen he has got power, hasn't he, when he hits the ball and strikes it cleanly, but has played a really nice hand actually, and has just given support to Horton. So this partnership now getting more and more valuable. 118 it's worth now. And Glamorgan definitely in the hunt here. 117 off 90. Well, that's definitely doable. Doesn't seem crazy or out of the question, does it, in the modern game?
No, not at all. It's a good game, this, isn't it?
If it was a match in the 100 now, you'd fancy a team.
You would do,
117 off 90.
That's right.
So I think don't know if that automatically translates. Probably doesn't because of fielding restrictions and so on. But it doesn't feel that much. I mean, it doesn't feel out of the question, certainly.
Both of these innings actually been the proverbial game of two halves, haven't they?
Yeah.
But in the opposite way around.
Yeah, that's right.
Because Essex had a great start, fell away, and
well, that's useful.
Just nudged. That equals his highest score in this format. Van der Hoogten, 49. Run away, obviously, therefore, for his first 50 in one-day cricket when he's played 85 matches. That's he's got an average of 18 or so, I think it is. Yeah. So he's batted well. Yeah. So that fell away, and obviously Glamorgan the other way around. Started badly, finishing well.
So 200 for 5. Got just under 15 overs to go. 113 more runs needed to win. So interesting looking at the DLS, which is always a good way to try and gauge where we think a match situation is. The DLS is 2-2-1, so Glamorgan still behind on that count.
There it is, first 50 in one-day cricket, domestic one-day cricket for Tim van der Hoogten. Well battered, sir.
Yep, it's been an excellent innings, exactly what Glamorgan needed. Raises his bat to the balcony and all round the ground, and that's been enjoyed by the crowd here at Sophia Gardens. I think hope is rising over by over, ball by ball here, from what seemed a bit of a lost cause when Glamorgan wickets were tumbling early on. As we think back, they were 6 for 1, 22 for 2, 34 for 3. Oh, there's 4 more.
Guided beautifully.
Well, the crowd definitely starting to lift here. They sense that something might be happening. Pressure back on the Essex bowlers a little bit here. Of course, this is an important game for Essex. They can still be contenders in the shake-up for the knockout stages if they can win here today. So, a lot to play for them. But this partnership now is swinging momentum gently towards Glamorgan. Game still very much in the balance.
As Andy Gorvin had when Glamorgan were bowling. Decisions to be made here by Tom Wesley. Where does he go? What options does he have? Because the seamers are pretty up and down. They're both sides really. Although towards the tail end, O'Riordan bowled well. Van der Hoogten came back and Douthwaite took his 3. But the Essex bowlers there's no movement, and I wonder if he goes back to the spinners at some point soon to be able to force Glamorgan's batters into an error. Not for the first time.
That one really took off, didn't it? Gosh, that really did. Managed to exploded off the pitch, and the keeper took that in front of his face. So, well, bit of life in the pitch yet, and Zaman Akhtar trying to get every last little bit of life out of it. Yeah, good round of applause there, Tim van der Hoogten. Just his stats read out. 50 or 59 balls with 5 fours, and has played a fantastic supporting hand to Alex Horton. So, Essex need, you think, a wicket here would just put them back in the driving seat. And they've turned to Shane Snater, who opened up 2 for 20, excellent figures so far, good economy and wicket taking as well. Got rid of Eddie Byram early on, and also Jack Hope Bell.
Yeah, he's been economical as well, hasn't he? 2 for 20. So off the 6 he's bowled. I can't let him settle on a line and length. It's Van der Hoogten is going to face up first and just pulling the fielder off the 3rd boundary. Grant Rollerson, if there's interesting fielding, you've got to try to cut off that glide behind square on the offside, because there's 2 fielders behind square on the off, quite close to each other. Sensible batting from Van der Hoogten, just pushes it for a single to allow Alex Horton, who's on 85 on strike, his 2nd highest score of the competition. 122 was the highest in the stand with Hope Bell.
Yeah, it was a good knock, that was.
That was here, was that? Or
It was in Neath, it was.
Okay.
Yep, first game. Again, they'd really dug Glamorgan out of a hole, a bit like he's doing here. Oh, until then. Well, he's gone. He's caught at backward point. It was a good low catch by Charlie Bennett. And that is the end of Alex Horton. Well, he's played so well. Got so close to his 100, but more importantly, he'd got Glamorgan right back in this game from a position which seemed hopeless at some points. And he's gone for 85, a very well played innings of just 72 balls. And the bowling changes worked. Well, the reintroduction of Snater, tactical masterstroke by Westley, good captaincy from him, and Alex Horton heads off to a warm round of applause from this crowd here at Sophia Gardens.
They were, yeah, and that catch was taken at one of those two positions that I mentioned, they'd brought the fielder up from third to as two backward points effectively, or short third man and backward point, and they were very close to each other, just to basically cut off the boundary, more so than a catching opportunity, I'd have thought, but to stop the boundary, and it just guided it into the hands of one of them. Good innings from Alex Horton. He's showing again what potential he has. He's the highest scorer for Glamorgan, 320 odd runs now, 325 runs in this tournament. Well played, but it does bring the hard-hitting Dan Douthwaite to join his opening bowling partner Tim van der Hoogtens on 51 to see what they can do with 82 balls remaining, needed 107 to win.
It'll be interesting to see whether the dynamic changes. Again, they're not totally like for like, but certainly Douthwaite, a player who likes to put bat to ball, able to definitely clear the boundary, and he might want to just give himself a few balls to try and get himself in though, and just assess the pace of the pitch and not go too big too early. But just to see how they pick up, whether they're going to kind of keep the similar sort of role with Van der Hoogten playing the supporting role.
Yeah, that'll be interesting to see, and how quickly they settle into their normal roles. Van der Hoogten has shown that he can give it the long handle when he needs to.
Yeah.
With 81 balls remaining, they need to haven't got much time, especially Douthwaite, to take a look.
No. Well, yeah, a lot of runs still to be got. 106 needed off 81, down to 80 now. So 4 wickets in hand. So Essex, I think, with that wicket, just gone back in front, or well, they were probably marginally in front anyway, but you'd say the odds have certainly shortened on them finishing victorious of this match. But cricket is a funny old game, things can happen, and while these two are out in the middle, there's definitely still hope for Glamorgan. I don't think they'll be terrified by 105 off 79.
No.
With a couple of big overs, that can come down very quickly.
Yeah, if you watch them in the nets, I mean, the power hitting, the range hitting, if you like, that these guys do nowadays will mean that pretty much everything is in reach. And as you said, 105 off 79 isn't daunting. But it's picking the balls, isn't it? And they've done well so far, these two. Just seeing off that Snater over, that's been successful for him. He's taken the wicket of the established and high-scoring Alex Horton, who went for 85. He only went for 3 off that Snater. He's bowled 7 overs, 3 for 23. Bowled well.
Yeah, really good. It's outstanding, really. And great captaincy change as well, we said, from Westley. Just, I think, God, that said something needed to change. Needed to throw the ball to one of his players to make something happen, and went to Snater, and he's delivered for him. So Essex definitely in the best position here, but still a lot of cricket left to be played. And well, if Dan Douthwaite can face 30-40 balls, you think, well, might be closer than we're all expecting at the moment.
Yeah, it's got a strike rate of 103. Douthwaite scored to 571 runs.
Well, last year he was in T20, he can kind of hit sixes with one hand, let alone with two. There's a few shots from doing that down at Taunton, and I think that we're kind of doing the rounds last season. He's got a lot of power, and but can he face enough balls? Can he get himself in so he gets the pace of the pitch and starts getting his timing going? Actor just hitting that hard length.
Where is his favoured area of scoring?
Probably have to say straight or leg side. Probably, a sort of, I guess, where conventionally where big hitters like to put it. But yeah, very strong straight and sort of over through mid wicket.
Where there is a huge gap.
Yeah, I'm sure he'll be tempted. There is Just, if you can get it over those infielders. Just happy to push it for a single at the moment, though. Just biding his time. No, it's too early to go to panic stations or to start throwing your hands at every ball, but I think he will be looking for the ones that he can put away. I think Glamorgan do need to keep boundaries ticking over to get one every so often, just to make sure this rate doesn't become too unattainable.
Yeah, because it's kind of this time, isn't it, from now on in, that every dot ball exponentially adds to the required rate.
It can go up quite fast, can't
Yeah,
it?
it can do, yeah. DLS is 244, so it's still about the same. When you mentioned it before, they were 30 short. About 30 short now as well. Coming up to the end, what are we, 37 overs gone.
Yeah, so Glamorgan's run rate, I think they're 5.6, so they're kind of keeping in touch, but a lot more work to do. Oh, played the pull shot then, so I've gotten it very early and almost hit it straight there. Tim van der Hoogten got through the shot a little bit before the ball had got to him. There's two fielders out on the deep on the leg side boundary, one just behind square, one a bit more round towards mid wicket. The mid on is up, so anything in the slot, I think both of these batters will probably try and hit it over the top. That's the full toss. Has got that past, I think. Oh, good stop actually. Well done. The big man got down, Mackenzie Jones, and gets up a little bit gingerly, but saves a certain boundary there. And at the end of the 38th over, 12 to go. Glamorgan 211 for 6, still needing another 102 runs to win.
54, Tim van der Hoogten. He's batted very well. Conference between the two batters now. Douthwaite's on 2. He's just come in. There are 72 balls remaining, 102 to win. I think the time to tee off. There's not going to be any particular bowler that's going to be easy against, so you've got to be judicious, but I think that the time to start attacking is around now. It will be Snater to continue. He's bowled 7 overs so far, and van der Hoogten just gentle single. Do you think Douthwaite's going to be even though van der Hoogten is set, Douthwaite the aggressor?
It's a good question. I don't know. I mean, I think it feels like it's important that he just sort of stays around for a while, and if he can get himself in, so he feels confident and gets through that tricky first 10-15 balls. If he can keep the runs ticking at the same time, that will be great. So just dealing mainly in singles at the moment. And so who do you think? So Snater obviously looks like the bowler that the captain's turning to when he needs a wicket. So they've used 7 bowlers, Essex. Lots of different options. So now it's just a question for Tom Westley about how he organises them and who he leaves back for the closing overs. Nice looking shot from van der Hoogten, but can't get it past mid-off. One more to the total. He moves on to 56.
Yeah, Bennett's bowled 8. He's got 2 left. Mackenzie Jones got 5 left. Zaman Akhtar's got 3 left. Then we can forget him. He's got 8, and Simon Harmer has got 4 left. Critchley.
Yeah.
He's bowled as well, but they've used so many bowlers that they've run out of space on the scoreboard.
Well, it wouldn't surprise me if we don't see Critchley again. I don't know, I just got that sense in that he seemed like one that the batters seemed like they felt most comfortable attacking, and they, because of that leg spin, almost felt there might be one ball they could get away every over to the boundary. Harmer's still got 4 left and has been pretty tidy.
He's
so
bound to bowl out, you'd think Harmer, wouldn't you?
You'd think so, but probably don't want to leave him too much to the end. Feels like he's just gone to Snater because he needs wickets. He felt that would change the feel of the game. It does feel like since that wicket a little bit of control has returned.
the wicket of Horton. Certainly put the brakes on the Glamorgan charge. And the experienced Snater.
I wonder who the death bowlers are like to be for this Essex team.
Yeah, I guess it's whether they... I mean, you've got Akhtar's bowlers. I mean, he's gone for what? Sixes.
He looks like the sort of bowler who could do it, doesn't he? Sort of quick and pretty accurate. And
I'd be bringing Harmer on, I think, and just test out. I think they've got to. They don't have to. Obviously, they can dull it out, but they could bring Harmer on and try and tempt the Glamorgan batters into some big shots. And with Harmer's experience and guile and craft, that may not end too well.
Well, and Houghton just tried to connect with that one. If he had, I think it would have been gone sailing over mid-wicket into the stands, but as it was, he doesn't make contact. And it's a dot ball, 216 for 6, 11 overs to go now, 97 needed to win.
Who's decapping? Well,
So is this Harmer, maybe? I think he's walking around.
Zamar Akhtar is walking towards point.
So it looks like it might be Harmer.
Yeah. Number 11, no, 21
Who's that?
is Wesley, the captain, so it is Simon Harmer.
Yeah.
So for me, that was the one that a lot of experience, a lot of wickets, but as a combination between Snater and him, I think it's going to be very difficult for Glamorgan to get this run rate near the 8.8 that's required.
So I think Dan Duffer is going to have to chance his arm a little bit here. I don't think he can just play low risk cricket the whole time.
A lot of singles on the leg side because the four fielders on the leg side are all on the boundary, and so singles are on offer.
And they won't mind that. Well, almost every single is almost like it's I would say almost like a dot ball, but they'll be very pleased with a single every delivery, won't they? If that happens for the rest of the innings, they're home and hosed. They'll be fine. Glamorgan will be some way short of what they need. They need ones, well, more than ones. Twos would help, but certainly fours and sixes would really help.
And I don't suppose Simon Harmer's going to be giving it any air anytime soon. I think just flatter, quicker deliveries to so the batters won't be able to get underneath him and just push him around for singles or dot balls.
Tossing up a little bit. I'm sure he's just trying to lure Dan Douthwaite. He'll know there's a slightly shorter boundary this end as well, and I think he'll fancy his chance if he can get to the pitch of anything. Bowling it very full, isn't he? Just to, like you say, not giving him that length ball to get underneath.
And right arm round as well to cramp up the right-handed batters.
Yeah. Well, Van Hutten's gone for it. He's hit it in the air. Has that got the legs? No, just bounces just inside, but it has gone for 4. His direction was good. He managed to put it right between the two fielders who are converging. Just one bounce and plopped over the rope. So it's 4 runs to Tim van der Houghton. Good shot. It felt quite measured. I think he definitely picked the direction first and then thought about power second. And in the end, it was well directed.
Couldn't place it any better.
Goes again, and this looks like a better connection, and that is going to go all the way for 6. Back-to-back boundaries for Tim van der Houghton, and a bit of pressure being put back on Harmer now.
Just as I said, he's not going to give them anything to get underneath. 2 balls in a row smacked towards the boundary, 1 for 4, 1 for 6, and Simon Harmer going for 13 off that over. Glamorgan 229 for 6, need 84 with 60 balls remaining. Snater will continue, you would think, as Anna joins me.
Returning to bowl.
It's a change of bowling. It's Mackenzie Jones as you probably heard on the loudspeaker system, the stadium announcer. He's bowled 5 overs, 1 for 26. Surprised that Snowcher's gone off?
Yeah, a little bit maybe. Jones is 1 for 26 off his 5, so just going at sort of a 5 and over. But yeah, as you said, Snater experienced campaigner, and but Jones has been the man in this competition for the wickets. He's got 11 so far. Just whilst I've been off, just keeping an eye on the other games going on in this group. For Essex, the hopes are still alive. Of course, need to see this game out, but elsewhere, Derbyshire 278 for 8 they finished on against Yorkshire, and Essex really need Yorkshire to win that game. Jones is in, and Van der Houten just pads it back to him. Yorkshire 226 for 4 at the moment, chasing 51 off 33 balls in that game. And the other game up at Chesterley Street, Durham against Middlesex. Again, Essex fans will be cheering on Middlesex in that game. Durham finished 303 for 7 with Middlesex 6 for no loss off the first 2 overs. That game started at 1:30, so slightly behind.
Mackenzie Jones, and it's just dug out by Van der Hoogten. Crowd urges them to go for 2 there, but fielder was in quickly. What are we now? 57 balls remaining, 82. That still looks all right to me, but
I think the problem is, realistically, you lose one of these 2, and then
that is the problem.
You're getting down into the tail, and the tail is wagging.
And the required rate's at 8.6. Right, the going rate is 5.7. That hasn't massively moved. Nearly played on there. That hasn't, but the gap is increasing between the 2, which happens at this time, doesn't it? Happens at this time of the innings. They've just got to keep their nerve both sides here. The bowlers who are young also, so Mackenzie Jones, who's bowling now, is only 21, and he's got to make sure he just keeps the ball full. Yeah. Anything short is, with that short boundary on the leg side of Dan Douthwaite, is going to be chaos. So keep the ball full, which he does. Well bowled.
That's the thing, isn't it? Jones here and the other bowlers don't need to take any risks in trying to hunt down wickets.
No.
They don't really need to take any more wickets. They just need to prevent the boundaries, as you said. Their run rate climbing to nearly 9 and over now, and Dan Douthwaite against Durham, 45 not out off 18 balls. He hit 5 sixes in that innings. So the attacking prowess and the ability to go up in the gears is there from Douthwaite, and it's on Jones now and the other bowlers to negate that.
There's an example of that. 1 bounce 4.
He'll get 4. So spoils a tidy over from Jones. He'll get 6 from it, Glamorgan, which is not bad, but it's less than they need at this stage. That run rate is up to around 9 now, I'd imagine. Just
8.7 it is. Virtually 9. I think the thing with this is that they've got to hit boundaries in the first half of the over.
Yeah.
That gives them the leeway, if you like, to be able to turn the strike around a bit more. But if you dots and singles are making it tough. Change of bowling is a 1 over spell from Simon Harmer, who got pumped into the leg side for consecutive boundaries, a 4 and a 6.
And Critchley's going to come back.
Critchley's going to come on. This is an interesting move by Tom Wesley.
Well, change of ends for Critchley, so might with that longer boundary to the leg side now, might give him a little bit more protection.
He's bowling leggies to the right-hander, so if he pitches outside the off stump, and if it does turn, that short boundary becomes very accessible, doesn't it?
Yeah.
So his line is going to be interesting there. Here, see what he does. Flatter. It is short, it is that offside, and then Mackenzie Jones can't get there. That's gone for 4 off the first ball. That's what we mean. If you can get boundaries off the first ball of the over, then you're setting that over up for a big score.
Well, exactly what you said there, Sanjay. Was too wide on that off stump, wasn't he? And I think it was that. Yeah, that was Van der Houten who was able to carve it past Jones, diving away. And there is a sweeper on that side, but he wasn't able to get across in time. Crucially short that time, and that's going to go again, is it? It's well fielded that time.
Good running. Yeah. With that sweeper, with the boundary being so short, anything that's over a couple of yards either side of him, then you've got no chance of cutting it off. So he did well there, Mackenzie Jones, but had no chance with the 4.
Crucially, surely he needs to bowl more. He needs to bowl straighter here.
I'm also quite surprised he's not coming around the wicket.
Yeah. Exactly, kind of what Harmer did, but obviously bowling leggies. It's better.
Yeah. And I don't know if he has the googly in his armoury.
No,
or the wrong end of some description.
Don't know enough about his particular arsenal.
And this is why he's on, I think. The chance of a false shot off a leggy is quite high.
Yeah, it took the pace off a little bit on that occasion. A little bit more flight as well, maybe. And Van der Houten just was a bit uppish. Thankfully, that fielder at cover was right on the ring.
Oh, that was the ball. That was the ball. Dragged down from Critchley and toe-ended by Douthwaite. That was the chance to pile that one into the stands, I think. Not to be.
And final ball of the over ends with a dot. So Glamorgan get 8 off that over. So a decent over for them.
I'm going to watch the rest of this exciting finish from the back of the box, and Ash is coming in to take my place.
So 243 for 6, 70 required off 48, with 4 wickets still in hand. But you do feel that if one of these were to go, then the pendulum would swing much in the direction of Essex. These two capable strikers of the ball. Van der Houten has proved that already. 75 off 79, and Douthwaite, as we saw in that Durham game, 45 off 18 with 7 boundaries. 30 of those runs coming in 6s. And he goes, flat bats it. Has he got enough? It's going to just hold in the pitch, and they'll only get 1 from it. Flat batted it, didn't quite have the distance, and it didn't even carry 1 bounce over the rope. So it doesn't get the value for his shot there, Douthwaite. And Jones, it's a bit lucky there maybe.
Relief to see it landing safe there from a Glamorgan perspective. Goes again. It should be cut off.
Yeah.
Another single.
Full toss on that occasion, and not put away by Van der Houten. Not really a bit of a low full toss, or medium height full toss, I suppose. Not high enough to flick to the leg side.
Can be quite a useful ball, a low full toss sometimes, unless you're sort of just Butler. Well, a few players can just hit them cleanly, but it's a hard shot to hit.
I suppose the batter doesn't expect it either.
No. So it gets you a little bit quicker than you think as well. That's a length ball that's gone in the air. Could be out. And it is. It's been taken. And that's the end of Dan Douthwaite. So big moment for Essex. They now really take a grip of this game. Oh, the dangerous Douthwaite has gone for 13. Caught at long off from the bowling of Mackenzie Jones. Yeah. And you'd think that might really, well, I'm not going to say game, set and match, but really Essex now are in a very strong position, and not much batting to come now from a Glamorgan perspective.
Yeah, that does feel almost one hammer strike into the coffin, the nail in the coffin, as you would say. Not much batting to come. Gorvin did okay against, particularly against Middlesex, showed some grit in that game, which was a disaster all around for Glamorgan. But not one of the ones you hang your hat on with the bat, Andy Govin. He's going to have to rely on Tim van der Houten at the other end if they're going to have any chance at all.
Yeah. Well, you think he's less likely to hit the boundaries, and you think he's probably now just got to try and stay with van der Houten, who's now almost up to a run of ball, 76 off 80, and has played brilliantly. Really fantastic knock from him. And you feel that Glamorgan's hopes do rest with him at the moment.
It's just been the story of this competition for Glamorgan, hasn't it? You know, a bit of a collapse, or early wickets lost, or at the end of an innings after getting a good start. They've just not really been able to put together a 50-over performance, it seems, and that comes with the inexperience as well. Slower ball at time, and Govin can only just try and cut it out to the offside, that man at backward point. They've just fell short, haven't they, in too many games?
Yeah, just needed a bit more from the top order, I think, with the bat today. I think there were too many wickets down early on. It's been a brilliant rebuild by Horton and van der Houten in particular, but yeah, don't think it's going to be quite enough as things look at the moment.
And Govin looked to just nurse that one down on the leg side, and forced a dive from Fernandez. They decided not to take one. Van der Houten probably should have ran that one, should have been more on his toes. With the penultimate ball of the over as well.
So Jones 2 for 34. A wicket and just a couple of singles in this over. Goes slower, and they think about a single, but it's another dot ball. So that's been a really good over from Jones. Again, another bit of bowling that's just swung things back in the direction of Essex in this intriguing match. Still not over by any means, but you'd have to say that Essex will feel they've strengthened their grip on this game again. The required rate now 9.7 and over.
Yeah,
you put it in those terms, that is quite a lot, isn't it?
Looks a real tall order now, doesn't it? Especially with that. I mean, van der Houten's played really well, but he's not a recognised batsman. Neither is Govin, so it's not as if you've got one of the top or middle order really out there. Either as Critchley's going to continue.
Interesting decision to keep going with Critchley. Oh, that's another clean strike from van der Houten. That's away for 4. Again, just one bounce and skims over the rope. Well, he hasn't given up hope.
Yeah, and as you said, an interesting decision to continue with him. The only thing I can really think is, you know, if van der Houten goes, then this game really is over, and perhaps Tom Wesley, with a bit of a buffer, is banking on Critchley forcing van der Houten's hand and going after him, getting that strike that is going to really put the nail in the coffin.
Well, I suppose the danger is that with Critchley, I suppose, it's been so difficult. He just bowls 2 or 3 balls that can go to the boundary and an over, and suddenly Glamorgan get 16, 18, 20 off an over. Then that swings things back and actually suddenly is a real leveller. So yeah, feels with the other options around, feels maybe high risk to go back to the leg spinner. He's done well this over there, apart from the boundary. It's just 4 and 2 singles.
Sometimes you just get that gut feeling as a captain, don't you? And you go with the gut, even if the head tells you something different.
It's kind of, I think what would go straight. Good shot, 4 more. Listener says, if I was a Glamorgan batter, who would I like to be bowling most at me now? And that's the sort of question I'm asking. What's the thing I'd least like? And I wonder whether one of the really good, strong quicks, that would be harder to get away. And you think, that maybe feels easier to manage. Whereas the leg spin was probably the one bowler I think, I'm likely to get something to hit here.
Yeah, but it only takes that one ball as Van der Houten just tries to drive it through the covers, but come through for a single. Just takes that one ball, doesn't it, to remove him, and then the game is pretty much dead and buried.
So they've taken 12 off the over. So good over from a Glamorgan perspective, but they're going to need a few more of those. And it seems to me that, I don't know, maybe Critchley is a bowler they have targeted, and I probably feel they wouldn't have minded the choice to bowl him, not least with this very short straight boundary that he's hit twice there in that over. I don't know whether we'll see Critchley again. We'll see.
Yeah,
maybe not from this end.
But I'm not sure about that decision on that last. I know they need runs, Glamorgan, but it now brings Gorvin onto strike.
So I suppose it's. Yeah. Andy Gorvin's a good enough bat. You don't need to protect him, do you, like a tail ender, I suppose. But it's sort of, he will want to get in there and play his part, and certainly, with a bit of pace to work to, he can certainly hit boundaries with the. Not necessarily sixes, but more fours. And if he can get it in the gap like that, well, that's another welcome boundary. Andy Gorvin getting on the act now.
Yeah, played nicely that time from Andy Gorvin. Just got on top of it, rolled the bounce, used the pace well. Guided his hands nicely. Not hit hard, not really timed to perfection, but they all count at this stage.
Well, he had to thread that through. There's a very tiny gap between those two fielders behind square on the offside, and he threaded it right between the two of them. So the placement was immaculate. So good start to this over. Can Glamorgan continue to put pressure on Jones? Goes full, goes for the same gap again. This time Charlie Bennett's alive to it.
He's using that slower ball a lot now, isn't he, Jones? Especially after digging one in short, being hit to the boundary off that first ball. Just comes back with a slower ball, takes the pace off. And it's good death bowling here.
Looking at where boundary options are, well, I don't know whether Andy Gorvin's the sort of guy who's going to play a ramp or a scoop, but there's a fine leg and third are up. They clearly think there might be a bit coming through the point region. Drive straight, it's just going to be a single.
He's got a big gap in the covers, hasn't he? If he overpitches slightly and gives a half volley, that covers region is open.
So at 51 to win, off 33 balls, still possible.
Well, after the heroics of Blackpool, I think Glamorgan fans will know better than to give up at this stage.
Well, yeah, it was a much worse situation, wasn't it? That was. That's a good looking hit again. Oh, and it's got through. Well, four more. A full toss. And Van der Houten has put that away as well. Beat the despairing dive of the fielder on the boundary. And the Glamorgan crowd believe. They continue to believe while he is still there. And he moves into the 90s.
And he was the one, wasn't he, who hit the winning runs up at Blackpool. Him and Chris Cook orchestrated that miracle comeback, and I think he benefited that time from the ball coming out of the sun and going into the shade on that short side boundary. Pace off.
Think about two. No, just going to settle for one, I think. I thought there might have been a chance they'd run the first one quickly, but they obviously decided they were just going to settle for one early on. So another decent over. They're getting what they need just to stay with the run rate, but that's the thing, even in over 10, it doesn't really change the overall required rate very much at the moment. It's just sort of dropped just under 9. But the DLS pass score is getting closer and closer, just as an indication of where Glamorgan are in this match. Again, nice time shot for one.
That pigeon has not moved an inch.
No. I hope he's got good insurance, that pigeon.
Is it? I think that must be the Vinnie Jones of pigeons.
What do you mean by that, Ace?
Hard as nails, that guy.
Yeah, well, yeah. Yeah. He's taking his chances out there, he really is. So 268 for 7. Tim van der Houten, what a knock this is. 91 off 86 balls. Well, we're all wondering why is he coming out at number 7.
Yeah.
I think we all now know the answer to that.
Just about to say, a lot of credit has to go to Andy Gorvin and David Harrison, whichever, or the two of them really, who made that decision. Gutsy call at that time in the game. And it's paid dividends here, isn't it?
Well, he's played so well. Well, I know what the crowd here want. Obviously, Glamorgan victory, most of all, but they're willing him on to a personal milestone as well, I think. To Andy Gorvin now, the captain. Will stand up, take responsibility for the situation, try and take the game into the final over, and who knows what can happen.
Well, Tim van der Houten, just 24 runs in the first 2 games that he played in this competition before today.
Clipped off his toes. They're going to think about 2. Gorvin's run the first one quickly, decide against it. Good piece of fielding. Actually, they probably could have got back in the end as a wayward throw came in, but they didn't know that as the fielder got to the ball.
You probably want van der Houten on strike anyway.
That's also a fair point, yeah.
Although Gorvin is playing his part here. Andy Gorvin, he's got 40 runs in the competition before today, and played every game, of course, as the captain. Only a high score of 20.
Well, according to the stats I'm looking at, Tim van der Houten has not had a first-class 100, or not had a list A, well, didn't have a list A 50, so this feels like a significant innings. Nice looking shot. I think about a single. Andy Gorvin scurries back after it's well fielded. So 269 for 7.
Almost just hit it too well, didn't he? And picked the fielder out.
Yeah.
He can't even get a single off it.
Well, lots of wide open spaces on the leg side, but Essex would be very happy if they decide to take singles to those fielders. Feel like they need a few singles, but also need some boundaries. Swings hard into the leg side. It's going to be straight to Noel Fane, who is down here at mid-on. They just take one. And Houghton comes down to the middle just to have a little chat with his captain. Well, more of a glove punch, didn't have much to say, but just a sense of reassurance and encouragement. Come on, skipper. Hang around with me for a while.
Been impressed with Bennett today. It's bowled well.
It's full. And Gorvin squeezes it out for another single. So Essex will be happy with the progress of this over so far. 3 singles from the first 4 balls. They just want to finish it well with no boundaries.
Yeah, he's doing well here, isn't he? Bennett just limiting those chances for boundaries. He's obviously got a defensive field and he's bowling well to it at the moment. Glamorgan players just picking out those fielders a little bit in this over.
That will be a wide ball. Take one more to the total. And another opportunity to score with the extra ball. 271 for 7. Well, no one's going home here at Sophia Gardens.
No. They have been a team who have done things by extremes this season, Glamorgan. A lot of last ball finishes in the blast. We mentioned that one up at Blackpool. A few more as well in that competition.
Van der Houten hits hard into the leg side, doesn't quite get the direction where he wants. It's only going to be 1. So 6 from the over. How Glamorgan would love Andy Gorvin just to get one away to the boundary now on the last ball of the over. Looking around at the different options, all the fielders saving one are right on the edge of the circle now, basically in a very tight ring on the offside. And just those 4 deep fielders on the leg side. So, be very happy to see a ball dinked out for a single that way. Gorvin clips it. They'll think about 2, but quickly reject the idea. Just take a single. So, what was that? 5 or 6 from the over. And Glamorgan are going to need a little bit more than that. 39 to win now from 4 overs. So the rate, again, 9.8. It's hovered around there and hasn't changed much for the last few overs, but that was a quiet over. What do you think of the remaining? What do you think out of the last 4 overs? They're probably going to have need one or two big overs, aren't they?
Well, I was just about to ask you what you thought would be going into the last over. What would be a chaseable target? Are we in the territory of, we've seen sort of 15s and 17s being chased in the blast, and it's maybe a slightly different proposition here with the ball.
Well, I think
that much older,
12 or 13 maybe. I don't know. They might feel like they've got a chance.
Yeah.
But you don't want to be much more than that, I don't think.
Van der Hooten's going to be the man to do it if it's going to be done. You would think.
Well,
on strike.
The pigeon has been shooed off by a seagull. That's the second exciting narrative unfolding in front of us.
I was going to say, has the eagle come back?
Well, yeah, there he goes. He's been spent the whole day there, untroubled. And look, with the pigeon's back now, he's coming back in.
Hovering,
but he's come straight back in. But look, there's a seagull who's got his number here. So I'm not sure what they're competing for, but I'll try and get my attention back onto the cricket. So it's Jones from the River Taff end. Bowls full. And Gorvin, I think it's a bit of foot, a bit of stump. Just slows that progress, but they still get through for a single, which is possibly all they would have got anyway.
Yeah, didn't particularly hit it that hard and came off the foot of Jones as well. But that is the 3rd time this innings now, by my count, that the ball has crashed into the stumps at the other end.
Yeah, it's happened a lot, hasn't it? Yeah, unusually a lot.
And we haven't had any dismissals from bowled, have we? We haven't had the right stumps being dislodged. As Van der Hooten just tries to swat that straight.
Well, Van der Hooten did have one bowl, didn't he, I think, in the...
I was talking about the Glamorgan innings, sorry.
Yeah, that's right. In this innings, you're right. You're right, sorry. Yeah, they've all been caught. That's an interesting thing in itself, isn't it? They've all been caught, so... Yeah.
Jones has got 3 of them.
Yeah, there was one run out and one bowled, but all the rest were caught in the Essex innings. But you're right.
Low full toss that time. Gorvin picks it up, but can.
So this just seems much harder off the seamers to me for them to get boundaries.
Yeah.
I think Long would love Wesley to come back on. Critchley, I mean. But I don't think we're going to see it.
No, Snater's got two more as well. So
yeah. This one and one more. Yeah.
Gone at 3.5 as well. Snater, he's been the most economical of the Essex bowlers today. And Jones is doing a nice job of just varying his pace here.
Yeah. They really won't mind this being hit down the ground to long on and long off. I think that's absolutely fine from an Essex perspective. I think getting the ball right up there nice and full and straight. There's not too much the other Glamorgan batters can do with it. If you're Josh Butler, you might be able to hit it for 6, but there are not many who can do that.
I was going to say, it's as a Glamorgan batter at the moment, off Snater. So he works it through onto the offside. Again, it'll just be 1. But I was going to say, you kind of know where it's going to land. It's going to be full and straight, but they vary in the pace well. Don't know how it's going to come out of the hand. So 32 off the last 3 overs then.
Well, yeah, almost 2 a ball needed now for Glammy. So, and so the time just almost turns 6:15 here. Cut-off time is 6:33. So I think they're going to be okay to get in for that. 3 overs to go as Alid makes way for Sanjay to talk us through to an exciting conclusion here at Sophia Gardens. And Gorvin gets a thick into the edge. They're going to think about 2. Is he going to come back? No. I think that's one feature these Van der Hooten perhaps less up for the really, really quick 2s than some of the younger players might have been. You can imagine if it was Horton and Wallace, they may well have sort of had a go at getting back for 2 for that one, but I think Van der Hooten quite rightly doesn't want to get run out here. played it, paced his innings so beautifully. 91 now. Glamorgan need 31 to win.
Oh, he's
Pulls into the and he's got 4.
Goes
Well,
to 99.
That's picked the crowd up. Van der Hooghton moves to 99.
What a tremendous shot. You don't want him bowling short to Van der Hooghton at any time, especially when he's got his eye in like he has now. And yeah, Charlie Bennett paying the price really for some poor bowling. Glamorgan 286 for 7. The DLS score is 288. That's the closest it's been so far. We're in for a thrilling finish here, and those who've stuck around for its entirety are rewarded for their patience.
So Tim van der Hooghton on 99. And that's it!
Oh, well batted, Tim van der Hooghton.
Fantastic knock from Tim van der Hooghton. Came in at number 7 with Glamorgan's hopes seemingly in tatters. And he's played a brilliant innings here. I think his first professional 100 for Glamorgan. And quite rightly lifts his bat. The crowd are on their feet, and that is a brilliant knock, and it has given Glamorgan hope here. They're still in this game. It's going to be tough, but they've still got a chance.
.25 to win then for Glamorgan. Yeah, Tim van der Hooghton has only got to 49 in this tournament before. And yeah, what a time to have come in. And he provided Alex Horton with brilliant support. Batted for a bit with Dan Douthwaite, now with the captain, who's also batted well at the runner ball 18. Has put Glamorgan within touching distance to the score, 25 to win. A couple of overs left and a couple of balls.
Pulls hard again, found the gap. Well, the crowd believe. It's going to take a few more of those. But Van der Hooghton is picking his spot and hitting it really hard between those two fielders on the leg side boundary. 21 to win now, off 13 balls.
Yeah, you can't, again, as I said before, you can't bowl short. It's 11 off this over so far. I'm quite surprised that someone's not come up and had a chat with Charlie Bennett about just last ball, get out of this over and your spell with something that's full. Don't give Van der Hooghton the chance to free his arms.
It's a fuller delivery. Batter just takes a single, keeps the strike. 20 to win from 2 overs. Well, it's certainly possible. I think another good over here. If Glamorgan could go with 10 for the last over, they'd really be happy with that, I think.
What did Aled ask you? How many did you think? 12 or 13 you said to win off the last over you'd be comfortable with at a push. And if they can get themselves in a position where that's what they need to get, then I think they're going to be very happy. There's people leaving. Where are you going? There must be Essex
I don't
fans.
believe that. I'm surprised even way. I think none of us know what's going to happen here, do we?
This has been a tremendous game of cricket and a great advert for the 50 over format here. With the runs that have been scored, the tension, young batters from Glamorgan going well, the old heads holding it all together.
Well, what a moment. Van der Hooghton's first 100. If he could do it in a winning cause, well, how special would that be?
Now, Gorvin's got a role to play here. He's just got to do what he's been doing, run a ball, just push it back. There's lots of singles, especially on the leg side. Snaith is a difficult customer to get away. 3 for 36 he's taken so far, but there are gaps if Gorvin can just find them. Which he does. Well played. Bring the big hitting Van der Hooghton back on strike. 106.
Well, tense here. We're on our feet in the commentary box. There is a hush descended around the ground as well. This is the finish that I guess everyone wanted, the neutrals wanted. Who's going to get it over the line here? 18 to win from 10 balls.
Big hit from Tim van der Hooghton, one bounce 4 over mid-wicket. That has put a big dent in Slater's bowling figures, and now there's only 14 left to win with 9 balls left.
Pressure right back on Essex here. Van der Huften has been brilliant at putting away the bad ball, and the pressure getting to Snater gives him a low full toss, and Van der Huften doesn't miss.
Slower ball, Snater, well dug out by Van der Huften. What's that? That's 7 off the sofa.
13 to win with 8 balls remaining. They've had 7 from 4 balls. A couple of boundaries now, or one boundary, even one, just to get down into single figures for the last over. Well,
300 up for Glamorgan psychologically. That's a strong number for them. Gives himself some room, does Gorvin.
Think about 2. Gorvin decide against it. Decides against it. And Gorvin ran that one with a bit of intent, but I think Van der Huften is pretty tired. Yeah. He's done a full bowling shift and now he's got 100, so he's probably going to be feeling a little bit leggy out there at the moment.
It was definitely a crowd 2, wasn't it, that one, as opposed to batters 2, but that does give Van der Huften the final ball of this over to face and the final ball of Snater's spell.
Well, what a knock this has been.
Nelson Van der Huften. Slower ball again.
Goes big. Has he got it? He has!
He's got all of it!
Oh, 6! Unbelievable shot from Tim Van der Huften.
Slow full toss from Snater, and Van der Huften has dispatched that with disdain over long on. The fielder didn't have to move, he just watched it soar over his head, and we approached the final over with 6 to win.
Unbelievable drama. Wow. Did not see this coming. Think back to when Essex were loads for 1 and seemingly on course for a huge total. Glamorgan fought back and now here they are, just needing 6 to win from the last over. Tim Van der Huften never scored a century for Glamorgan in any format, and here he is, 117 not out. Can this innings count? Can it produce a victory?
When they were 78 for 5, when Harry Wallace went for 39, the 17th over, there is absolutely no way we thought we would be here at 6:25 with an over left, with Glamorgan just needing a run of ball to win this thrilling Metro Bank one-day cup match against Essex.
What a match. What a game. 6. That's all they need. They could do it in singles. 5 to draw, to tie, 6 to win.
And break that run of 5 losses in a row.
Mackenzie Jones is the bowler. Pressure on him. Can he deliver? Dot ball.
Good start. Oh, it's tense.
Oh, it is tense.
There's sort of jeers and there's cheers. There's all sorts coming from the crowd.
Well, I think Gorvin, obviously if the ball's there to put it away, but otherwise, can you get off strike? And then can you just get Van der Huften, who has been amazing at hitting boundaries when Glamorgan have needed them. Can we get him on strike? Oh, another dot ball.
Calmness required from the Essex field here.
6 needed, 4 balls.
What must Van der Huften be feeling? Get me on strike, skipper.
Well, 2 dot balls, that's exactly what Essex wanted. 6 from 4.
21 years old, Mackenzie Jones, holding his nerve.
Oh, my goodness me. That's 3 dots in a row. And just needs to get some bat on it here.
Chat in the middle between the 2 batters. What's Van der Huften has to be saying? Just get something on it, we're going to run.
Well, credit to Jones. He has bowled tightly. Got that ball full and wide, difficult place to hit. And just another little chat here. So Andy Gorvin, the captain in this competition, just got to get some bat on. You think, what can he do? Comes down the wicket, drives straight. I think they're just going to take one. It is one. So 5 needed from 2 balls.
One hit wins it. One hit wins it. Will it be the one hit?
Well,
this ball
there's 3 dots. How costly could they be? Gorvin just couldn't get bat on ball early on. But again, as you say, a 4 will tie. A maximum will win the game. 5 needed from 2. It's Mackenzie Jones. What a test for him against the Centurion, Tim van der Hoogten. Van der Hoogten swings, doesn't connect.
This is a brilliant over, you've got to say.
Well, he's done so well.
Mackenzie Jones has bowled just a single off such a pressure over, especially after the finish to the previous one.
Well, this has got to go all the way for Glamorgan to win. And I think one thing Mackenzie Jones needs to do is not bowl a no ball. That, I think, is the first thing he should think about. The second thing is just to see if he can stop Tim van der Hoogten hitting a 6.
We're in Trevor Chappell territory. Oh, well bowled.
And he's done it.
Oh, that's brilliant, Mackenzie
Well
Jones.
bowled, the young man. And this valiant attempt by Glamorgan to chase it down has failed in the final over. They finish 3 runs short, and Essex win this brilliant match by 3 runs, despite the valiant attempt by Tim van der Hoogten, who's left stranded on 118 not out from just 101 balls. An absolutely brilliant innings, which took Glamorgan to the brink of victory. But in the end, they couldn't just quite get over the line, and a very fine death over by Mackenzie Jones has given Essex a vital win. Their hopes are still alive in this competition. And Glamorgan, well, that will feel like a gut punch after they got themselves right back in contention.
An absolute roller coaster of a match here at Sophia Gardens. It swung one way, it swung the other way, and at one point, as we approached the final 6 balls, Glamorgan must have thought they were in with a shout. As harsh as it is to say, you would have thought that if Van der Hoogten had faced the start of that final over, we would have seen a different result, but he didn't. Brilliant bowling by Mackenzie Jones at the end. He's bowled 9 overs, 2 for 47, and Essex have triumphed at the end by, what did they win by?
3 runs, I think.
Runs.
Yeah, well,
runs.
fair play to Jones. That was a serious test of his character and his skill. And he produced when it matters. And Van der Hoogten now just walks off the field, getting the applause of this crowd. What an innings, but he will probably feel upset that it wasn't enough to win the match. And, well, credit to Jones there. Other excellent bowling from Snater, 3 for 49. And Bennett, a couple of wickets as well, 2 for 66. No success for the spinners. But what a match.
What a match indeed at, in the Welsh capital. Yeah, it's, you know, it's someone's got to lose, right? I mean, yes, there are ties, but someone's got to lose, and really it was the start that Glamorgan had, you know, that didn't. We said at the beginning they had to get off to a good start to have a chance of winning this game. In the end, that wasn't true because of Van der Hoogten's heroics. But you have to say that if they had had a better start from the top order, then it wouldn't have come down to this. But yeah, Van der Hoogten, 2 for 57 and 118 not out. He wouldn't have dreamt that script when he woke up this morning.
No, absolutely not. No, he's had a good day, but from a Glamorgan perspective, it wasn't enough. And there you can see the match summary. Essex made 312. Looked like at one stage it was going to be a lot more after a brilliant innings by Luke Benkenstein. A sparkling 140, full of incredible hitting and lovely timing, supported by Noah Thane as well, his opening partner. But Glamorgan managed to haul them back by taking regular wickets, so Essex made 312. And then Glamorgan, from a position that looked hopeless when they lost a a hatful of early wickets. Well, got so close, took it into the last over, needed 6 to win, and ran a ball from the final over, and unfortunately couldn't do it. They fell 3 runs short, and so it's Essex who win, and their hopes remain alive. Glamorgan, well, one more match here on Sunday in this competition, and they will just be playing for pride, and are hoping again just to give more opportunities to some of those young players who have been part of this campaign. But it was one of the old timers today, Tim van der Hoogten, with a brilliant 100 that has provided incredible entertainment and took this match just right to the end. And I think, Sanjay, there'll be just a huge sense of disappointment. I think they'd done the hard work, and 6 from 6 just seems so doable.
It does in today's game. I mean, 100 balls out, we were saying that if this was a 100 game, 120, 130 to win, you would think they had a chance. But yeah, again, you've got to give credit to a 21-year-old in Mackenzie Jones, bowling that death over for Essex. He held his nerve, he held his length, he held his line, and that made it very difficult for Andy Gorvin to try and manoeuvre the ball coming in at 9, not a top order batter. And it's left Tim van der Hoogten stranded at the other end, and he had a couple of balls to face, and Mackenzie Crook wasn't going to let him off the hook that easily. But brilliant game, and a testament to this format of cricket.
Yeah, no, it was. It's been very enjoyable. So as I say, one match left for Glamorgan now. We'll be here on Sunday, 11 o'clock start, to bring you that final game, which is against Worcestershire. Here, so we hope you'll join us here on the Glamorgan live stream for that. But it just now falls for me to thank Alid and Sanjay for their company this afternoon. Thank you too for joining us. I hope you've enjoyed a thrilling match here. And so from all of us here at Sophia Gardens in Cardiff, well done Essex. Safe journey home to them, and good luck for the rest of the competition. But a disappointing day for Glamorgan, and a maximum drama here at Sophia Gardens, the home of Welsh cricket. So from all of us here, thanks for watching, and we'll see you soon. Bye-bye.
Good work.